Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Super Duper San Diego 2026 right here in the beautiful city of La Jolla, California. I'm Zachary Miller. I'm here with Manu Single today. We're going to be taking you guys right into the action this morning here at the Price Center at UC San Diego. Manu, yesterday was an awesome day of speed cubing.
It was.
What were some great takeaways that you can think of from yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday was all the round ones, and for the competitors here, this is a pretty super duper competition. You can go check out the schedule in the description as well. We have including Friday, we had 15 of 17 events held at this competition. It was incredible.
Yeah.
In many senses of the word, perhaps. The types of competitors and quality of competitors that we had on Friday and Saturday. So all those round ones are in as well. We'll show you those live results as we get warmed up in the 3x3 round. But let's go right to the action because 3x3 has started here in the UCSD Price Center. So yeah, we're just gonna switch over and we're just gonna catch some awesome action. For those of you watching at home, welcome. The main person we're going to be watching is Max Park, and he will be competing in group number 3.
And right now, we're currently on Group 1 of 3x3. We did start a little bit late this morning due to some factors that were out of everyone's control a little bit today, but we still got some awesome action in this first round. We got Paul Mavi coming in, I think, on the blue and red stages today, as well as some other awesome Southern California cubers.
Speaking of Southern California cubers, here's Joel Kim. He just set his PR single yesterday, was 6:28, now 6:01. You can go ahead and change that in your Discord profile picture. Unfortunately, this one is not going to be it for Joel. A bit of a slower solve. That's a me-looking solve right there, 10:54 for Joel as we move over to Paul.
Yeah, that G-perm there seems like something I would probably do there too. I struggle with those G-perms too, but GC perm is my least favorite by far.
GC,
yeah.
What do you think?
That's the one
GC
where
is
it's
awful.
the bar on the back, where it's like...
Yeah. That one is
this one.
not a good case.
Yeah, I'm not a big
don't
fan
like
of that one. I always tend to regrip my finger trick for that one's horrible, and it was a struggle there for Joel too, so I don't blame him for locking up there too.
Yeah. Of course, that's what separates the really, really good competitors from kind of just everyone else, the you and me, and everyone in between.
Yes.
A lot of finger trick stuff. When Max comes up, you'll see a lot of amazing finger tricks coming out from him, as well as just some great solutions. So stay tuned for that. We have like a bit of the schedule that's populated below as well. So you can see 8:30 we were supposed to start with 3x3, 9:30 for 4x4, 10:45 I believe for OH, and then 11:30 Mega Minx. Then we're going to go into our lunch break, which you'll want to stick around for because we have some very special guests who are going to show up during lunch. No spoilers.
We will not be spoiling, but you guys will enjoy it a lot.
Oh, you guys will love it. A YouTube
Yes.
legend is going to be back on the scene as Michael Muthing here gets a 10:17 himself.
Yeah, that one should be exciting to listen to. I think Dan's going to be talking to our special guest during lunch.
Dan Pastushkov, who's sitting in the camera, actually. He is judging in that back right station. So hi, Dan. Good morning to you.
Contributing to the competition.
Yeah, unlike us, we're yapping and maybe creating more noise than we're supposed to. It's fine. We got the poster board up.
Yeah.
And we're good.
And here comes Paul again.
Yeah, let me tell you a little bit about Paul. So Paul is primarily a big cube solver. That's what he's known for. That's what he was there for when he was there in Rhode Island for the national championship just late last year. He is a green cross solver on 3x3 and actually got a pretty good average in round 1. Looks like he's using the ferrocore here too, which is pretty popular these days, I feel.
Yeah, the ferrocore is actually really nice. I've gone to the Cubicle a few times to try it because I'm up in the East Coast compared to Speed Cube Shop, our sponsor is on the West Coast. So I was able to try some while I was out there, and they're really, really nice. My only complaint is that they get a little fast. So if you do a lot of solves, you have to like constantly relube it. But I don't blame Paul for using the ferrocore. 924 there for him. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. Of course, Paul is going to be looking for like something like more like a 7.
Yeah.
In that range, I think he does have a 7 average.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be more his pace.
Yeah.
But it's the first group of the day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of warming up. Like quite literally, the room was pretty cold when we walked in here. We didn't even get our coffee yet because Starbucks is closed, and we're angry about that.
Yeah, we were ranting a little bit about that. Like,
if you're listening, Starbucks, please sponsor us, but also please open your stores a little bit earlier.
It is inexcusable that your store is not open until 9 a.m. on a Sunday. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
I guess the thing is, most people are supposed to be using their Sunday by just chilling, like probably being asleep right now. But we're here. We're out here. We're doing the work. All the competitors are out here doing the work.
We're grinding. We're rising, grinding. We're on that mindset.
Exactly. That's what cubing's all about. Right?
Yeah. And Joel's about to be on that mindset too with his next solve.
Yeah, so this is the same one that Paul seemed to get. Of course, we started the broadcast a little bit behind, so it's a little hard for us to tell exactly which solves everyone is on.
I believe this is 3 or 4. This
is
number
4.
Yep, number 4.
Loving that overhead view. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of U2, like U moves coming out for Joel here. He still managed to get an 8, which honestly, it did not look like an 8 to me.
Yeah,
so
the Soon U perm definitely saved him there a little bit.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of some pauses during that F12 for sure, but the last layer came in really nicely for him, and he was able to at least pull off a high 8.
Yep. Yeah, so we're going to be talking in the broadcast a lot about like fluidity and turning and things like this. And of course, we'll introduce the concepts as we go. But one of the main things you want to do, or at least what the top solvers do, is they don't stop.
Yes.
And you're going to see this with some of our faster and faster solvers.
Especially with Max Park later today.
He's just going to turn. And it looks like he's just going to do the whole cube in like one smooth motion. But really what it is a lot of what we call look ahead. While you're doing one thing, you're looking ahead to your next step and kind of tracking all the pieces to where they go. So that way you don't have to pause and kind of recognize where everything is.
Exactly. And one other thing that's really useful for is also big cubes, which, as you said, we're going to be seeing a lot of today. We have Paul here, but we also have Max Park, who is a multiple-time 10s, 20s, 30s time world record holder in 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7, as well as a world champion title holder. We also have Kate Graham, who's the female world record holder, as well as Colorado's Jacob Noakes, who is also very, very incredible at big cubes in his own right, too. He's a top 25 solver in the world. So we have 4 world-class big cubers here. So 5, 6, and 7 finals later today should be really, really fun to watch.
Hey, don't forget 4x4. 4x4 is like the cousin to the big cubes, right?
Yes.
And, I'm really excited for 4x4. 4x4 is, in my opinion, the most fun event to watch. We're going to have it in the WCA head-to-head as well, which is going to be very exciting later this year. But for now, I got to go compete.
Yes, and I'm going to be sticking here while Dan, who's coming back from his judging assignment, is going to join me for this next group. So that should be a lot of fun, but I'm really excited for today. As I was saying earlier today with the big cubes, it should be a lot of fun to see some of those awesome world-class solvers as we transition over to our next group of 3x3. I believe Joel is finishing up his last solve, 7:37 to finish it out. Not bad for him at all. He'll be pretty happy with that final solve there. Still to be decided what we'll get into this final round here at this fairly competitive Southern California competition. For those that are not familiar with the region, this is obviously one of the biggest speedcubing regions in the country, so we will have a lot of very fast solvers here, and it will be very tight to get into these top 16, top 20 finals later today. Getting started with 3x3 round 2, group 2. Here on this red stage, we're going to be seeing some Southern California speedcubers like Dominic Shoji and Kate Graham, as well as Young Hao Lau, the former clock world record holder, will also be on this stage. You might catch some glimpses of him as well. On the blue stage, you're also going to be seeing some fast speedcubers like Yicheng Shen and An Lee, and Franklin Pham, as well as Ryan Roth. Should be an exciting round 2. Max Park will be competing in the third group of 3x3, which will be coming in about 15 to 20 minutes. As we wait for the action, as a reminder to everybody, we'd like to thank our supporters of today's competition with Cubers Live, West Coast Cubing, and SpeedCube Shop, who is the overall sponsor of this competition. Huge thank you to them for all the support with providing us with this awesome experience today, as well as speedcubing throughout Southern California. As we get started with this next group of 3x3. Ah, yes. We're actually going to have a spot fill for this one. So Dan is actually having to switch around his groups. So we're actually going to have the one and only, we're actually going to have an early special guest in this stream, who actually isn't registered for this competition, but is in the area. I'm actually joined sitting right next to me, the one and only Stanley Chappell.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Doing all right. How are you, Zach?
Good, good. So first question, people are going to want to know this too. What brings you to Southern California? What brings you to San Diego today?
I'm just here because we're just doing like a little family vacation after this. I just came a couple days early, and this competition's here, so
Nice.
we're just showing up.
Nice, nice. What's your so far impressions of San Diego, the venue, everything around here so far?
It's been nice. Yeah, I mean this is a really cool venue, just on UCSD campus. And I mean this is a really nice campus too.
Yes.
To be honest, I'm like a little bit surprised that this space fits 200 competitors, but I mean it seems like it's working out. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's been definitely awesome for sure, and the events on Friday were definitely more your speed because we had 4 or 5 in multi-blind on Friday. We got to see Graham Siggins attempt 66 cubes, which lined up with what he was attempting with you guys at the Multi-Mayhem Virginia competition that you guys were at last weekend. Definitely was an interesting experience to watch. That was also live streamed as well on lots of these channels that you guys are familiar with. How was that experience for you as well?
It was fun. It was very, very exhausting.
I can imagine.
Honestly, not really because of the attempts, really just because of the lead up. But yeah, I mean, it was a whole experience. For those who aren't aware, it was this competition was part of a much bigger project that spanned.
Yes.
This wasn't a 3-day competition for me. This was about a few months of build up, and then the competition.
Yeah, there definitely was a lot that went into that competition. I mean, I was in Michigan this summer, so I spent a lot of time with Stanley because we were both in Ann Arbor over the summer, and he was telling me a lot about this project before it was still in the moving stages, and it definitely seems like a lot, and it culminated all to this really awesome multi-day competition where we saw a lot of really, really awesome results, and including your sub 2.5 blind, which is also incredible in its own right. Nice little milestone there.
Thank you.
And hopefully the first of many more. So we're seeing An Lee here on the screen, 584 single, 769 average, recording an 816, which I believe was his first solve. Pretty in line with him. I am not too familiar with most speedcubers here in Southern California. Obviously, I'm from Colorado and the Northeast U.S., so I'm definitely not from a familiar region. I wouldn't be surprised if Stanley feels similarly with him being from the Midwest. But
yeah, I have vague familiarity with many of the people here, but
yes.
I don't really know their results very deeply.
Yes. But what I can say is that this region is very deep with depth. There's a lot of incredible 3x3 solvers here. And a lot of the new names that I'm seeing out of speedcubing, especially at like things like All Stars and even Worlds this summer, were from California, SoCal, NorCal, and there's definitely a lot of great cubing coming out of here too. Very nice last layer there for the 849. Very smooth finger tricks there. Had that EO last layer into what I believe was a J perm, so not bad there at all.
Yeah, there's so much talent coming out of this region of the U.S. It's seems like their competition scene is doing really, really well right now.
Yes,
and it's really helping to bring in a lot of up and coming local talent.
Exactly. I'm really excited to see what eventually comes out of this region. We've seen 832 here, and as we mentioned, yeah, this it's simply it's always been historically a really good region too. And because obviously Max Park, we have Cavington Farrakal as well. Lots of historical speedcubing talent here and lots of really new present speedcubing talent. Here's Cavan Ruse Solver, 684 average from San Diego and living very nearby. Also very smooth turning. You'll see he has stickers on his green side. That's just 2S accommodation due to color blindness, if I remember correctly. So definitely a very unique cuber in the fact that of both his cubes and his methods, but it's always a joy to talk to whenever I interact with him. So
Absolutely, yeah.
then we have Alex Lehman, delegate here at this competition. One of the 17 listed delegates, I believe, for this competition. Definitely, that's another thing too. This region also produces a large number of passionate WCA volunteers as well, which is awesome to see as the community continues to grow.
Looks like Alex doing his solve. Looks like we've got a blast from the past with the slow turning style.
Yeah, still put out a 15-10 though.
One may say that look ahead is not a dying art.
Here's Dominic Shoji, who is a bit more of a faster turner. One of those other names coming out of this region recently too, but he's very, very good in his own right.
Yeah.
He's more of a pure mix solver, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I think I've seen some pretty good 2x2 results out of him.
Yes,
as well.
he also is he's definitely a sprint event specialist in that he, I've seen a lot of very good 2x2 and a lot of good pure mix solves. You also see Reed Richardson in the background from the Midwest too. His main event, Clock, is one of the only events not being held at this competition this weekend.
Right, yeah.
Which is definitely interesting to see. I know this region holds a lot of Clock, but this is definitely more unusual to see an all but one 3-day competition in terms of events. But still, I mean, you got to make some sacrifices to hold 2 rounds over a big cube and that type of thing. And
That's right,
I think
yeah.
Clock was just the first to go in that regard. But
Yeah. You see Ben Streeter in the background, Papa FTO.
no FTO at this one, but he's still going to show us some incredible solving skills. The unofficial event of this competition is actually Magic and Master Magic,
Yeah.
which I signed up to do, but I don't have a Magic, so I didn't do it.
Nice. 1270 for Ben there in the back.
Not bad at all. Definitely better than my 4th solve at 3x3 yesterday, where I choked at a PR. Started with 7-9-1-9-6, and I was like, okay, if I get like a 9-9-9 or something, I'm guaranteed PR. I proceed to get a 15 and an 11.
Nice. That's how it goes.
That's how it goes sometimes. Just gotta lock in sometimes with those types of averages.
For sure, for sure. Got Kavin up for another solve.
Moving the pen out of the way and giving a very indicative ready to his judge.
The Rue method is characterized by having lower move counts, but also lower variance than CFOP.
Yes.
And you'll see a lot of solvers turning a little slower with this method. For a
Going
couple of
right
reasons.
into the LSC 768. He's pacing pretty well right now. I think he's currently on track to get a mid to high 7 average based on the times we've seen.
Yeah, seems like solidly sub 8 in any case.
A lot of lockups there for a 961. Judge asking if that position is legal. It is. The cube is allowed to rest on the timer as long. Oh, ooh, a little bit of a trip there, but luckily the solve was signed for.
Yeah.
So, but we did have a casualty there with the stack mat.
It's Tommy Cherry 350 vibes.
That was exactly where I was going to go with that too, but looks like everything is okay, so glad to see that. I've also tripped over a few table runners in my life, so
Yeah, absolutely.
he's definitely not the first.
It's. I think it's a universal competition experience for
Yeah.
seasoned competitors.
I think you haven't really been a WCA veteran until you've tripped over either a table runner or a stack mat cable.
Absolutely.
I've had an ankle get taken out by one of those cables. For what we're talking about, the red thing that connects to the display you're seeing on the right side of the screen. The cables get pretty long, sometimes they're on the floor, and when you're pulling out of your chair to judge, you sometimes like rip them out as you're walking away. It's definitely not a fun experience for sure. Looks like solve number 2 here for, I believe that is Renee, unless I'm mistaken. Double sexy Olo into a G perm, 831 for his second. Seems to be content. Group seems to be flying by pretty fast, but the one thing I'm excited for, Stanley, is the next group, which I'm going to be competing in. But we're going to get to see Max Park pull off some more incredible solves this weekend. He's already had some good results this weekend, but 4x4 round 1 will be after this as well, which he's done really well in historically and recently. And we also have those big cube finals later, which should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Max Park, clearly the headliner competitor for all of these N by N events. So yeah, it'll be very exciting to see him do some 3x3.
Yeah, and we also have other, as we were talking about earlier with Mana, we also have some other incredible big cube solvers here this weekend. We have Paul Mavi, we have Jacob Noakes, we have Kate Graham, and also the historical Kevin Hayes.
That's right.
Here this weekend as well, who's also going to be coming onto the stream later, which is going to be a really fun experience. So we got a lot of really, really awesome faces here, but I'm really, really excited for those big cube rounds later today. It should be really, really fun to see 5 of the top 25 big cube solvers here in one venue this weekend. Going to be like a mini Nats.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right here for big cubes, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, so stacked for a local comp.
Yes. Everything else has some really nice psych sheet placements too, but the big thing of note is definitely our N by N events here this weekend. Going to the A perm there, 862. Definitely seems a lot more content with that solve compared to the last one.
Yeah, definitely.
Next goal will be to not trip over, and succeeds. There you go.
Awesome.
Much better than the last one.
Got another solve up for Kevin.
I always love watching him solve. He has really, really smooth turning and such a unique solving style.
Absolutely. Scramble seems relatively block-free, which,
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does here. He definitely found something here, going to the CMLL, right into the LSC. Little bit of a
22. Okay.
little bit of a lockup or pause there during that LSC, but still pulls off an 822.
It's interesting to see him do a lefty CMLL there.
Yeah.
That's a new one for me.
Yeah, I haven't really seen that before. Starting to reach near the end of this group, but we still got a few more solves left for a lot of people, including but not limited to Dominic Shoji, who just popped up.
I find it interesting that Dominic is recording on a tripod in vertical.
Might be trying to grind the YouTube shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a shorts grinder right
Yeah.
there.
I mean, I don't blame him. That's what gets the views nowadays on YouTube.
Yeah.
835. The A-perm looked a little rough, but here's Dominic Shoji's next solve. Cross seemed pretty quick there. Some pauses during that F2L, but gets the G-perm to finish off with an 829. He's not too happy with that one.
Not good enough of a short.
Yeah, definitely not good enough of a short there, unfortunately, for Dom. But I think he might have another solve, so maybe he gets another short here.
Maybe you should trip over a table runner. then he's got a short.
Oh, man, that sounds like a short I would upload, because my solves suck. Finishing up with this group here. Waiting for our next competitors here in the blue and red stage. But so far, so good.
Yes.
I think I have a name for this competitor. I finally found it with my research. This is Yisheng Shen, who's only registered for 3x3 this weekend.
Okay.
But he is very fast. He has a 708 official average and
wow.
a 592 single, and only does 3x3.
Okay.
So definitely an interesting profile for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
2023 ID. So that's pretty fun.
It's a pretty quick inspection, and a similarly quick F2L. And nice, full step 665.
That's a good single for him. That's Sri Darchawa, whose PR is currently 602. So that was actually not bad for him at all.
That's really, really solid.
Here's An Lee. Definitely a more aggressive turning style, which makes sense given that he's a 2015 ID.
Right.
Aggressive stop of the 998.
Yeah, mid-solve head shake. You know it's over.
Usually you can
that.
tell immediately how long a person has been competing based on their turning style.
Yeah.
If you have someone that comes up with a turning style that looks like it would fit more on like an Along V2, they definitely had a pre-2017 ID.
Right.
And you can usually immediately tell. Like my 3x3 turning style still looks like I'm solving on a cube without magnets.
Right.
Here's Cabin. His turning style doesn't follow that type of rule, I'd say, for sure.
I think as a bit of a generalization, I think Rue solvers are a little bit more adaptive in turning style.
Yes. You can see that here. Looks like he finished those blocks pretty quickly. Nice LSC case there.
Yeah, that was like a M2 into arrow for EO, and then yeah, looked like a fairly nice start to LSC.
8:53 to finish things off for Cavan. He'll go back to the competing area to warm up for his next event. I believe OH is later today, which is one of his specialties as a ruse solver.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we get transitioned out of this group, we'll be transitioning over to 3x3 Group 3, which will feature a lot of incredibly talented competitors, including the one and only Max Park, who will be on the blue stage. So you'll be seeing him come up occasionally as Dom Shoji will finish up his last solve here. Get more short content. Fifth and final solve. Noticing there's a little bit of an interesting thing you can do with that red and green block there. Let's see if he takes advantage of that. Oh, M2 cross. Interesting.
Yeah, treat it as a square into M2 to M2. That's an interesting strategy for it.
Yeah, and didn't seem to work out. 10:51. Usually, like, I talk to a bunch of 3x3 solvers because I do get some coaching occasionally, and the one thing that Brian Johnson told me, you should never ever do an M2 to M2 cross. That always seems to not be optimal, especially for like regripping, that type of thing too. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to really work out there for Dom Shoji.
Right.
As we see Shri come up, I think for also his final solve as well. Should be an awesome day of speed cubing after this, because obviously we have 3x3 Group 3 after this with Max Park and a lot of other talented solvers, but we also have 4x4 Group 1 where we'll be, and one-handed round 2 where we'll also be on World Record Watch.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's like, what is that, like 4 events today where there's, a fairly credible World Record Watch on?
Yeah, I think everything, in fact, is probably, +2 for Shri, 723 to finish off for him. But yeah, we do have a lot of really, I'd say World Record watches today, 4x4, and I'd say improvements in 6 and 7 as well, and potentially 5x5 if he can get below Timon Koloshinsky, who's recently started to take that event by storm recently. And also one-handed should be interesting today too, because Max Park has been doing a lot of OH recently, so that should be very interesting. We see how that +2 happened here. We have that that case into just didn't finish the AUF. Yeah. Maybe he thought it was non-AUF or just didn't do the last turn while he was trying to get that last solve off.
His input got eaten.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and transition as I have to compete in this group. I believe Manu and Dan should be continuing on with this. And yeah, it was great talking to you, Stanley. And we'll hopefully catch you on stream a little bit later.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Zach.
Yeah, no worries.
Good luck.
Patrick will be here. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to Super Duper San Diego. I just got done competing. This is Manu Singh Hall, and next to me, the one and only Stanley Chappell, who just set the 5-blind world record last week at Multi Mayhem Virginia 2026. But forget all about that. Stanley, you are here in San Diego. How is it going, Stanley?
It's great. Yeah, and first off, surprise, Dan's still not here. He'll be here for the next group though. Don't worry.
No. So what happened was the groups got a little funky. So it's fine.
Yeah.
I think everyone who you're supposed to see is here, but then like the stream people kind of got moved around a little bit. So that's why things are a little bit of a weird state. But next we're going to go into 4x4 round 1, which is going to be chill because I made those groups ahead of time. So we're good. And most importantly, Stanley, we're going to see Max Park compete in this very group. Obviously, the overwhelming favorite to win this competition, held the North American record average until earlier this year. What are some things you're looking out to see from Max Park?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, given the recent events, I think I'd be more interested to kind of see where Max's head is at than anything, with the world record average arguably being non-CFOP for the first time ever.
Right. Yes. Very big news. Did you all discuss this already? Here we go.
We did not.
So breaking news for those of you who did not know, Xuan Yigang from China has broken the 3x3 world record average at a competition in Beijing earlier this morning when we were all asleep. 3.84 seconds is the new WR average. No one else got even a single time better than that in that round. Xuan Yi is on top. Yiheng Wang holds no world records for the first time in a very, very long time as we watch Jacob Noakes from Colorado get started with his 3x3 solving.
One thing that's really interesting about that average too is that the total time of the average was sub 20.
Oh my goodness. Xuan Yi starting with like a 5 and like I think 4 threes back to back to back. Best possible average to 337 to clutch things up. 770 for Jacob here.
That was a clean end term.
I know, right?
Yeah.
This looks so good. What I was really impressive about this solve to me was how slow he was turning it looked like.
Yeah.
It was buttery smooth from start to finish.
Right. Yeah. Another person who may be suggesting that look ahead is not a dying skill.
Big debate these days. Did you watch the debate? It was not much of a debate. It was more of a discussion, I guess.
I've watched bits and pieces of it.
Sure, yeah.
But
your thoughts? Yeah, your thoughts, Stanley.
It's a really funny clickball hook.
Yes,
I will give it that.
Certainly.
And I really enjoy that. But I think overall, I think the idea of look ahead being a stepping stone of prediction holds a lot of weight. I think.
Sure. Yeah.
I think both viewpoints have some validity, and I think there's a nuanced middle ground to find between them.
Right, and I think that there's a lot of solvers who kind of exemplify both sides of the spectrum. I think Maddie is like definitely one for that prediction angle, right? Like, because Maddie is known for his like relatively simple solutions, but man does not stop turning whatsoever. As we watch ML get started with his average here. Simple little OLL into PLL, 8.625. Great little number to get things started.
Yeah, Emil is one of the. We were talking about how this region seems to have a really, really healthy new community growing, and Emil is one of the really promising young cubers in the SoCal region.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm definitely looking to see like his progress throughout, like not just 3x3, but across very other events. Like I think at the beginning of December, he didn't know how to do 3-blind, and now he has sub 1 single.
Right.
Which is pretty good. Like I don't have sub 1 single after like 15 years or whatever, right? So good progress that you see from him. Very motivated kid. Very fun to talk to as well. That was Max's solve, 5.31. Unfortunately, it was a bit off stream, so that's a pretty solid start for Max. He started with 4.88 yesterday, unfortunately not able to convert that into a sub 5 average. As we watch Lucas Aubin of the stream team production. Always fun to get some of the guys behind the scenes on the camera when possible.
Absolutely. An 11.48.
Okay, all right. I went out there and posted a 12 average, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go chase that. So let's go, Lucas.
Shout out, Lucas.
Yeah, also one of the on-site producers at the National Championship 2025. how did you enjoy Nats 2025? Like because it was a very different format.
Yeah, I mean, Nats 2025 was it was fun as a comp, but
Yep.
maybe a little bit hollow as a national championship. I think that's kind of my honest feelings about it. Because it was really, really fun to kind of go on stage and treat my official solves as like a performance for a live audience. But at the same time, it's like, given that, everyone was diverting all of their resources towards Seattle that year.
Right.
There
Yeah.
was a really kind of thin field, and
Not enough gas in the tank, perhaps.
yeah.
Interesting.
I felt like I got one or two unearned podiums at that competition.
Yeah, of course, it being in November also, and Rhode Island certainly being pretty far, especially from those us all the way out here in the opposite, literally the opposite corner of the country.
Right.
As we see Jason Ostiek, one of the delegates of this competition from Reno, Nevada, 1043. Great work from all the delegates. So you see all the pink and red shirts. Pink shirts are all the staff members who are helping us out here today. Red shirts are all of the delegates.
Yeah, a lot of really, really great coordination for this competition, it seems like.
Yeah, it's been a super competition in more ways than one, in both positive and perhaps challenging ways, so to speak. Of course, it's one of the larger competitions that we hold. 200 competitors is quite a lot, about pretty close to the capacity of this overall room. Pretty hard to hold larger than 200-person competition. If you're used to watching competitions from other regions, you might notice the competitors are getting up and down. That's something that we kind of have to do here just because the venues are so big and so expensive. Or rather, so expensive, and we have a lot of demand, rather.
Right.
That we just will not be able to get through a reasonable amount of events for everyone. And
Right.
yeah, as we mentioned at the jump, 15 events held at this competition. So pretty fun, pretty great way to start the year, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting change coming from a region that has been, shifting towards stationary competitors.
Right.
Because, and I think it's something that highlights kind of one of the big logistical issues of the WCA is that like cookie cutter approaches just do not work.
No.
Different regions have different needs.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And,
yeah, I mean that's a great way to put it,
Yeah.
and that's the exact impression I get. Okay, whatever. Forget
Yeah.
about us. Let's watch Max here. Color neutral solver, known for his relatively basic solutions, has been integrating more and more algs recently in years. Of course, not at the same peak rank wise, but still putting down some pretty good times. 531 was his first solve. Pretty solid looking F2L, and again, yeah, simple OL J-perm 545. I mean,
Yeah.
that is like the recipe to like a 5-second solve.
Right, yeah. And even if Max is, not at rank 1 right now, his longevity is absolutely, like, incredible.
I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. The way I see it is Max isn't getting worse per se. The rest of the field is just finally catching up to him.
Right, yeah. I think that's accurate. I think people have been caught up to him and have figured out the next step on the ladder and are reaching up there.
Yeah.
And Max is not doing that.
Yeah.
For
I mean, it's hard.
several reasons. It's hard. He has other priorities.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you can't. Max, who's been so dominant across 3 through 7, right, is now getting attacked by all fronts. Like, first we saw Nam take his world record last year, or sorry, 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
Right before NEC, but then where he dramatically got the world record mean back. 7x7, he's just survived a scare from
Right.
Ziyu Wu, that insane
Yeah.
table +2.
Right.
5x5 is now solidly looks like it's in Timon's hands. And then, of course, 4x4 wasn't even on the podium at the World Championship this year, even though that's like kind of been, one of the things he's been known for.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's very, very hard. But again, I think it's just the rest of the field, the hardware and
Right.
everything is finally
Yeah.
catching up.
Yeah, and with 4x4, I mean, of course, many people will rightly say that, it is a very luck-based event at the top
Yeah,
level.
of course.
But at the same time, 2 years ago it would have been, or like in 2019, for example, it would have been unthinkable for like Parodies to lose him a podium.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah. But of course, at the top, every single advantage you can get, you're going to want to grasp. Unfortunately, looking like not a great F2L here from Emo. Yeah, I mean, that was like 6 or 7 second F2L. Sorry, that was not even intentional.
I'm curious if Emil's color neutral, because I saw him do a green cross there, and that's a very uncommon thing to see from a solver of his era.
Yeah. I mean, nowadays, it's like the dual color neutral is king. I mean, you could argue that, like, color neutrality is just kind of like a dying sport. Your thoughts on this, I guess, as you've seen as the sport evolve.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting dynamic where people have sort of changed their framework for inspection.
Yeah.
From find the best thing to sort of understanding the trade-off between depth and
depth and breadth.
optimality.
if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think that sounds exactly right to me. Nowadays, like we're talking about like inspecting cross +3, where it's like, could you imagine doing that pre-COVID?
Right. No, absolutely not. Yeah, I think I mean pre-COVID, like cross +2 was considered like that was top solver exclusive territory.
Yeah, exactly.
We got a 572 for Max.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of top solver, we kind of chatted a little bit through that solve. Didn't look like anything particularly crazy to me. I mean, again, just amazingly solid fundamentals. I mean, Max is like a solver that you should learn from, at least in terms of his solutions if you're just getting started.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's interesting too because I think Max Park is kind of one of the people who really sort of underscores the really like fundamental basic style of CFOP.
Yeah.
At the top level, because like a lot of people will talk about like Yiheng as someone who has like really good like basic CFOP solutions, but he does so much black magic pair influencing that it is so cryptic. It's so hard to learn from.
It just doesn't make any sense. Like,
Right.
because like I can watch like Dylan Miller or like Brian Sun try and explain those solutions, and every single time, like, how did he see this? Like, this should not be possible for humans to see. And people
Right,
also talk
yeah.
about inspection depth being a little bit like being a computer. I don't know if I see it like that. To me, it's more like being a calculator.
Right.
I think there's like a little bit of a difference there.
Sure. But yeah, it's like every single time I see a Yiheng like pair influence, I'm like, is this a one-off thing he knows, or is there some underlying pattern I'm not seeing?
Right. Yeah. Comes down to like amount of practice. Like, is he just like seeing these cases over and over, which I'm sure like plays like a pretty significant factor. I mean, we're getting back to the look at a dying skill debate once again.
925 for Emil.
Yeah, that's gonna be a counting solve.
Same thing.
Although I did notice this solve was also on green cross, so I think that may suggest he is a
Interesting.
green dominant or possibly green blue solver.
Okay. I guess it makes sense. I mean, his name is Lil Lime Cuber.
That's true.
So you gotta. I like it. He's sticking to the brand.
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna brand yourself like that, you have to commit.
Yeah,
Like-
no, that's good. That's good. I like it. Even
Yeah.
if he was maybe like white, yellow, or something. Maybe he can do green and white because it's like
Yeah.
lime and lemon. Maybe.
Sure.
That sounds like a terrible idea. I would not recommend this to anyone watching. All right, now solve number 4 for Max Park. I mean, he's basically locked into a sub-6 average, which is so classic Max Park.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing it in round 1, how he got 605, that was actually pretty surprising, if anything.
Right.
Yeah, as I mentioned, because he started off with 488 as well. But yeah, this is definitely not the most important round of his life, so a sub-6 is perfectly fine here. I mean, should win him the competition by a country mile.
Right. Who would you say are the top contenders to also get on the podium with Max?
Yeah, Paul. So Paul is probably one to watch out for as Max gets 666 here. Paul is a really interesting solver because he's green cross only and is also like relatively simple in his solutions. What I think is really interesting is Paul is here for the big cube rounds.
Right.
Because he's a big cube solver. And I'm really interested to see how some of those results might affect his mental going to the 3x3 final as well.
Sure.
Yeah, other than that, we got a couple of other solvers here and there. I mean, Jacob Noakes himself has a sub-7 average, so he is in a little bit of contention. So yeah, we'll kind of be looking around that bubble as 3x3 finals will get started. That'll be much later in the day today. By the schedule I have here, that'll be about almost 6 p.m. tonight. Yeah, we just saw the replay of Max's 666 there. Last solve for Emil, I think coming up here. He's counting a 9. I believe he's also counting an 8 from solve 1. Right, 8.625. How could I forget? Camera getting a little bit of the way here. Looking just a little bit pausey here and there, but Abram to finish, which is a 7.89. He looks pretty jazzed about that. Oh no, he looks very happy
Yeah.
to get the 7.8.
Yeah. Perhaps securing a round advancement.
Oh, yeah.
Could be the.
Right, because only 3 rounds,
Point
3
of
by 3
order.
here, and only 16 competitors to advance. So, and he's definitely one of the favorites to make it into final. Almost kind of messed up the like the angle, which he was going to do the apron, or maybe needed a little extra angle to recognize. But overall, I mean, that looked like a pretty solid solve to me.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're in a position where you need to clutch rather than
Yeah.
the other way around, you know,
Yeah.
it's always even if you have a little bit of a blip in there, you know, always great to just get something that does the job.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, get the job done. I mean, that's what round 2 is all about, right? In this case,
Right.
it's like a semifinal round, so it has a little bit more weight on it, on that angle as well. Yeah, so we're just wrapping up 3 by 3 group round 2, group 3, excuse me. And after this, we will be transitioning into our 4 by 4 round, 4 by 4 round 1. We're gonna see some great solvers there as well. Of course, I mean, you just saw Max. You'll see Max again before we transition over. One of the things I love about like these local streams is that you don't see top people only. You get people who would otherwise not be able to be on the stream, either in the background or in the front or whatever.
Right.
Like, when does 18-second solver get to be on the stream, right? But this is
Right,
your time in
yeah.
the limelight.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
You can take this clip, share it with anyone.
Right. I think it's also a sort of a nice juxtaposition of how just like how insane it is what these top solvers are doing. Because and I mean, I don't say that in a way to disparage like an 18-second solver, of course. Like what they're doing is of course like also really cool, and they've had to practice a lot to get there. But I think showing that disparity is like it really puts it into perspective.
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like the amount of the amount that these top solvers have to exert to get there.
Oh, definitely. I mean, because if you're a non-cuber, right, how many times do we hear it, right? Like, I do like a 15-second solve in front of someone, and they're like, wow, you must be so good at math. And it's like, first of all, that is like a different thing. But also, like, you do not understand the gap between me and, like, even, like, Max. Or forget even Max. What am I saying? Like, me and, like, even, like, Dan, for example. Like, there's like, no comparison. The level, it definitely gets that much harder, right?
Right.
The final 1% is the hardest stretch. Here's a little replay of Max's last solve there. 6-6-8.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this is his second solve. Right, yeah, because there's that J
Yeah.
prime. 545. Very, very solid stuff from him. Oh, all right, the alternate angle. I like it. Oh no, this is the third solve. Yeah, I mean, just
Yeah.
pretty solid stuff from Max Park. That's 5.7.
I think these solves are really exemplifying his like really sort of ace in the hole skill of just having near optimal pair selection every single time.
Just being good.
Yeah. You
That's
don't,
what
you,
it
don't,
is.
you don't have to do anything that fancy if you're choosing the best pair every single time.
Yeah, I mean, his pairs are short. Once he finishes one pair, he knows what the other pair is going to be, which is not that hard of a skill. Obviously, it takes a bit of practice. But yeah, I mean, Max just performing at the highest level. Should compete later. All right, as we get started with 4x4, we're going to have a bit of a commentary change, so hang tight, everyone.
Hey, we're your Speed Cube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup Speed Cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
All right, everyone, we are back here at Super Duper San Diego 2026. Manu Singhal, Stanley has left us temporarily, but now we have the one and only Dan Pastushkov.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
How's it hanging, Dan?
It is a cold
It is
winter
cold.
morning here in San Diego.
It is, which is weird because San Diego's not supposed to be cold.
It was really nice yesterday for a good period of time, like while the sun was out, but the mornings here are a little rough. My hands were cold. I couldn't quite get in the groove. I saw some other people kind of struggling. Max was in my group. He was throwing some fives. I didn't pay too much attention to his average.
Yeah, so we just briefly had it, but he got 5-3, 5-4, 5-6, I believe, and then 6-6, 6-8.
Wow. Okay.
So pretty solid stuff from Max overall. Obviously, you don't really want to go 6-6, 6-8, but you know it is what it is. Max is in no danger of being knocked off of the podium or the win by any means whatsoever. Of course, we're going to see some great solvers. This guy is not one of them, unfortunately.
He is using a really cool cube.
Oh man, sorry, Lucas. I'm dogging on you because you're my guy.
I'm not gonna dog on that. Anyone that uses stickers is instantly gets a bunch of points in my book.
All right. Oh, 2GLO. He should. Oh no, it's not 2GLO.
Wow. So he was really looking at that case. I thought he was gonna go for the CLL or something. Whoa.
Bro, this is NPerm. What?
Oh, I'm
is
sorry,
he?
Lucas. And that's why he's my goat.
Oh, Lucas. But it's fine.
Look
You
at
know,
him. He's busy.
Lucas is busy. He's literally like competing while running this like stream. All right. So let's cut Lucas some slack.
Yeah, he doesn't have a warm-up cube. He just had a stack of scorecards.
Yeah. Indeed.
Oh, Kevin Hayes.
All right. Let's watch some great solving from the Big Cube great Kevin Hayes.
Debatably one of the best ever, or debatably the best ever.
Yes.
Definitely one of the best.
Oh,
ever
he's
to do
on
it.
he's on Big Cube Mount Rushmore.
Oh,
certainly.
yeah.
And he's getting back into like proper speed solving. Of course, he was an organizer for the World Championship, doing a lot of the behind the streams work.
It's a really good job. I
Yeah.
heard he did the lighting for Worlds.
Yeah. That's
famously picky about lighting. Definitely made it count when it needed to, and came through with some really good lighting for Worlds, and starting off with a 30 here.
Yeah, I mean 30 is going to be pretty far off of the pace. Not really what you would expect to see from Kevin. But we switch from one great to another, the one and only Maximus
Max
Park, as he's called here in around these parts.
A good start to 3x3, right into 4x4. He was in the last group of 3x3.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I don't imagine he had too much time to warm up, but he, I don't know. It's very fun to watch him solve.
Now, the reason why we have Dan on the broadcast here is because Dan is a 4x4 expert. So tell me what you're seeing, Dan.
Oh, expert's a big word, but I'm seeing that he's starting on blue. I'm not sure if that's what he usually starts on. I'm not big on watching people's reconstructions. It's something I should do more often, quite frankly. But starting on blue is interesting because, oh wow, and a 20 to start it off. That is
with that PLL
very
parity
solid time.
too.
Yeah, with PLL parity. Very, very impressive here for Max. Yao is an interesting method where pretty much everyone that I know, and maybe I'm wrong in this, maybe I'm simply misinformed, but it's one of those methods where you don't really bother with color neutrality. I know some people are dual neutral. I played around with dual neutrality. I didn't love it. I'm a white-only Yao 4 solver. I know there's people that solve in other colors, right? But you only really stick to one color. Now, we'll have to kind of follow along with Max to see if he does any other colors, because that start was, to me, kind of interesting. But maybe he saw something really good, and, I mean, clearly it worked for him. You know, a 20 is a very, very, very commendable time.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Max, I believe, has also started on white and yellow. I've definitely seen him start on white and yellow before, so he might be one of the few solvers in the world who can do it at such a high level.
On any color, not just white, yellow, yeah.
All right, here's Ann Lee from Bay Area.
From the Bay Area.
Yeah,
and I get put in the same groups pretty frequently. And Ann and Dan are hard to tell apart when you're hearing it from the waiting area. So we've had a fair few interactions purely based on that.
Solving each other's cubes ever?
No, we've never gotten
Okay,
that.
that's
We've
good,
come
that's
close, but never done it. That's why you always look at the scorecard when you sit down. That's a tech tip
There
for
we
those
go.
at home.
There we go. From the pro himself.
Clean through edges, right in a 3x3 stage, no hesitation. OLO parity at 24, and he looks to be on pace. Get there. Bang, 29.47 for N.
Yeah.
Ooh, he looked happy about that.
That's like a good solve, is that not?
I mean, that's a good solve for anyone.
Except for maybe
Except
Max
for
and
Max
maybe
and
Kevin.
Kevin, yeah.
No, yeah, good stuff from Ann. Just very solid through that OLL parity.
Yeah, super clean.
No PLL parity. Yeah, no weird lockups or anything like that. Just
A
solid
little bit
stuff.
weird on PLL, I will say, but I mean, 3x3 stage as a whole was really good. The transition from edges to 3x3 was just phenomenal. You know, saw the OLO parity well into kind of the end of F2L, you know, had time to kind of prepare for it, knew his OLL, went straight into his PLL. Very, very good solving there.
Yeah, I mean, and with 30-40 as his PR average, so he one solve in, pacing under that. Love to see it.
Good start. Kevin now, I believe, going for solve 2. We'll see what he does here. Kevin's interesting because I think he kind of mains his 6 and 7. He's always been one of the greats at 6 and 7. 4s, he's been behind on his 4 ranking as far as like world rankings go. You know, we did see him get a 30 on the first solve. So I'm definitely curious to see what he's going to do now. I have heard that he's been practicing, getting a little bit better at 4x4. His turning is so good. You know, he's pausing. Let's see if his turning can make up for it. He got to 3x3 stage around 19 or 20. With an OLL parity finishing around 26.
Yeah, no PLL parity and gets a 28. I mean, that expression kind of tells you how he's feeling. It's not really it. I mean, he's coming into this competition as the number 4 seed. 27.10 is his official PR average. So a bit off the pace from that.
Yeah, and
I mean, when you get a parity, it's like that just kind of like is a mood dampener. in
There's
and of
only
itself.
so much you can do. You know, I mean, they say if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a skateboard. And if
True.
that solve didn't have parity, it would have been a 26, right?
Right. All right, we got the double view for you here, Max Park on solve number 2.
Look at that, starting with yellow this time.
Yeah.
So he is doing some true color neutrality on 4x4. Very interesting to see. Oh, clean through edges. Weird last 2 edges case, and he gets the 3x3 stage around 15 or 16.
Yeah, gonna be
and a PLL parity. Wow, a 26. Oh, 625.
Nice.
Very nice solve.
Some fan service coming out from Max there a little
yeah.
bit. But yeah, again, so he's 2 for 4 on parodies, both of them being PLL parodies. I mean, if I want 2 parodies, they're going to be PLL parodies, definitely. And 2 20s for him to start things off.
Can I just say, that was one of the... He probably has one of the cleanest PLL parity executions I've ever seen. It's just incredible. You don't, like, you blink and you miss it. Quite literally, you blink and you miss it.
Yeah. I mean, and also, you mentioned he got to 3x3 stage at 15, so that was a 5-second 3x3, right?
Well, naturally, with parity.
With parity. So, like, who is emulating that? Like, we're not even coming close. I mean, just fantastic stuff. When we talk about parity, a lot of times, at least when, maybe this is like old knowledge, so maybe I can get updated on this. When we talk about parity, I've always thought of it as like each parity is like a 2-second penalty, basically. But for Max, that PLL did not look like a 2-second penalty.
Yeah, well, PLL parity is significantly less of a penalty, right? There's people doing it in like sub 1. And if you get like parity PLL stuff, a lot of the time you can plan your PLL to be kind of 1 alg, right? So you really lose about anywhere from half a second to maybe a second and a half on PLL parity. OLO parity is the annoying one. You're going to lose about 2 seconds on average, like 1.8, 2.5-ish seconds on average. So that's really the solve killer. PLL parity is a lot less so, but still, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, this solve for Ann just not really
man.
getting going. I feel like his edges were just not fully there. Edges, in my opinion, are the hardest part of this. Just so many pieces you have to be able to track, significantly more than in 3x3. That's double parity for him,
No, he
and
messes
messing
it
it up
up,
here
yeah.
too. I mean, it was gonna be, this time was not gonna count
gonna take the
anyway.
DNF.
So, and he's gonna do some comms to try and get this cube solved, or maybe not. Maybe he's just gonna
Wow.
just gonna go for it.
I mean, sure. DNF penalty is right. He came in hot with a 29 to start, chasing that sub 30 average, and this solve hopefully doesn't get into his head too much, right?
Yeah.
Getting something in the 40s when you're averaging low 30s is kind of discouraging enough, much less double
yeah.
parity, much less DNFing the PLO parity.
Right.
It took him a second to recognize the PLO. He thought it was J-Perm. It was J-Perm in the opposite. And then just getting there, but not quite,
Yeah, unfortunately, we see like two sides of the spectrum, right? There's like Max, whose PLO parity just looks like a normal alg and like is completely flawless, and then there's stuff like that, which happens honestly to the majority of solvers. I mean,
Right.
there's no one who like has never messed up a PLO parity before.
Of course, yeah. It's a complicated thing to understand, especially transitioning from odd cubes, right? You're looking if you're practicing 3x3, maybe even 5x5, right? You're not going to have these same cases. 6x6, I feel like it's typically a little bit slower. You have more time to think, but when
Right.
you're in 4x4, you're trying to rush everything so much and just get it done as fast as possible. You get to PLL, you're looking to recognize a regular PLL, and all of a sudden something just isn't right. It's like, okay, well, now what, right? And you kind of have to figure out what's the best way to do this so I don't get opposite corners, because that's the case you don't want to
Yeah,
have.
that is horrible.
Like, how do I set this up into adjacent edges? And then you got to sit there and think about it. And the difference between most people and someone like Max is he will insta-recognize a PLL just like, you and I will see a PLL on 3x3 and go, okay, this is what I have to do. I need to do half of a T-perm, do my parity, and then finish the T-perm, and that solves it, right? And it's not extra steps. It's not step 1 and 2. It is just the one thing that he has to do.
Right.
And that's kind of what makes him so good at that PLL parity is he doesn't have to think twice.
Yeah, you just lock and load and then just let her rip. And you know what? That's what impresses me so much about Timon. Because he's not just doing PLL recognition, he's recognizing ZBLL as well, right? And a lot of times when you learn to do ZBLL for 3x3, you're only recognizing 2 edges. Because you only need to recognize 2 edges. But in 4x4, that doesn't work. At least
Right.
certainly not to the same extent. You might end up with a weird nonsense parity, which happens to me an annoying amount of times. I cannot tell you how many times I'm like, nice, I'm gonna get a skip here, I'm feeling good, but then I'm like, darn, it's 4x4. I have to do U2 to make sure there's not edge parity on the opposite side.
I had the situation years ago when I was chasing sub 40. I got a 38-second solve. It was so good. It was so clean. It was overall PB. And then my judge DNF'd it. Lo and behold, I look at the back of the cube and I had adjacent parity.
Oh, man.
And here we have Max, 2051 and a 2062 to start. Pretty clean start for him. Let's see what he does
Yellow
in solve
again.
3. Yellow start this time again. So again, we see that, I guess, focus on dual color neutrality, white, yellow bias, but we did see him do that blue start.
And I mean, this is what Max is known for.
my God.
Just incredible edges. It's sub
Wow.
20. Oh.
No parity, 3x3 stage at like 14 or 15. Unbelievable. He does start his 3x3 with this cross solve. He's
Sure.
probably looking ahead from edges, which is insane. You got to think about
that
Like,
speed, at
yeah,
his
at
turn
that
speed.
because looking ahead into 3x3 stage, you're looking at wings, you're looking at pairs, right? You're looking at such a non-3x3 thing, and then you have to transition from that to just looking at these clumps of pieces as if it's 3x3. The skill it takes to do that and then get a 4 or a 5
Yeah.
is just insane.
Amazing. You're holding his nerve as well. It's not the same as turning a 3x3.
No.
The M layer is so much bigger. Everything is very, very different.
Yeah, and recognizing things. You're looking at edges with effectively texture,
Right.
It's a weird thing to recognize. And Kevin finally getting something closer to what he wants, 26.6. I mean, he's not happy. He's counting a 28 at this point.
Right. I mean, look, it's round 1.
It is round 1.
It's round 1 on a cold day. I actually think he did something interesting on that PLL there. So if the replay is available, would love to see the replay. I think he might have done some PPLL, which we saw Sebastian Wire do to clutch the World Championships last year.
We did see that. We've been seeing more of that. I got sent a video of Luke Garrett doing a really, really interesting one. People are using a lot of just thin M-slice stuff,
Ah, interesting.
I think it's becoming more popular.
Ah,
I'd love to see it make a comeback. Yeah, that Worlds
comeback.
moment was hype. Yeah, because people,
It was theory crafted, but not actually used.
It was. Well, some people used it. I've talked to Stanley about it. He's very familiar with all those algs.
Okay.
But for the most part, it doesn't really make sense to do that, at least in modern day, right?
Okay.
And then I was in the hotel room with a bunch of friends watching 4x4 finals on the TV. We knew we couldn't get good spots.
That place was way too crowded.
Oh, I bet. But 4x4 finals at Worlds was probably one of the best finals I've ever seen.
Oh, absolutely.
And all that for Sebastian to do the craziest alg I think I've ever seen on 4x4 on his final solve to win was just unbelievable. I learned it that day.
Oh, that
It was so cool because I wanted to do that. I wanted to be like him.
Dude, it's the world's effect.
It is.
I
the
mean,
world's effect.
I saw Theodore do a ZBLL, and I'm like, this looks so good. I have to learn this alg. And lo and behold, like it's an amazing alg. It's such a good alg. I think PLL plus parity is. If you're a betting man, I'm buying the stock of PLL plus parity.
Oh, yeah.
I think so many people are going to be watching that after Worlds because they know what kind of, clutch ability it has. And it's just like another feather in your hat, another tool in your toolbox that you can use when the time is right. It's a secret tool that we can use later, or whatever the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse meme is.
Honestly, it's just swag.
It's swag, yeah.
It just looks so cool.
That too.
All right, and Max, I believe going into solve 4, we're working with 2 mid-20s and an 18.
I mean, that white center looked largely complete already. I wonder if he's going to...
Oh,
no, just green.
Green start again.
All right, so yeah, there we go.
Interesting.
Some magic coming out from Max Park. Very fast centers. Looks like 8-second centers.
And his
from there.
recognition looks to be just on par with his white-yellow, which is ridiculous. So he's at 3x3 stage at 14 into OLL parity. Oh man, another high 20.
Looks like long last layer, unfortunately. So yeah, 20.81. It looks like he actually did pause a little bit in between the transition from edges into his 3x3 stage. But other than that, with OLL parity, he ended up getting a 20.
Yeah, that's crazy. And if we're talking, if grandmas were skateboards, right, that could have been something like an 18. That
Yeah,
was a slower
easily.
OLL parity. We have Kevin edge pairing. So we see how far behind he ends up. Behind Max he ends up. He ends up at 3x3 stage, like 3 or 4 seconds behind, with OLL parity again. And it looks
And
like
yeah, the Y perm PLL parity.
The Y perm PLL parity. One of the worst cases you can get, I would think, on 4x4 last layer.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very, very unlucky case.
It's super clumsy. It's the craziest regrip you have to do from the first half of Y perm, and then you're doing inside slices to then another crazy
yeah.
regrip to do RUF stuff again. It's something you definitely want to avoid if possible, but it's one of those situations that just kind of brings itself up when you least expect it.
Right. I mean, look, if you're like a newer solver, then actually it might be kind of good because at least you recognize the case, right?
Right.
But at this high level, like stuff like that is just not gonna fly.
So many moves. Yeah.
Too many moves, too awkward. Unfortunately, some awkward turning it looked like there for Ann. I could see him kind of miss like a U2.
And ended up at 3x3 stage at good pace, like kind of low 20s. And keep in mind with the cross solve, right? It should be a little bit quicker, but I saw a couple of parodies, just some locky turning, not what he wants. He's coming off of a 29 as a good start, and then that DNF, Just unfortunate average for Ann, but...
So where are we on Max's parity count? I think he's not had double parity yet, right? I think he's 4 for 8.
I think he's 4 for 8.
Oh, sorry, he's 3 for 8 because the 18 was no parity.
18 was no parity. You're
So
right.
3 for 8.
You're right.
So, pretty good. Like on the obviously average would be 4 out of 8.
Yeah.
So we're trending on the plus side.
So if we're talking average, we're in terms of pure numbers, we're gonna have to expect double parity on this solve, right? Unless he gets lucky, which is always a possibility, right? It's always 50-50.
3 out of 10. Oh, I'm taking that.
3 out of 10 would be an incredible result here for Max, and he's coming off some good solves, and he'll have the results to show for it if he ends up with 3 out of 10 parodies.
And
that's
too,
what he's hoping for.
I'll mention 3 out of 8. 2 of them are PLL. Right? There's only
That's
one
right.
OLL parody that we've seen from Max so far. He's locked into what looks like, he can get a 19 average. The sub 20 would be obviously fantastic. We'd love to see that. But he's going to need to beat 18.55 to achieve that. And looks like from this angle, I don't see any connected. Well, there's that. No, that's not even a yellow connected.
Oh man, this doesn't look like a good scramble. Unless he sees something on a different color or just has some insane solution. And okay, he goes for blue this time.
Yeah, wow.
Wow, so he's neutral on 4 colors.
Yeah, 4 different colors Max has chosen here.
And he's done, I think, all 4 of them in this average.
Yeah, I mean, that was that was 14 seconds.
He's in 3x3 stage at 13. Oh, well,
no parity, that's an 18.
He's
that's a
counting
sub 20
at 18.
average.
Wow, yeah. And Max here locks in BPA of 1989. Incredible performance.
Great.
And we were just talking about luck. 3 out of 10 parodies
3 out
for
of
that
10.
average. That's incredible, and only one of them being OLL.
Yeah.
You cannot complain.
That is some
cannot
great
complain.
Stuff. That's some amazing stuff coming out from Max Park. A sub 20 average, an 18-0 to clutch it.
Congratulations to Max. It's going to be a very, very solid average. I mean, he's there was no question on him securing first, and right, we have another round of 4x4, but that's definitely a good average to have just in the books.
You know, and more than anything, he's gone back for these WRs because he's lost both of them recently.
Did you see that?
I briefly saw it.
Kevin doesn't do the standard 4x4 peel parity alg. Right? You'll see most people doing the kind of slice U2 alg. Kevin does the big cube alg, where you do the double wide R2 prime, F2, U2, and then slice. Very interesting. I've seen some people do that, but it's not common that you see it. So definitely some like big cube influences. You can tell Kevin's not a 4x4 main, you know? He's good at 4x4 because he's a good cuber.
True, indeed. And yeah, I mean, we're going to get Kevin on the mic here just very shortly as we wrap up this group. One more solve for Anne.
PLL parity.
And that DNF2, which means that everything is going to count 35. So he's going to end up with like a 34 average or something, which is pretty far off from where he probably wanted to be. Should be into the next round pretty comfortably. 16 competitors will advance. Based on the psych sheet, that's a 33 average, but obviously everyone's not going to get their PR.
Right.
So we might see a little bit of movement here and there. All right, Dominic Shoji, I think, is going to close out this group for us. We're going to hit a quick group transition afterwards, and then we'll bring on Kevin and Alyssa to commentate the rest of 4x4 finals, and then I think I'm competing in Group 2.
So I'm competing in Group 3.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so you're going to get some time to practice, because we're going to watch Dan on stream, because Dan is actually a good solver.
Oh, boy.
Dan's going to razzle-dazzle.
We'll see. I've been on and off. I've been doing all right at home. I'm now global.
You've been
sub
grinding
30.
Mega, right?
I have been grinding Mega as much as I can, but 5x5 has been my serious grind.
For sure.
I locked in my first sub 1 average yesterday. It was
Let's go.
It wasn't great. It was a 59. I'm globaling 58 right now, and I know I could do a lot better. So I'm hoping for a good round 2. But 4x4 has been my kind of passive grind, and you practice 5, you get better at 4. So I'm globaling kind of mid 29s right now, and we'll see. Hopefully I can come off the cold hands and put together a performance.
Hopefully the little bit of commentary got some juice in you.
Woke me up. Yep.
There we go.
Coffee's hitting.
There we go. Excellent. I got to go get some coffee myself, but real fast, we're going to hit a quick ad break, then we're going to get back to some more 4x4 action. Don't go anywhere. This is Super Duper San Diego 2026.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Super Duper San Diego 2026. We are coming to you live. It's about to be Group 2 of 4x4. We just saw Max Park compete. I didn't actually see everything, so I don't know. It wasn't anything crazy, but it was just a normal Max Park 4x4 average.
Yeah, I saw I got 20, you got 19, and then the last all people were oohed, so I assume we got like
it was
16.
Like a low 18. It was an 18, actually.
Oh,
But
okay.
People oohed to the 1804.
18. I mean, what's world record average right now? It's like 18 high, right? Let me double check.
We'll double check.
I'm pretty sure. Tamon has both, right? Yeah.
Yes.
No, Max is 18.7. Right. Tamon got it. Max took it back 18.7. Sebastian, it's 19.6, dude. At the pace. All right, we got Paul here. Paul's 25-1 PR. Long-term competitor. Competes a lot. Got that World's WC 2023 towel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Everyone uses the comp towels has been like, I think that's the greatest addition to the goodie bag for majors is the towels because people actually use it.
They're actually good. Yeah. The Korea one is actually like really nice. Like it's actually like too big. It's like I have it in my kitchen because it's like a legitimately really
like
nice
a
towel.
kitchen towel.
And the World's one is like the 25 one was a little like smaller. I was like, oh, this is nice to put in my backpack. Oh, huge. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Paul is blue green. I was like, oh my god, huge mistake. No, 11-second flip. I'm definitely not the pace. I know you're averaging 25. Like the top guys are want to flip in 7 or 8, but Paul is looking to flip in 10 still. Although last layer 21. Smooth solving, not rushed.
It's a solid 26.75. It's a good thing to open up the average.
Yeah.
Your PR is 25.
I mean, Paul is like competes quite a lot. Oh my god! Wow, holy. Paul had like 40 4x4 rounds in last year. Like especially for a round like an event like 4x4 where it's to get a good average, you're just like I'm just gonna compete a ton and execute every single time. So that way, when I get my 3 out of 10 or better, it's a good average and I don't waste it. So like 4x4 especially like. At the level, like Paul's at the level where you still could like drop enough time to just guarantee beat that every single time. But when you're kind of at that, like I've been competing a lot, I'm not like grinding it out at home. It's just like some of these averages you just can't get PR because you're gonna get like 8 out of 10, and that's just like this do be how it is. But all that's also at like the 25-second range. Like I know what these top guys are getting 22 with 10 out of 10, so like obviously you can go a lot faster, but. That's a bit different of a mountain to climb.
Notably on this solve, the judge is Graham Siggins, who did an insane thing recently.
He competed in Scube. I was questioning the decision there.
That was not what I was referring to, but yes, also competing in Scube when you're world class at multi-blind is an interesting choice.
Just like
but you could also
destroying
be
your brain.
a world class blinder and then become Scube world champion. That has also happened in cubing world.
That was more, I think Stanley was an okay scuber and a great competitor, and the rest of the good scubers did not compete well on that day in Korea when Stanley won Scube Worlds. But yeah, Stanley recently, what did he get, 320? Did he get 320 out of 350? His multi-blind.
Graham.
Yeah, sorry, Graham. Early December, the video premiered last week, 320 out of 350. Multi-blind over was it like 11 hours.
It was too long.
Woke up on New Year's Day. Graham was the live stream was going. Graham was standing in front of his cubes. Went back to sleep, took a nap, did some cubing, turned it back on. Graham was still standing in front of his cubes. Nothing has moved. Like it's been like 8 hours. But yeah, new unofficial world record. Really goes to show if you're aware of your cubing lore. Multi-blind old style, which was relegated well over a decade, 15 years ago, was you could do as many cubes as you want, and you got 10 minutes per cube.
Yeah, it would have ruined everyone's life if Graham tried that officially.
It would obviously needed to go because like Graham with 350 cubes, that's 3,500 minutes. Like he still had like he could have gone to sleep. He could have had like someone asked in chat like how many do you think you could do old style, and he's like a few thousand because there's no longer a time. Like there's basically no time limit. 10 minutes per cube is like.
Just sit there for
trivial.
a week memoing.
I mean, we just saw Charlie Eggency memo to cube in 4.2. Like.
Yeah, it's been a big weekend for cubing news outside of this competition. We've got a 3-blind double world record and notably 3x3 average world record.
The year of Xuan Yi has started out. Honestly, it's gonna be. It's like we're January. It's like this is a perfect storyline of like. This is the year, Xuan Yi. He's about to like go bonkers. Also, like, I am a huge BPA talker hater, but like, because it's a cope super hard. But like, in round one, he was like on pay. Like he he had a chance for high 3 average, and then in round 2, he just got a high 3 average. Like, when you're someone who actually does execute under good solves, it's mean. Oh, nice trick from Paul there. He did unfortunate end, but we saw a nice trick on the OLO there. He forced one of those. Let me just pull up the replay real quick. We got it. Let me just double check. Make sure we got one. He does. Yeah. So in this case, it's pretty common on these OLO cases, like you have your setup into OLO. Like you can do an easy OLO into OLO parity, and then you skip. You just skip, but like you did an OLO. So instead of doing OLO parity and then a harder. Like that case, he's gonna do OLO parity and then get a pi ZBLL. Since Paul doesn't do full ZB, like if you do full ZB, you should just do OLO parity and pi ZBLL. But like if you don't, you can do anti-soon and then OLO parity, which is much faster than the pi case. That's like definitely some 4x4 specific trick. People like Paul is showing that he's very studied on 4x4. It's definitely his main event. But like you'll see 4x4 specialists do that aren't as. You won't see Taman do that. You definitely won't see Max do it just because Max is likes to keep things simple. But Taman knows full ZB. He's not going to do it. All the other guys will know full ZB. Felix won't do that stuff. But like a Sebastian type is like, okay, Sebastian literally just like his skill on 4 is extremely outlier. And he's like, oh, I know there's all these weird tricks that are only good if you don't know full ZB. But like you want to skip stuff on 4x4.
The amount you could know about 4x4 last layer is maybe unlimited. Like, it's just wild to think about.
Oh, you want to understand how little you know about 4x4 last layer? Sit next to Sebastian for like 5 minutes, and he'll be like, "Oh man, oh what? Okay, actually no. It's the classic thing on the internet. If you want to get the right answer, confidently state the wrong answer. Sit next to Sebastian and solve 4x4 for 5 minutes and have him watch you, and then you'll get. I mean, like he'll eviscerate you, but you'll learn a lot. Be like, oh my god, Kevin, that was so bad. Like, no.
That's how I learn everything in cubing. I just do it wrong in front of people, and then I learn new things.
Oh, and then Sebastian will practice 4x4 next to you, and he'll be like, oh my god, that one should have been a 13. And I'm like, true story, at Worlds on like Saturday morning, he's like, oh my god, that should have been a 13. And I'm like, what are we talking about, 13?
But yeah, going back to Joigny, I think everyone thought and knew he was coming for that, but did you think it would be this soon?
No, I mean, yeah, this is crazy. We haven't seen the full average. Like, he did, obviously the last solve is 3.3. You're not going to get 3.3 without a lucky case, so it's expected, but the ZBLL, a couple times now, his world record single, ZBLL slowed him down, because I think he got the default case. And it didn't matter, because his 3.3 was, he got his best possible with a fair margin, but his last layer was anti-soon, no AUF. Pretty good ZBLL.
Okay, we have Paul Mavi on his third solve.
That was smooth. 9 flip. Nice stuff from Paul. Good. Wow, 16 redux. Let's get through either stage. A little fumble there. Hard to execute and still solid solve. Very nice. 24-1 with PLL parity. Really good redux. A 16 redux into 24 without PLL parity is pretty solid. That's a mid-6 without the parity, and Paul probably wants to be a little faster. He has a 6-second average on 3x3. You probably want to be hitting those low 6s, high 5s, but great solve, smooth stuff. Couple small fumbles in execution, but that's really getting warmed up. Maybe people's hands are a little tired from yesterday. But yeah, no, Schwenny, we're weekend one. Not a lot of comps last weekend, I feel like, because it's the new year. This is the first big weekend of competing, and Schwenny's oh, nice solve, 22. Obviously, looks like a good one based on the reaction. Yeah. Oh, one of those. Yeah, it was obviously Yiheng just blitzes TPS and has decent solutions, but they're too long. How long is this gonna stand for? If we're at Worlds and we're oh, Yiheng needs to win because he's not going to be able to win in Sweden. Well, TBD Sweden at the time, but it was the most non-known Worlds announcement. I didn't know it was going to be Sweden, but they said Sweden. I was obviously.
Yeah.
But Yiheng needs to win. Schwenny's going to catch him. But yeah, it's been 6 months and he's already.
Yeah.
He's caught. I guess what's the what was the time? 3.8, right?
3.8, yeah.
So like it's not like Yiheng is out of the game either. Like Yiheng has multiple sub 4 averages. He gets low 4 constantly. Like Yiheng can definitely take back, especially because like I don't think like Xuanyi has been getting some pretty good like luck. Like his like world record single, a little lucky. Like that last solve to that 3-3, like it wasn't some miraculous showcase of skill. It was like, oh, I have this really good best possible, and then I got any-soon PLL skip.
Yeah.
Well, he knew he was gonna like. But very, like, even I know pure any-soon's gonna PLL skip. Like, but like Xuanyi knows them all, and like he's on such a good pace. He hits ZBLL at like mid 2. Like he's probably gonna clutch out this world record in most cases, but like he doesn't have to prove it there. He just gets a nice case and closes it out. I don't think he was gonna have a problem. He's a good competitor. He competes very well. Like obviously he was disappointed in the world second place, but like he got 4-4 in the final. He's not slouched. He just like he did well. It's like there's no shame at that point of like you just did well, but you got beat because the best guy in the world did better. Like
Is a classic moment of looking at him being so disappointed and being like, well, 6 months from now you'll have world record. It'll be all okay then.
I'm like, you're 8.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
6 months from now you'll look like completely different because you're 8 years old, and so.
Yeah, so that picture of him,
Yeah.
you're like, oh right, 6 months of aging and this kid is like significant. It's like 5% of his life.
Yeah.
All right, Paul on Redux at 20. He's gonna need a miraculous no parity solve. Oh, I got the exact same OLL as solve 2 with the any-soon OLL skip. Double parity there, brutal.
Oof.
That's gonna be like this average is over. Like that 4 solve was a chance for him to kind of bring it in and like have a shot at a good average with another low 20, but you kind of 32. I mean, best possible is 27.5, which I mean, like especially at comps like these, especially in January, you do really want to focus on the process and just executing well, and then it'll happen. Like here at a comp like this, I'd say it all the time, but it's very important. Like it's better to solve well and get unlucky and get a bad time than it is to solve poorly and do well. If you're at Worlds, you don't care.
No.
Just give me that. Just I'll solve terribly and get a good time any day of the week at Worlds, but like. Yeah, here it's just about, like, you really want to focus on that process. So let's see if Paul can get that BPA 27.5. You want to keep your yearly average low. Like, a good metric for how you're doing in the year is, like, keep a track of, like, your rolling competition averages to, like, really see kind of what's expected where you're at. And, like if we're looking at, like, psych sheets for competitors, like, when we do stream prep, you pull up, okay, what do they average all year?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I don't really care about, especially in the sprint events, the shorter events, like I don't really care about someone's PR. Like we have no idea what happened, or like
Their 2x2 PR single from 10 years ago.
okay, 2x2 PR single. I mean, even like 2x2 PR average, like,
Yeah.
or like even like here's a good example. Like Pure Mix really showcased it. Like it took sub 2 to make Pure finals at Worlds, and then like only like a couple people got sub 2 because the semifinal scrambles were just ludicrously
Yeah.
easy, and like. Sub 2 is like a good PR average for a lot of people. Like half the Worlds final was PR in the semis, and it's just like, oh, what if you didn't go to Worlds and now your PR looks slower, but like you're not worse. You just didn't get this 1 in 100 set.
Yeah.
So, especially the shorter events, which are dependent on competing a lot, like you want to see someone's consistent averages. You see a Sujan who gets sub 1 and then get sub 1 again, and sub 1 again, sub 1 again. You're like, oh, wait, this kid's really fast. You didn't just get like one dumb PR average. Oh.
A 26 here, which is counting because we saw a 24 earlier that they were super happy about. So
I don't know
that's
if we
a great
have,
thing.
fortunately, all the time. We'll see definitely one more.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Xuanyi Yiheng. We got some. We're gonna get some streamed head-to-head matches in that.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's like an 800. It's the biggest. Apparently, it's the biggest open, like non-championship ever. There's an 800-person open in China coming up with head-to-head finals. Taman's gonna be there. Xuanyi Yiheng's gonna be there.
Fun.
That'll be very, very exciting. Like, Taman, it's gonna be like Taman's gonna absolutely actually. Never mind, I forgot Taman. There's like so many good Chinese kids. I was like, Taman's gonna blitz the 3rd place match after losing to Xuanyi. But like,
Maybe
sorry
not.
Taman, but we just saw him get wrecked in Monkey League.
We did see that, yeah.
Xuanyi Yiheng best of 5 is like, that's gonna be monstrous. That's going to be a good one. All right, Paul here with a chance to secure a decent average. You really don't want to get into that mindset where like you're like it's over, like PR or bust. PR or bust is like the worst mindset ever because like PR is going to happen. PRs, you really, when you get very experienced, PRs need to be a process, like a result of a process, not a goal. Like, because like, let's say you're here and you want to do well. Oh, gross. Another Ola parry. Rough on the parity count, but still executing well. Double parity, good execution though. Nice execution on that. 28-3. Based on his standards, still just a little slow with the double. Probably only getting 27 doubles, but not bad. Well, yeah, you're going to be at NAC this summer, and, like, you don't know what everyone else is getting, what that 10th means. Like, every second counts. Like, you can't just be – if you're PR or busting, it's like – it really sets yourself up for terrible championship performances, like, later down the line.
Yeah, I think we do maybe see a year of Yiheng and Xuanyi trading
Just
records, maybe.
Well,
trading, definitely going back and forth. Like, it's really cool now to just have the two of them, like, actually. It's a toss up anytime.
There's also just like straight up. Okay, we got Solve 5 from. You know who this is?
Do we have a competitor card for this competitor?
Oh, you get 26-24. Seems to be on a good start. And also, like, there's kind of this, like, in my mind at least, very clear, but maybe hidden race of, like, once head-to-head gets going. Okay, Jack won Stewart. Oh, wow. Okay, so Jack is counting a 26. Like, oh no, the wheels are falling off. The wheels are falling completely off. 18-second flip. Oh no. Yeah, that's like when you know Jack knows he's doing really well because like, oh no, Jack, 30-second redux. He's got 24 and then he also got 30. Yikes. Okay, well, probably gonna lock up the worst possible average.
The dangers of
getting a little too jazzy.
Yeah, getting a little too excited happens to the best of us.
I'm very excited for like there's also this race. 3x3 single world record is like quite slow, like relative to the skill of the top players, and like sub 3, like so we could probably see a sub 2 at some point maybe, like they've been done before technically, so like we will get one eventually, but sub 3 is the last second barrier for like probably a decade, and like there's like a like non-trivial amount of just like fame and money attached to just like getting that 299 before the other person, because like that's just going to be a huge story and in the news, like in the news everywhere, and that video is going to get 5 million views on YouTube, and like these head-to-head finals, like I'm really excited to have some head-to-heads because like world record's going under 3 guaranteed now with head-to-head format, which would be very exciting. Like, and then like I would love the dream as like a media junkie is like Yiheng Xuanyi head-to-head, and like it happens during one of their matchups, not like Yiheng just dumpstering some round 1 like scrub, like just like Yiheng Xuanyi one of them gets the 2, and it's like, oh, actually media junkie, they both get 2s.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And, like if it's easy, it'll be an easy scramble. They'll both see it, and they both get 2s, and one of them gets a faster 2. Imagine getting the second 2 ever and losing.
Again, it was. I mean, that was like at Worlds. It was like Timon puts down his average, and you're like, this was the first sub 5 average
in Worlds finals history,
and you're gonna get 3rd.
And there's like no way ever you win.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, good job, Timon. Yeah, you're so getting 3rd. Like, sorry, like unless some disaster happens, like especially because like we're watching World Finals and we like this is an easy set for White. Like it's not like, oh, Timon picked blue every solve. Like maybe he's got a shot. Like if they catch him, it's like this is an easy set for White. Like no way. And then yeah, he like, and he lost by like 0.4. He got 4-8. What did he get 4-8 in final?
Yeah, he lost, and it wasn't close.
It wasn't close.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Which is wild. Like to just even.
I know, and Timon like Timon all around had like the best competition out of anyone. Like he podiumed in 3-7. That's so hard in this day and age. Like it's like really a testament to like Timon's the best competitor in the world. Like I would say, and I don't know what Yiheng and Xuanyi are capable of at home exactly, but they don't do enough events for me to really note that. And also in 3x3 it's a little different. It's over so fast. Like Timon's very, very capable, obviously, but also the times he puts up in competition consistently relative to what he's capable of that ratio is incredible. Like, no one just comes in and does well every single final.
Breaks world record in 5x5 finals at World Championship.
And he did bad in 4 final, and he got 3rd, and like that was the one, that was the only one he did bad in, and honestly he was getting rough parity counts at the start, and then he actually, when he, I remember commentating it, he got the no parity and he got 22, and it's you got to get 18 on that solve, you have to, you got it, you actually aren't getting a bad parity count anymore, you have to get the 18s at the end, and but even then, quote unquote disaster struck, and he got a 21-second average 3rd place.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Because even Max is an extremely good competitor as well, and Max had disaster strike in 4x4 and he got 6th, and that's a normal disaster versus Tamana is just that good of a competitor that even when he does poorly, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, and that's what you need. That's what you want, obviously.
Yeah, we got Zach Miller in the background, our MC from an interviewer / MC from Cubing USA, Rubik's X the Cubing USA All Stars Nationals 2025.
Just a dream as a commentator to say the name of the competition. This competition is the dream to say. Welcome to Super Duper San Diego 2026.
It's super duper.
It's a super duper day.
I thought it was Super San Diego, and I was like, okay. And then once I realized it was Super Duper, I was like, this is just too funny. I love it. It's so funny.
Great competition name. Shout out to the organizers. It has been a great competition.
Oh, it's been great, yeah. I'm excited for later today. Got half the competition in the books officially.
Yeah. We're about to roll over groups here. We're just finishing up 4x4 round 1, group 2. We'll go into round 1, group 3. There are 3 groups of 4x4.
That is how numbers work.
We'll pull up who we're about to see in this next group. Kate Graham, Jacob Noakes, coming up in this final round of 4x4.
Oh, Kate, not for 4x4, but Kate I'm excited about for 7x7. She's been on the grind, because I went over and looked at her session and I was like, 156 average of 12, pretty good. And I looked down and I'm like, 154 average of 100.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh,
and what's her
she got PR yesterday, 158.0.
Okay.
In a classic Kate fashion. She's like, every solve was bad. And I'm like, maybe we should do something about that. She's improved so much in her, at-home skill that, her getting PR and, a 58 is, a 54 average of 100 is really good. She has a 53. She on the session, she had, a 153 average of 12. And I was like, wow, this is, really high quality. Especially, I was just watching her do... I haven't watched too much of her solving, but I was watching her do just her Yao edges on 7. I was really impressed with
now calling 4x4, round 1, group 3. If you are in 4x4, round 1, group 3, please submit your puzzle.
So yeah, Kate's not a 4x4 expert by any means, but 7, honestly, it's interesting because she's the only... I was asking about 6x6 results also, and she's like, oh yeah, still high teens, and I was like, she's the only Yao person I know that's better at 7 than 6 now, which is so rare.
Interesting, yeah.
No, it's mostly it's just because the centers and the cross edges and while I was seeing her do it, it's very smooth. So that'll be later tonight. I don't think she's gonna take out Max.
I don't think so.
No one's going to take out Max.
Not anytime soon. But Max yesterday notably was just noting that he has the same, his 7x7 PR is the same as the 6x6 world record from 10 years ago.
She was telling me, and I was like, wait, exactly? And he's like, it's the same, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh no, Max's time is faster.
Of course. He wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't.
Of course not. I thought it was the exact same to the 100. I was like, I didn't know that. That's funny. That 7x7 world record singles, down to go, obviously. I mean, ZU notably sloppily missed it with a timer +2, but I mean, it's one of those timer +2s that, you were just lazy stopping the timer and you got punished for it. Normally you did get unlucky. Normally you do a lazy stop and you do not get punished for it. But like in that instance he did. And like, yeah, just clean that up, no problem. But like, Max, what's world record mean? 136? Like 132 is pretty slow for 136. Like a respectable 7x7 world record single at this point is 129, I'd say. And like, that would be, I think, good for Max's capabilities. Like 6 single is good. It's 57. Like that's, for Max, that's good. Like 57 is way better than 132.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't know. Max was not doing too hot in 7 yesterday. I don't know if he's been practicing as much. He was really practicing a ton in the fall. He really wanted to do well at nationals, and did, and was very well at nationals, especially 5x5. But I don't know. Max is definitely like he's like done everything there is to do and accomplished everything he wants to accomplish, and like it's obvious like he's on, like, while still at the top, he's obviously on the back half of the career. Like, it's very just like, does he feel like it? Does he feel not like it? If he feels if he grinds 7x7 for a couple months, he could probably roll in and get a 129.
Yeah.
Or
it's a little bit gravy mode for him at this point in his career, for sure. And you can see it when he's like showing up to competitions and the way he's like carrying himself.
Yeah. And just getting a 145 7x7 mean like a total scrub, you know? Just like Max on his unpracticed bad days, everyone else on their very best day ever. Yeah. Like, where it's like, oh, he got a 148, like, it's over. Go next. Like, but we'll see. Like, 6x6 was pretty solid yesterday. 10.74. And mean is 105. Although I watched that video, I was like, he got 4 out of 6. Was it 5x6 parodies on that world record mean? It was very high. And I was like,
what happens?
I was like, whoa.
It's not,
You got like 56 reduction like 3 times in a row. Like, what's going on?
If you just finished your 4x4 average and you are not judging.
This is Liv Cloverdale, and I just got a note that she recently finished her master's in quantum physics, which is crazy in its own right, but she also apparently is only 18 years old and did that. So
yeah.
You know, just casual, normal things.
Cubing is a side quest.
It's the side quest.
The side quest of cubing.
You'll see her PRs there, 54 single, 105 average, and we'll see how she's feeling today and where she's landing recently.
She skipped that edge? Okay, good. She skipped the edge. She got a blue red was fixed, was solved. This one seems on pace. Finished his last 3 cycle. Redux not there? Redux at 51. I wonder what are 3x3 stages?
Dreaded OLL parody. Ruins everything.
Well, she does lefty double flicks. It's way faster if you do the proper double flicks. Notably, like, all right, 111. A little off her pace, but not a bad start. No, the lefty double flicks is like, it's the classic Max, like Max not doing them is like, I've never seen anyone. I guarantee you could have like, this would be a fun like competition. Get all the fastest turners in the world and like be like, do OLL parody without double flicks, and Max will probably clear everyone by like half a second. Like,
for sure.
It's so crazy. Like, Sebastian might win regular, but then like if you're like, oh no double flicks, it's like, oh no.
It would also just take extra concentration to remind yourself
not to do it.
Yeah,
Right, you've been doing
like muscle memory.
All those guys have been like, they've literally executed OLL parody double flicks like thousands of times. Like, and you see it, like, they're so comfortable on it. Like, you see it on 6x6. Like, Timon executes it. I mean, Timon's execution on big cubes is crazy. Like, he rips. Big cubes are very nice now, especially the new 6. But like, he will rip ZBLS, ZB cases with D moves, like no modifications. He's doing the 3x3 cases and he nails them like every time. It's very impressive and very difficult to do. Oh, nice start from Kate. Oof, rough centers, but flip at 11. Okay, not bad. This is what you see in people who aren't like 4x4 specialists. You see a lot of rotations during your edges.
27.5.
I mean, that was
What's
just got really lucky through either stage.
why do you see the rotations?
Oh, because like, so the thing is like on 4x4 when you do your first 4 edges, especially, you do an offset move and then you set everything up to slice back, and like, and so you want to have it's if you're even a mid high level solver, you have the piece you're solving in front of you, and that's just totally unnecessary. Like, there's not that many pieces on the 4x4. It's not that hard to track, and like Sebastian was even like acting like this is, I'm sure it's accurate, is like a very basic thing is, first of all, you need to be cycle. You need to be able to cycle left and right. Like, why even rotate it? You can just stick stuff right in the back. Like you don't see these top guys rotate on edges, because you should just know how to insert both orientations in the back. You should be able to do everything. Like, you should be able to understand how the cube works on the back, versus like on big cubes, on like a 6 and 7 especially, like, yeah, it is probably better to be able to do that, but it's very hard, and the gains are very, very minimal, and like maybe not worth it at this level for everyone. But like on 4 it's so easy, so that like, whoa, interesting. Wait, that was very interesting. That was a really tricky. That was actually very interesting. Do we have a replay on that? Preetham, do you need a replay on that solve from Dan? Like, I want to see the OLO case if we, okay. He did an OLO, because I've been talking about the OLO cancels with OLO parity, but like, he did one that I just didn't use. It was like a slice. He did like a M slice parity flip. It was very weird.
Well,
And then he got a headlights. You got a U ZBLO. And then he didn't do the ZBLO. And then he did, I don't think he did. Like, that was interesting. I'm just curious. We got Noakes up. Noakes notably comes to a ton of competitions and says he's retired every single time.
I've never heard anyone do that before.
That'd be embarrassing. Who would do that? Who would retire twice and then be cubing 10 years later? All right. Noakes to the 26 PR. Oh, that was tricky. Our 4x4 knowledge is lacking, because he did something that I don't think was actually that tricky, but I'm like, what was that? Rough case. You can also, that is the, you can cancel that OLL case. That's, it's not good.
32 double parity. So a little lucky on the execution at the end.
I mean, 32. At this level, you should never be over 30, no matter what happens. Like,
Yeah.
15. Ooh, first cross edge at 15. This is a disaster. Yeah, I mean, 29, no parity.
Hold on.
I mean, like, you get no parity. It's like,
Yeah.
like 29 no parity at this level is like, that is a disaster solve. Like, because like, yeah, getting your good average on 4x4 is like, you need, usually how it goes, unless you're gonna get crazy lucky, you need to get one really good solve that can eat the double parity, and then you count, like, you get 2 no parities, and then you count one of them, and they both need to be good.
Yeah.
And then you get some crazy average. So you can't be getting your bad solve. You can't be getting your worst solve that had no parity in it.
Correct. Emily Newen has a 30.4 average, so sub 30 barrier.
Coming up. Oh, if we get no parity, we're gonna probably get sub 30 on this one. Interesting. She picked. Maybe she knew, but she picked. Most people, I think, at least I'm pretty sure, when you have one edge solved, you do OLO parity to force opposite edges, and she picked adjacent.
Interesting.
But she did get 6 move P.
Usually pick adjacent as well. But
You don't know all the
that's
OLLs.
just because of my OLL knowledge.
Like, I'm assuming most people know the full OLL set.
You'd be surprised.
At least you don't pick. Usually you don't force a dot. So.
Yes, I know enough to not do that.
All right, Dan's up here. Solve 2. Was it 26 in the first one? Little bit of pauses on. Yikes. 14 for cross edge. 13 flip is. just fumbling his execution. Oh, nice inserts in the fancy F2L. Double insert in the back. Although I'd probably say if you're double inserting the back, it might be worth it just to rotate. Unless like you really are confident in it, because he did like okay, if like you were definitely confident, if you're like Taman, you'd probably do it. But like he kind of fumbled it, it would have been probably cleaner and easier. Although it is January, you should be practicing these things in comp if you're gonna do them in August.
This is the time for that like extra discipline to be like, okay, this is gonna feel a little bit weird. But I'll do it.
You need to be, no, I think it's actually, no, I retract my statement. If this is at Worlds, it'd be a difference, but like, you can't be doing things for the first time in August. Like, you gotta be practicing the weird stuff now. All right, Kate and Noakes.
Both of them had a little bit of a disaster on the last solve, so looking to bounce back.
Overhead. I feel like 4x4 is the one where like you see the big cubers just get left in the dust by the people who actually practice 4x4. Like,
yeah,
because like I watched Kate do this and like it's almost interesting because I'm like, why aren't more pieces solved? Like, we're 8 seconds in, what's going on? Like, it's just like the efficiency like required, like the big cubers mentality is like you don't, like 4x4 is at the top level is like more optimized, like you really need to be doing a lot at all times, and like it's just not true on 6 and 7 and 5 until you average 35. Like, so like you just don't think about it, and then you watch like Sebastian solve and you're like, oh, he added this back move and this F move in centers, and then he solved both of them at the same time, and then he predicted first cross edge, and like, oh, and all of a sudden all the centers are done.
I would love to play a game where it's like you see it, reconstructions of 4x4 solves, and it's like, is this a big keeper?
It's probably pretty easy. The move count's gotta be so much high. Move count's so high. Like the like 5, 6, 7 people are just like, yeah, I can do things one at a time. It's fine. And it's like, no, it's 4x4. You actually cannot. It's not allowed anymore. Like, oh yeah, actually, on Taman's 31-second 5x5 average video, like, it's not 4x4 style, like, impossible. It's relatively, it's, like, straightforward in the way where, like, it's very fancy and he does tons of incredibly advanced tricks and stuff, but, like, it's not as much to do advanced tricks to do multiple things at the same time. It's to do the default steps way faster than you normally would. Well, on 4x4, it's like, you kind of got to be doing multiple things at the same time.
You just had Emily there. It's going to be tough for that sub 30 barrier we were talking about for her, and then now we've got Dan.
Yeah, rough on the last one. See it bounce back? Ooh, save that cross edge or maybe just skipped it. Oh, double rotation pause. Oh,
27-3, not the cleanest solve.
It was just a missed opportunity. Like, I think he skipped that white cross edge, and then he got handed not too bad at edge cases and just hit the. You get the skip, and then you hit the panic button. And all of a sudden, the skip is bad. All right, nice stuff from Noakes. 10 on the flip, much smoother. Noakes is actually like, I've noticed on his solving, he's one of the few people that turns appropriately for his speed. Like, he does not overturn, which is such a common problem. Misrecognition that PLL, but not bad. 26-3 with OLL parity. It's right around his PR, right where you want to be. Good stuff. But yeah, if you're looking at someone, if you want to look at someone who, how fast should you turn, and you're like that mid-top solver, Noakes is a good example because his speed is earned. He's not being held back by his TPS, and he's not rushing, which is hard. Like, if you're watching Taman's 31-second 5x5 average video, like, he's the only person in the world that's allowed to turn that fast. Like, you are not Taman. You do not need to turn this fast. You are being held back by turning this fast. Like, this kid is busting out the cleanest execution ever on this TPS, and so it's earned and he can do it. Like, you were probably more like Noakes, who like it turns well, but like is appropriate speed. Same with watching Yiheng. You are not Yiheng. Do not try to be Yiheng.
Very few people are Timon Kolshinsky, Yiheng Wang, or Max Park.
That's for sure. To be fair, Max is not someone to model your like technique off of.
No.
Or ZU, if you're a big cuber. I don't think edge pairing on M is a good idea after your cross is done. All right, Kate, 12 flip. Okay, good execution at the end there from Kate. When Kate is smooth, her turning speed is like really appropriate for her practice smoothness. Where like I'm like, whoa, this is good and smooth. She's like, this needs a little bit of that calmness and calm, and then it'll be really like right on. Then like I think she's got a lot of time to drop, just focusing more on the competition nerves and like mentality. Not even nerves sometimes and stuff like this. Just like reproducing that flow you kind of have when you practice.
Yeah, the environment and just not letting the environment change
Too much.
how you're solving too much.
Well, the environment's going to change, and like you just need to practice the change in
Yeah.
environment. You need to actually do competition reps at home. You need to build a scramble robot so that you don't have to scramble your own cube when you practice.
I know, but then you come to the competition, you have to scramble your own cube, and then you get tired.
Honestly, it's been brutal. My hands are so tired. I haven't scrambled my own cube in weeks. Dan here with what looks to be his last solve.
168.
I think
Then I'm going to swap out for your...
fourth, actually.
We're swapping
the
out for his
scorecard.
other after. You're right. This is fourth solve. Okay. Ooh. Another tough start to edges, but at least he didn't do 2 rotations this time. He did the... If you're going to make... Oh, rough execution, too. No. Oh, no.
What?
Don't do that. That's terrible. Oh, no. Don't do that. So he had pure Olo parity. Unless he recognized that it was not going to be double parity, which maybe he did. Actually, he might have. I was like, because I don't think he got PLO parity, right?
No, he did. He did though. Yeah.
He got PLO parity
Yeah.
after that?
Yeah.
So extra bad. So like he didn't. So he got pure Olo parity with PLO parity. You do R prime, you do Olo parity, and you do R. And that solves OLO and does parity.
Interesting.
Yeah.
This is free tips. Oh,
That's the easiest case. That's the one where you
the
like.
free Tuesday tip.
That's the one where you see someone, like you see a really high level solver do that wrong and you tell them and they're like, oh my God, this is life changing. This is the easiest, like it's like, there's no setup. The setup is R prime.
We'll have Dan on commentary later, so you can let him know.
I know, I'm commentating
Yeah.
with them and like, want to learn something crazy.
Okay, we're seeing Kate's last solve here.
28.5, 29.8.
Yeah, not a big gap on this BPA to WPA, so.
I mean, I think I think the range is whether or not she's going to beat me. We're going to split. Now I'm like, we have 4, 5, 6, 7. I got to at least split the rounds with her. I beat her in 6 round 1. She got me in 7 and probably 5, but the results might not be in. And she might get me right here. Oh, she's probably going to get me.
Probably
Unless
is.
the, no, parity. Oh, parity adjusted, you know? I'm going to cope super hard.
Oh my goodness.
All right, not a bad average from Kate. What was it, 28.6?
28.67, actually.
I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. All right. Not a bad round. Early morning. People are getting going. We'll be transitioning over to OH round 2 next. We got former world champ, world rank number 3, Max Parkin. Is he third? Max is 99% likely to get that 8.8 to 9.8 average, you know? The gatekeeper.
Every time.
Like, Ian Schwal was saying he just straight up doesn't practice one-handed like ever. He just turns consistently and well and abuses the table.
Yeah, we're gonna see Max in Group 1.
I swear Max is like spawned a generation of bad one-handed turners that like just like hit the cube on the table just because Max does it, and it's like, wait, are you doing anything with that? Or like,
There's a lot of things I think people do. Again, like we were talking about, it's like you're not Max Park, so
don't try and be Max Park.
don't do those things.
In fact, a lot of times the best person to learn after is like world rank like 5 to 10,
Right.
and not necessarily 1. Okay, this is much smoother from down. What was that? A 10-second flip? All right. Notably, he cycles left to right, I think, almost every time. Okay, 19 seconds redux. Let's get that no parity. Let's get a low 20. No parity. ZVLL? No. COL? No. That's rough. 9-second 3x3 stage is, with no parodies, extremely rough.
Max is world rank 2 for OH. by
794. Oh, yeah.
0.01.
He got that at Westerns, right?
Yeah.
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 Garrett's still first.
Garrett's still first, and Archer has 795.
I think-
Max has 794.
I think most people would agree Narcher's probably the, like, I guess we could, I mean, Narcher's probably the fastest at home. Whether or not he's, like, actually the best is unsure. We could look at, I would be curious to see, like, average to top 5 averages. Like, oh, you want to pull up the result, the ranking, not the rankings, the result. Yeah, top 100 results. Because I wonder how many. I know, like, Garrett notably second is not very. Narcher, Sean.
Yeah.
Narcher has 4 out of the top 10, 5 out of the top 12. He's by far the most. It's actually, there's a lot of names in this top 20, unlike some of the other events which are dominated by 2 or 3 people. Narcher is. So yeah, it's definitely really tight at the top, especially because, like, Sean Patrick notably does not compete a lot. Neo, notably also, famously, his like Worlds is his 8th competition, so like he doesn't compete a lot. So OH is pretty open, but yeah, Narcher's probably number 1.
Yeah.
Kind of if we had to pick on any given day, but.
All right,
tight.
we're transitioning between events, and we are going to throw it to an ad break.
We are SpeedCube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back to Super Duper San Diego. We are coming to you live from a beautiful day in San Diego.
It
although
is.
we are here in a fluorescent light room, which is not my favorite thing on a sunny day, but it's fine. I'm Alyssa Esperez. I'm joined by Zachary Miller. How are you feeling today, Zach? How's it going?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, the weather here's great. I mean, I came from Colorado, so it's much better here. But
Yeah.
we just are going to be transitioning now into one-handed round 2, and here's some of the results from yesterday in the first round. Max Park recording another sub-10 average, as he usually always does. Matthew Arca as well, PRing yesterday with an 11:38 average, and Timothy Elnataria finishing off the first round podium with a 13:96 average. Kevin, Jason, and Dylan Govic, all very familiar cubers to those here in California, finishing off 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. There is a typo with Kevin there. Apologies about that. But yeah, some pretty solid cubers coming in this second round here. I'm super excited to see what these awesome solvers put up.
Yeah, we're going to lead off with Max. And again, we were just talking about it before the break. Like, Max really doesn't practice OH much anymore, but just it's kind of the most consistent OH solver in the world with just always like
Yeah.
a sub 10, like you said, and everyone just kind of goes, can I beat that or not?
Yeah, I was prepping for All Stars actually, and I was
Yeah.
noting that with Max's consistency, like there was a time like since like 2024 and to now, like he's done like at least 80 averages, and he only got like above 10 seconds like 3 times. It's
Interesting.
absolutely
Yeah.
insane how consistent he is with OH, especially with others now challenging his dominance in the single and average with Garrett, Truva, a lot of other incredible solvers. So
Yeah.
it's still insane to see how consistent he's able to keep himself.
For sure. And, you know, Max has just obviously had such a storied career. He has competed in every possible situation.
Yes.
And so he knows what it takes to just sit down and put down a good average. And so, especially at a competition like this, you know, it's a local, it's like 2 days.
Yeah.
He's been in the environment for a day or so already. It's nice to just see him, like, he'll probably sit down and again just do a 9-2.
Yeah.
Maybe. And then you never know. It could also be something insane. So
Yeah.
it's always something to watch with Max Park, of course.
You never know at these local competitions what these cubers can put down.
Yeah.
I've seen everything from unexpected singles at competitions that I've delegated to expected averages, world records, and stuff. It's just the environments here at these local competitions, especially here, is really special, and I'm really excited to see, especially over the rest of the day when we move over to finals in the afternoon, how everyone's going to be doing today as
Yeah.
well.
And yeah, I mean, it's been a big weekend at locals around the world already. We
Yes.
we already talked about the Xuanyu world record. We didn't get to
Yeah.
talk about the Charlie Eggins world record.
Yes, that happened
double,
yesterday,
3
too.
blind. It's such a big deal. So happy for him. I know that it's,
Beat his PR for like the first time in 3 years.
That's
it's
wild.
Crazy, yeah.
And yeah, I know Charlie has put out some great videos on his YouTube channel just around like what really goes into like becoming the world champion, into breaking world records, and it's really cool to see that process. And then I think for me as just someone like watching, it's really cool to be like, oh, like it's so like the like payoff is so great when
Yes.
you know someone has invited you into their process and all of that. So yeah, congratulations to Charlie, and the video's up already, so you can go see a really great world record. And
Yeah.
here we're looking at Kate Graham with her first OH solve.
Yeah, Kate Graham finished top 8 in this past one-handed round with a solid 1548 average. I believe that she is a CFOP solver, which that is correct. My assumption there was correct. So obviously we are going to be seeing Max Park in this round come up pretty soon. I'm not sure if he's going to be on red or blue, but looks like a little bit of some issues with that last layer there, and just finishing it up with a emphatic 1954. I feel that too. I struggle a lot with especially that first solve in OH, being like, I'm not really warm, I
Yeah.
haven't really sat in the table yet, like trying to get that type of turning, especially since it's the only event that's like this in the
Right.
WCA
It's
too.
so unique for
Yes.
sure. And yeah, definitely with Kate, we were talking about in the last event in 4x4. Like Kate is such a skilled solver, obviously, when it comes to big cubes especially. And I think one of her big barriers is just like really getting into the comp environment and the comp mindset and putting down what she does at home here at a competition.
Yes.
All right, here's Max Park with his first OH solve of the day, obviously leading out in round 1 of this event yesterday. 2-time 3x3 world champion, 90 world records. Like every time I see that
Yes.
number, it's just like, okay, my goodness. And world rank 2 currently at 3x3 one-handed.
Should be exciting to see this first solve here. Looks like a pretty solid white cross there. Let's see what he chooses to do. Looks like he'll stick with green cross.
Oh man, he's flying here. Again,
982.
9.8.
There we go. Yeah, that looked like my normal CFOP solves.
There you go.
Man, watching Max can humble you sometimes.
It can.
It
Nobody
really can.
in the world is Max Park, and
That's a solid start for him for sure too.
Definitely, I think something that I hope we don't start to take for granted as Max kind of goes into the second half of his, the back half of his career.
Yes.
And, obviously in 3x3, like with the Joigny world record yesterday, it's like we're definitely in a new era. And at the same time, like what we've seen from Max Park is insane. Like, and what we
Yes.
continue to see from Max Park,
Yes.
not like, don't get me wrong.
Like
and
he's
so-
still putting up world records even like
Yeah.
10 years after the fact, after he started putting up world
Correct.
records. It's insane to see his dominance
and across so many events
yes.
as well.
From 3x3 all the way up to 7x7, it's just crazy. Here's Kate Graham with her second solve now.
Yeah, looking to bounce back from a 19 in her first one.
A lot smoother here, looking like she'll reach that have sexy F prime case pretty early on, but just not enough again. 1682. Not the most pleased with that one. She definitely knows that she can get faster. Here's WCA delegate Dylan Govic from the San Diego area. Rue solver here puts up an 11:30, which is pacing for his PR.
Yeah.
Rue is definitely one of those methods that it's definitely competitive with CFOP for this event. This is one of those events where you can either use Rue or CFOP and be a world-class solver. Like we saw Neo Juarez at Worlds win with Rue method, and we've also seen the likes of his fellow Filipino cuber, Sean Patrick Villanueva, also do very good with the Rue method as well. So there's lots of really, really good Rue solvers out there, and super exciting to see the method be used here.
It's always such an interesting conversation with OH, the Rue versus CFOP. And yeah, obviously Max does CFOP. The current world record was done on CFOP.
Yep.
And so, yeah, but then the current, as you said, world champion was done on Rue.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the definitely the pros and cons of both methods. Rue is definitely a more consistent method with its move count. You're able to always usually get very consistently low move count. CFOP usually relies a lot more on luck with OH, especially with getting a lot more consistent scrambles and cases and setting up those X crosses. While Rue, you can get away with sometimes a poor first or second block and still be able to finish the solve in a satisfactory manner. So that's why you see a lot of Rue solvers get a lot more consistent averages, while you see CFOP solvers fluctuate a lot more. Like Luke Garrett is a huge example of that.
Yeah.
Max Park, second solve.
See where he goes here. Looks like the yellow cross.
Oh, it looks like he messed up the OLL there a little bit, so this one won't be his fastest time. For sure, a 14:25. That's not usually what you would see from Max, but unfortunately did have, it looked like he was doing like a 2-gen OLL for what he had here. We'll get a replay of this. This is just the back half of it, but he was doing his OLL and then messed up and got a much more awkward case. It was soon FRUR prime, U prime, F prime, which is definitely not as suitable for OH as the 2-gen OLL that he had. Here's Dylan Govic's second solve here, finishing up that second block pretty quickly, moving into his CMLL. And nice LSE there, gets a 1078, still on very good pace here.
Yeah.
So not bad at all for Dylan.
Hitting the camera. Also full laptop coming with him to the station. I don't know why, but
Classic delegate activities.
yeah, I was going to say, shout out to our WCA delegates who make these competitions happen, obviously. And often, yeah, you're...
People in New England will know that sometimes I need to like catch up on data while I compete. So I will bring a
Competitor
laptop.
waiting area, data
I will
entry.
literally, like when we do like non-running judges, I will bring a laptop and just enter scorecards while I'm waiting for my cubes. So it's a thing, it's stuff we have to do. And that's a much better solve there for Kate, 12:35. That will be her best time so far. Unfortunately, that 16 that she did get earlier will count, but still not a bad single from her at all.
Yeah. I mean, in the 3 solves you've seen from Kate, you're seeing the variants that we were talking about with CFOP, and maybe a little bit of the Kate variants as well.
Exactly.
All right,
Here's
Max
Max.
obviously does not want to count this 14. Very unlikely that he will, but we'll see what he bounces back here with on his third solve.
hopefully his mindset here is that he has another round. And he should just put down what he can. Obviously, the 14's not ideal, but just clearing that mind and putting down whatever solve you can is going to be the best thing you can do.
Again with yellow cross.
The fat anti-soon into that G perm by the looks of it, 1040, much better than that 14 that he got previously. That will count, and that's not very good pace for Max, but you'll still be in prime position to take first place in this round.
Definitely. And, you know, even still well on pace for a sub 10 average again.
A bit of a rough start on that first block for Dylan. Had to do a very awkward S move there, but seemed to recover nicely into that CMLL to still pull off a 1230.
That's behind his PR, but again, he's still on pace.
Yeah, I saw that start and I was like, this is not going to be his best time, but he actually recovered very nicely there. Got a very nice CMLL, very nice LC, was able to get back into the swing of things very quickly.
We always talk about the importance of like pushing through.
Yes.
Even when something disastrous happens at the beginning, like a misgrip on your first move, but you never know what is going to happen, what's going to matter, and so pushing through, and you could get lucky at the end.
Exactly, you never know what could happen. You got the PLL skips in play, obviously. Kate finishing up this G perm here, and 2047s. That's going to count that earlier That's going to count those earlier 16s and 19s. So this is definitely not an average that she'll be happy with here.
For sure. And that's a good example, again, of why, like, even on that 19 earlier, she kind of phoned it in at the end, but it's like, maybe now she kind of wishes she pushed through on that 19 because it's counting.
Yeah. Very nice U-perm execution there for On Lay. 14-16 there for him as he sits next to our fellow commentator, Dan Pashkatov. Ann Lay. Sorry, apologies. Thank you, Manu, for the correction.
Right, I see off screen Max Park is walking up here, and here he is for his fourth solve.
Yeah, usually when I sports broadcast at Tufts University, I get these pronunciation guides where I'm able to be like, okay, here's how I say names. Unfortunately, sometimes we don't get those here, and that sometimes happens.
Yeah, not all the time. Definitely a huge part of our Worlds stream prep was the pronunciation
the pronunciations,
guide.
Yes.
Which, especially at Worlds, we've got people coming from all over the world and lots of names in different languages. It's so important.
Exactly. That's an Olo I hadn't really seen before for that case for OH. 1024 though for Max. So it looks like he'll be pacing around a BPA of about 1015 here.
So interesting. You were noting earlier that, how rare it is for the sub 10 for Max.
Yeah, like looking through his profile, you can see before All-Stars, he really only had one 110 average, which happened at Vegas Cuban Cup Spring 2025. And around All-Stars, he started to get a few more 10s, but started to get around 8s and 9s. This will be his, I think, 4th or 5th 10-second average in the past 12 months.
Interesting.
Compared to the, obviously, 30 and 40 averages that he does in a year. So that's not usually what you see from Max. He usually is able to at least pull off a sub 10 average, but he should still have no problem getting first place in this round.
For sure. Kate this is her 4th solve, I believe.
And not the best OLL for OH there, that wide move case. That's really good for two-handed, but not necessarily for OH. She'll get that 1949 to finish things off. Still waiting for Dylan's last 2 solves here. Based on Max's performance, a 947 for Dylan. So he's on pace actually probably to get very close to his personal record, I think. Yeah, 1146. I'm not sure if that's guaranteed PR for Dylan, but he seems to be very happy with that 947.
Can we get Dylan's competitor card again?
So we'll check in to see if Dylan is on pace to PR here with that 1146 WPA as Max Park comes up with his 5th solve.
And actually, notably, I mean, I don't think Max is going to get worst possible average, but Dan could beat him.
Yeah.
Don't think it's going to happen, but...
Yeah. Very fast start here for Max as he gets going here. much faster turning than his previous OH solves. Goes straight into the S move H perm for a 1026.
Very interesting there.
Usually you see people 2-gen that with R and U moves, but Max Park choosing to do the S moves there.
For a second, I was like, wait, is he doing Rue? Obviously not. But
Obviously
for
not.
a minute, I was like, what's happening right now?
I don't think I've ever seen any CFOP solvers do that type of thing for OH before. Obviously, I could be mistaken, and someone in chat can probably correct us here if that's the case. But Dylan Govik, coming up for his last solve, looks to be on PR pace. We'll get that competitor card up here to see what he needs to beat. And it looks like he will guarantee a PR in OH. Very, very nice here for Dylan. So that Rue solving coming in handy on this scramble set for sure. This 1162 average will be beat on this last solve regardless if he gets a DNF or any sort of result.
We'll see how far you can push it.
Exactly.
Recently, I had a PR average after 4 and then got worst possible average.
Oh,
and, fellow Worlds commentator Keaton Ellis was just razzing me a bit and saying, well, you gotta if you have it in 4, get your worst possible average, and then it makes it easier to beat next time.
Yeah.
It's like,
we'll get to see Anlay first before Dylan. The blue stage looks to be a little bit behind the red stage right now, but obviously that sometimes happens at these multi-stage comps where one stage gets behind another. That happened at Worlds a little bit this summer, bit, but... And starting off, looks like he does not use the table that often, except for those F moves. And finishing off with that wide move G perm by the looks of it, 1495, which I believe that is his final solve. Yeah, someone in chat said that they've never seen Max do the M2H perm on two-handed. Interesting. So, if that's true, that's interesting. That he only uses it in one-handed. We'll have to check on that later.
Yeah.
Here's Dylan for his last solve, coming up with that trusty MacBook Pro.
Laptop, phone, you need it all when you're a delegate.
Yes. Got 17 of them here this weekend, Alyssa.
Yes. And, it's that definitely California is a region known for big delegate population.
Yeah.
Dylan getting started here. Again, already locked in PR. We're just seeing what that PR will be.
Looks like this one will be his worst. Yeah. Just barely, though. So 1146, though. Very, very solid for Dylan, and he'll definitely be happy with the PR average that he set in this round.
Yeah, beating his PR average by, I think, about 0.2, a little bit over 0.2,
So he'll probably be coming in with this as his, probably in the 2nd or 3rd seed for finals with that based on the first round results. As we finish up this first group of one-handed, we're going to see some other faces come on the stream, but comparing both solves, not bad. Dylan and Max pretty much matching BPA, which is pretty interesting to see, especially at a local comp.
Dylan actually beating Max on that 4th solve, so,
Yeah.
If I'm Dylan, I'm feeling great about this round.
Yeah, you basically had a chance to pretty much match Max Park.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah, for sure.
And here's Anne's, I believe this is his last. 2015 ID, so he's been doing this for a long time.
That feels wild for you to say out loud, that 2015 is a long time, but it is.
It is. I'm a 2017 ID, so I've been doing this for nearly 10 years now, so.
Yeah.
Finishing up with a T perm for the 1577. But yeah, it's been a while for me, so. And also, looks like we're going to be moving into the next group of one-handed. But while we transition over to this next group of one-handed, we're going to hear some brief messages from our sponsors.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast. Cubers Live has recently opened memberships. Becoming a member gives you a fun badge next to your name on live stream chats, and you get access to some exclusive members-only videos. Joining the membership costs just $1 a month, and we'll use those funds to upgrade stream equipment and hardware, make more exclusive cubing content, and just generally push the envelope of cubing media. Joining the membership is not a requirement by any means. You can still enjoy our content right here on YouTube for free. But if you do want to support us, you can hit the join button next to subscribe on the Cubers Live YouTube channel. Thanks everyone, we appreciate your support in making events like this happen.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Well, was it off the whole time? Was it off the whole time? Oh no.
Wow.
Well, probably forgot about that. Okay, well, sorry, chat. We're back.
We'll go back to one-handed round 2.
Yeah. We're talking about Max Park and his one-handed prowess, like, and his practice style. Like, I know after Worlds, like, before, because at Westerns and at Nationals, he practiced a lot of 5, and like, because I thought like 5 was gonna be gone. Like, honestly, I thought Taman put the 31 average up. I thought Taman was gonna go to another comp and get like a 33 world record, but like, average still pretty good. And then at Nationals, like, Max was really close. Like, he has shot to break 5 world record average, and I was like, oh, he's still in it. Like, so we'll see. Like, but also it's just Max is kind of, because he's an inconsistent practicer now. It's like, we'll see what he's capable of randomly.
Well, he doesn't practice much most of the time, but he does, from what I understand, fairly efficient practice for the little time that he does actually practice. And that's how he still slowly but still improves, even with 20, 30-minute sessions or something, until it's grind time. And then he puts in the effort, he makes it happen.
I mean, Max has a lot of like fun. Like, Max is like famous for having relatively poor solves, like in terms of like the actual like fundamentals and like the move count and the move choices. He just like rips through it without pausing, and like so like, yeah, he definitely still has a lot of. It's nice for that, because like if you want to do if you want to do a lot of deliberate practice, you can find there's always something simple to like work on that's not going to take like a huge overhaul, versus like sometimes people like learn too much stuff, and then like it's like, oh, you just need to like do like 100,000 solves and like to get a lot better, because your knowledge is too high. Like, Max's knowledge is like behind his execution and speed level versus the inverse. But
I know we're staying on Max with kind of big cubes, but one more thing I want to add. I heard yesterday that the faster he's gotten at 6x6, the more moves he ends up doing.
Yeah.
Thought that was funny to hear.
That seems crazy. Like, I mean, the sample size is apparently just reconstructions on sub-1 singles, which is a relatively low sample size, but like, that's still crazy. Like, I mean, he has a very interesting style where like, I mean, like, it's just edge selection is so good, but like, I need to look at them again, because like his centers have always been fine-ish. Like, I mean, famously, like, his first 7 main is like 147 7x7 single had like just, it was like terrible from like a move selection standpoint, versus like now, like, I've seen stuff that's like way cleaner. But like, yeah, I mean, I think he is like the Redux king, but it's more of a TPS like execution king, versus like he's like really finding like good executions now. Like, I think you've seen like Mark Zimmerman in Germany, like, is the main like up and coming Redux user who actually is not like a good cuber that uses Redux. He like is a good Redux solver and like has really clean edges, and like actually is like, oh, like you can do edges like this on Redux. Like, it's possible to actually be like really good. And so like, I think Max is like pushed that Redux limit, but like everyone else is kind of using Yao, and so I think there's actually a lot more to go in Redux, so we'll see.
So how much do you know about one-handed? Because I'm not super in the loop of the current meta. I know some people are using Ru. We see a lot of CFOP nowadays.
Oh, the meta is to use Ru. Like, the meta is straight up like you should be using Ru, and like, but it's just like the move count, because M moves, like the way like the move count and the M works, like the move counts versus M works. It's like Ru is just so much more efficient, and then they're so fast on one-handed, and you don't have any of the drawbacks of like doing RUF moves is so hard. I mean, it's not that hard, but like the top guys like Sean Patrick, Neo, Narcher, all use Ru, and like those are like 3 of the most consistent top people. While like CFOP is much more luck dependent, because like, yeah, these top OH solvers can rip all their PLS pretty quick, but like on two-handed solving, the difference between like a U-perm and a bad G is like, or even bad N, like, is like a couple tenths, and on one-handed it's like 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, make or break.
Yeah. So like, yeah, like you're seeing Yi hang at Worlds get E-perm NB, like, and he's like still busting through it in Worlds Finals, because it's like, but if that happens in a OH, you're like, and you're doing C-pop, you're just dead. Like, it doesn't matter.
Is this a camera effect, or does he have one side of the cube that has stickers on it?
He has stickers.
Stickers.
I think he has stickers, green stickers on the green side.
Interesting. Interesting. So we're being told it's a colorblind solve. That's a really, I think, cool way to do it. right? Like back in the day with stickers, you'd be able to just get different shades. Like Matthew Dickman was famously a colorblind solver, and you look at his shades and they're a little funky. Chris Olsen too. I remember he had like a pink or something.
Yeah, he famously got those glasses that like the chroma glasses that like help your color blindness. He had the pink, and like it's one of those things that gets lost a little bit when everything started making stickerless. It's like very nice for the default, and like, but yeah, it is rough for colorblind or people that have different color schemes.
Mm-hmm.
Although now that all the corner pieces separate, basically color schemes, it's still annoying, but you can just take apart the cube and put it back together in your color scheme.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I don't see anyone doing any kind of fancy stuff like that. Even like back in the day, I remember a lot of people would use different color schemes for Mega. Like, not just like black instead of gray. They would rearrange the whole puzzle, and nowadays I feel like I don't see that as often.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a gigantic hassle.
Yeah.
And like also like, it's like a gigantic hassle. It was already pretty rare back in the day, and then so like anyone who started in the last 5 to 10 years is like not going to do that. So it's like you need legacy solvers that are still active that want to go through the effort of changing that and are still active enough to be fast to where you notice them, and that's a rare combination.
Right.
See, I don't think who's second on the psych sheet here. How'd your 4x4 round go? You were watching.
30.2 something.
Just got it.
Not stoked, but that's why we have another round of it.
Yeah, we got 12 rounds of everything. What's your main event?
A 4x4.
Okay. What do you got? 27.7. Oh, we got one-handed. Okay. Kevin is 11.2. So yeah, Max far and away the fastest. 11.2, we're 200.
So 4-second gap from first seed to second seed. Not really expecting any upsets for the win, but I saw the podium was fairly close.
Max is, this is like Max's comp, just crushing.
Well, I mean, most comps I feel like are Max's comps, short of majors, or if someone goes out of their way to compete against Max. At least here in California, there's not really many people that can do anything near what he can do.
Oh no, even at NAC, like this summer, Max is gonna win. Max will win 5 to 7 by showing up, and then for he can be beaten. Maddie beat him at Worlds, but like I feel like it's a little bit of a combo of like Max. When you're at Worlds and you're trying to win, the pressure is a little different than when you're at NAC and you're the mega favorite and you just like are almost certainly gonna win. Versus like Max had to overperform to win. But throughout three, Max was like the underdog going into finals at All Stars this year. Still pulled it out, but it's like, is this Max's last year to win? Is this Max's last year to win 3x3? It's like he still wins. So I mean, he could definitely win again this summer for sure, but it is going to be tougher. Like Maddie will have almost a year now as #1 NA. Like get a little more experiences that. There's less of the pressure of like, especially when like you finally get in one day at All Stars, like in the afternoon, he gets his like multi-year long goal of finally breaking that cursed NAR from so long ago that no one seems to beat, and then like, you have like 2 hours later, like you need to win nationals now, and it's like you're already so high, and then like, yeah, Maddie's a pretty stoic kid who can like snap back in and stuff, but like it's still hard to, you're not quite as clean minded as if you like came in and it's like, okay, I already got an hour, like we're not here to like set a record or anything, we're just gonna win, and like that's actually the main goal versus there being like 2 goals.
Right. Definitely is interesting to see the evolution of cubing. There was for so long. I mean, this is the Max stream at this point, but we thought he was unstoppable in kind of everything, and to some extent we expected him to be taken down, but you still hate to see it happen. Hate to see it, like just watch it right in front of you and see people start to kind of break all of his records slowly and see him stay at the top as best as he can, especially as an all-rounder in so many just end-by-end events and like one-handed and stuff like that.
We hate to see it happen. Oh, we love the new blood. I like
we
the
love
new
the
blood.
new blood, but it's the what is it? Hate to see her leave, love to see her go, or something like that.
Yeah.
There's some saying. It's one of those.
Oh, I love the new blood. I like the turnover. I'm I don't know, like when I was really excited for Max to win in Korea, and it's like at some point, like Max has been dominant for so long. I'm like, I think it's more fun now to like I'm not like, oh, Max's career would be really just like he just needs one more to have a complete career. I'm like, no, his career is like
there's nothing left to do.
He's done it all. Like, he needs to win. He got kind of screwed on world streaks with his dominance, like, straddling COVID. So, like, I know if we have Worlds in 2021, he wins 7x7 like 99.99% of the time, and he's the first person to ever win 4 in a row. Well, I guess Stanley probably would have won 4 blind too. He would have gotten his 4 in a row, but like he doesn't have a 4-peat at Worlds, which is like no one's done that, and like Max is like that's like the only thing that like I'd say like would be nice for him to do, which is definitely going to be up for grabs in Sweden for it's 7x7s. He'll be going for 4, so it might be tough, but. I honestly don't think it'd be that tough if he really wants, that's like a goal he has. I think, like, we're seeing ZU, we're seeing other people like the Yowers, but 7x7's hard for Yao. And even if ZU's really good, like, I think Max has more time to drop and could just be like able to consistently bust like a 136 to 138 average in Sweden finals, and like no one's gonna beat him. Like, no way. The real saying should be, you either die a 3x3er or you live long enough to see yourself become a big cube specialist.
It's either the kind of like pipeline is either big cubes or you start doing FMC and like the multi-blinds.
Oh, you do the old man events.
Yeah,
like, the FMC multi is like the big blinds for sure. Like,
everyone starts with the side events, you know, then they kind of focus on the 3x3, and then either you go to the big cubes or start doing the more kind of slow, thought-provoking events.
I don't see those 12-year-old Chinese kids doing huge 60 cube multi-blind.
No, yeah.
They don't have enough, like, a child doesn't have enough life experiences to build a memory palace. Like, they've only been in, like, a few rooms.
Well, I mean, their hands aren't really big enough to start doing big cubes either, you know? So it's kind of a growth thing, and we'll see which side of the spectrum they end up on.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, like, Ruhang is the original Chinese prodigy who, like, is still active and is quite good. And I was bummed that he couldn't come to Worlds because, like, I thought it'd be more interesting, like, as, like, I mean, there's, like 5 of, like, the younger Chinese kids that, like, are really, really fast, and, like Ruhang would have been more interesting just because, like, he's competitive, really competitive in 4, is, like, a teenager and not a child.
The future of cubing lays in a really interesting place right now. You know, it's for the first, you know, it's funny to see the Chinese kids start to take over. You know, there's a lot of kind of rhetoric of it's probably Chinese kids that are faster, right? You know, it's always been said, and now that's the case, and it's curious to see whether the West will start catching back up, or if China's just going to start taking over the big cubes, and if we're going to see just any kind of competition in, you know, 10 years from now, what's it going to look like? Just find that kind of, it's a curious thought to have so early in these kind of stages of seeing them being very, very dominant in 3x3 and 2x2 and to some extent like 4x4 and one-handed and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, for 3x3, the West needs to start, like, the infrastructure in China is so good. Like, they have, like, cubing classrooms, and coaching infrastructure is extremely good and, like, ubiquitous, and, like, it's just not an option.
It's a sport there.
You have to. It's a sport here.
Well, I mean, nationally recognized as a sport.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, were you in the Seattle venue? Like, it was a sport. Like, we're telling people, like, you better be dealing with that crowd. There's no, like, this is part of the game. Like, this is an event. Like, but yeah, like, there's just, you can't, it's just obvious in every single sport, like athletic, like specifically athletics or not, like, you can't just teach yourself and expect to be better than someone who had the same amount of practice and time and effort, but also they learned perfect fundamentals from day one. They had someone tell them, oh, don't do that. You don't even need to know why. Just don't do that. And then you don't have to guess and check. Like, that's so helpful. And, like, maybe the level of coaching in China that's, like, so structured and, like, really helping, like, having someone manually do ZBLL drill sessions with you, maybe that isn't mandatory, but, like, it's like you take, like, a kid, like, who's a blank slate, and you give him, like, this perfect cube, perfect fundamentals, you tell them, turn like this, learn this, don't do that, like, they're gonna be good, like, no matter what. And, like, how good they are, then like, this is like how sports work. Like, you start swim lessons, and then they're like, oh, like, you're not guessing checking how to swim. Some coach is telling you to, like, do this, don't do that, like, and that just seems very natural. While, like, cubing has been a lot of guess and check, and, like, YouTube videos and, like, this informal training, and, like, that works pretty well. But like as things develop, like you can't compete with someone who has a good coach if everything else is equal. And then it becomes, okay, everyone has a good coach and everyone tries hard, and who is like the most talented and works hard. Like it's like you need the combo of like good coaching, good talent, good work ethic, good mental game, like, and then it's not all mandatory right now because there's not enough density for there to be like 20 people who all do this, and like who's the most talented / hard worker, like, but that can change in the next 5 to 10 years for sure.
I think it's interesting how they just insta learn stuff like ZBLL, right? The most advanced kind of CFOP stuff or CFOP related stuff that we know, right? Where we started with, say, a beginner's method, and then we learned kind of stuff from there, intuitive F2L, and then you start to learn algs and 2-look class or 4-look class layer, right? And you kind of work your way up towards eventually learning the more advanced stuff where they don't even consider that. That's not an option. They just instantly start at such a much higher bar, you know, and that just, in my mind, gives them a much more advantageous position to start getting fast. They don't know what it's like to be slow. That's not just in their system. It doesn't exist.
You don't waste any time messing around with fumbling around and like puzzle building and stuff. It's just like, learn full ZBL. Like, we know how to learn full, it wasn't like, could you do it? Maybe we'll try. I'll do some here. It's like, you can do this for sure. It's definitively possible. Just do it. Like, don't even ask why. Just do it. Like, it's like the answer. And then you get your soon PLL skip for your world record average. And you're like, okay, well, maybe I didn't even know ZBL on that one.
Well, to me, that's what kind of encapsulates it as like I guess, I don't know. I don't want to take away the idea of a sport, but I think what separates it as a sport from a hobby, right? Because as a hobby, from a hobby perspective, the way I see it is you do learn slowly. You kind of pick pieces up as you go and start getting better and better. Whereas if you're training it as if it's just a traditional sport, that's when you're learning the most advanced stuff. You're optimizing your practice techniques and optimizing what you're learning. It's not so much about having fun and enjoying the cube. It's about getting to that peak performance as quick as you can.
Yeah, completely. Like, this is a hobby, and this is the thing people like. There's a natural lack of understanding. Like, this is a hobby and a sport in the same room. Like, 90% of people here are very hobbyist cubers, and like most people at Worlds are hobbyist cubers, although slightly less, obviously. But like, even on that Worlds final stage, the experience of Seed 20 and Seed 1 through 3 are very, very different, because there's just like the density of people treating it super seriously isn't super high. So like, yeah, like I'm chilling in Seed like 14 and 7 finals, and like, yeah, like I'm happy to be here. Like, it's fine, like to do well, but like my entire life is not ending if I do bad here. Versus like you're Seed 1 trying to win, like this is your whole year, like right now, and like it's a big deal, and like it's a very much a sport, and you've been training hard for this, and like that's kind of the beauty of the WCA and cubing, is that we all have this in the same room. But also like it's important to understand that like, yeah, at this level, like people are training it like a sport, and that not only is that like a good thing for the advancement of cubing, but like it is required to be good. Like it's not, especially in 3x3, it's not an option. It is just straight up not an option to be like a really competitive hobbyist and to try and be top rank 5 anymore.
And I think that's fairly recent. I'd say like last 5 years, where this kind of hyper competition started to really come up, right? With like, I think the rise of like Timon as a top solver, where he wasn't so much a hobbyist as much as just perfecting everything that he possibly could, rather than just having pure fun with it,
Oh yeah, no, I love Timon, his mentality and his seriousness, because I'm like, oh, thank you. Someone needs to be like super intense, like. Because, like, I mean, like, I was, like, the poster child for being a little intense back in the day, and, like, now it's just more, like, I mean, I can relate to it aggressively now, because, like, that was just kind of what it was like. That's just, like, how I always kind of viewed it, even though maybe the process of getting good was hobbyist in the sense that, like, I taught myself, because there's no other option, obviously, at the time, and, like, with that mindset, it was like, oh, yeah, this is always, like, I'm not here to make friends. Like, we're here to win.
And we're getting started here with Megaminx round 1. Let's see, who are our top players that we're going to be looking out for today?
Who's on? Where's? Oh, I'm doing this. No, yeah, like, and even like, I think it's a nice thing also not to overlook of like, we're talking about like the super intensity at the top level, and like it gets a little cutthroat naturally, but also like, it's not like necessarily required. Like, it's a very positive experience to have something that you care about so much, and to be able to experience and process both winning well and losing well, and like handling that is like a good skill to have. And like you can't really gain that if you don't care so much that like it's actually really important to you. And like failing at something that like you really, really care about and like handling that well is hard and like is a good thing to practice in your life for later. And like, it's like, and that doesn't happen if you don't treat it like a sport. And so like, that's kind of like, I think some people like get a little lost in the like intensity is always bad versus like, if you can, intensity by itself isn't bad. It's often expressed in like a negative way naturally due to like the competitiveness and like someone has to lose, but like it's also pretty like intensity breeds a way to like I think learn in a very healthy way as well, and when the stakes are high.
I think that sort of comes back to the difference between treating cubing like a sport and a hobby. If you're treating it as a hobby, sure, intensity can be seen as kind of a negative thing. If all you're doing is trying to have fun, and then you walk out of a competition being bummed about your, say poor performance, then what kind of hobby is that, right? What's the point of doing it? But if you're treating it as a sport, that's how you have to do it. You have to be able to do that, lose, and then come back and then try to win again.
Yeah.
Not let that bring you down.
Yeah, I think it's just like the nature of the beauty and like the complication of the WCA is that like everyone is in the same room. Yiheng's at that table over there, Taman's at the table over there, and like you can just go up and ask them for an autograph or a photo, and it's pretty relaxed. But like there's also like you have to understand that like everyone's like there's a huge range of experiences between the side stage at Worlds or the side room at Worlds to the side stage at Worlds to backstage on the red and blue main stage. Is like this is not the same competition, even though it technically is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it was fun. Like it's also very validating. Like at Worlds, like people were like, the vibe was very serious on like Friday after people saw how exciting Nations Cup was and like the crowd and everything. And I could just like you could feel the kind of just like, oh my god, this is real. This is like all my heart. Like it's like people work so hard. People work so hard to get good and like dedicate time to our sport, and like having a competition that reflects that seriousness and its production value and the environment, I think was very validating for like a lot of the top viewers.
Mm-hmm. And you had a huge hand to play in kind of setting that whole event up, or a large chunk of it, right? You were working backstage. I saw you on the stream a lot. You probably saw every angle of it. Every competitor's perspective, all the different ways to view the comp.
Yeah, I mean that was my entire life was like the stream and production value specifically, and like running finals like a show and making sure we had everyone's like walkouts and info and like the hype and the excitement and the interviews, and like making sure that like we understand as an organizational team that like this isn't a hobbyist convention to the people that are competing right now. Like this is a sport. This is like really, really, really important to them, and like it's important to treat that with respect. And like so like when I see people like we see people like win and are like in tears and they're winning interview, and it feels very validating that like they put so much work in and they feel like they don't feel like it's like it's like, oh, this was worth it. It made so like it feels so good. Everyone's here. I get to do my interview, and like and also like people are sad. Like people are like I saw people crying after finals. Like it's pretty standard. Like especially now, like it's hard, and like but at the same time, it's like well, like we like proved that this is like a real professional environment, and like it feels silly, even though it's not, and it's like totally okay. It feels silly to like cry over something that like isn't treated seriously. Even though I think it's totally fine, it's a healthy thing to do, but like when you have like an environment that's so serious, like, oh, this was real and this makes sense, and like it totally makes sense why I care so much about this, and like it's reflected in the environment and the organizational team and the production is like that was that was like a big goal of mine that like I think it's a missing in the past, not in a negative knock on organizers in the sense that like I just don't think there has been anyone on the team that like in the admin side that like really has a personal understanding of exactly what is going on in people's minds and their like life at the top level, and like that's what I wanted to bring. I think it did pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I caught some of the stream just kind of from the hotel room, like final rounds where I knew I couldn't get a seat. Like 4x4 finals, we watched it from our hotel room.
Oh, 4 finals
was
so
incredible.
sick.
It was amazing.
It was so cool.
Your commentary, I loved it too.
I like full just straight up was like, okay, I get one round, I'm just gonna full send Homer for Sebastian to like
Yeah, no, it was magical.
I was full slouch in the chair after he got that 28. I was like, oh my god, he's gonna lose.
It was amazing. One of the most incredible moments, I think. But I think the stream, like, that's when I really first saw the stream and how well it was kind of produced and done, and you could really see the emotion of every competitor when they finished their solves. And I think that's the kind of thing that's going to draw the sentiment away from this being a hobby to the general public towards this is a serious thing that people dedicate their lives to. Like there's people that like, sure, they'll go work a job or they'll go to school, and then they come home and just do this, right?
Yeah.
They're not going out, they're not, or like to like clubs or anything. It's not anything like that, right? This is it. This is what people want to be known for. They want to leave a legacy behind in something like this, and that I think is the kind of thing that makes the difference. That this isn't just something they do for fun, right? This isn't just some little thing they do in the evenings to kind of get ready for bed. No, this is it. This is it. Their whole life circles back to cubing, and those are the kind of productions that you see the viral clips and the viral moments, or even just the live stream where you see every competitor's reaction, what they're kind of expecting going into a solve and whatnot, and with all like the layouts, you kind of fall into cheering for them because you know what they need to get to get that like PB average or to win, and then you start rooting for them, realize how serious it is.
Oh yeah, I completely agree, and like big credit to Speak Human TV, and like the biggest thing that like okay, we need to get all the salts, we need to make sure we capture what happens, but like it's really important to just do like even talking about like technical stuff like shot selection, like angles, and what shot we're like. You need to get in there with them. You want to feel like you want to get as close as possible. You need to see their face. You need to like understand like the reactions. Like you're saying, we need to capture the emotions of like you just be in there and make sure you have like you feel like you're part of the experience when you're watching the stream. And like that was, I think, really like done better than I was even expecting at Worlds. Where like especially like I mean like the competitors cooperated for some epic moments, because 3 final, 4 final, 5 final was like picture perfect. Like, oh my god, I was like, this is like the coolest thing ever. Like straight up, like, and it's like we're in there. Like Taman, especially on 5, like just have it like captured so well, and same with like Sebastian on 4, and like so fun. Like Sebastian wins 4, and like Kieran pops out from behind the stage and like yeah. And then like I mean through our 3 finals, obviously like everyone saw that like Yiheng, like Yiheng's like a pretty does not react too much kid, like, and like yeah, I mean obviously like it was, I know, I was so lucky, like literally the exact same situation from Korea, like identical, and just like he's gonna do it. Like it was just like he's gonna do it. Like I don't know, like I was like he's gonna do it. Like I wasn't even thinking he was gonna lose. Like he's gonna win right here. It's like guaranteed.
It feels like somehow it always comes down to the last solve, as if it's scripted.
It's so lucky. I was like, okay, all I want is this world champion to be decided on the last solve. That's all I want. Like that's the dream. Like, and then like Xuanyi does his 4 solve, and Xuanyi's BPA, best possible, worst possible, was like outside of the range of Yiheng's best. So I was like, no matter what, it comes down to the last. Or like yeah, and I was like, this is the dream. And it was like, so yeah. I mean, I remember like I watched a crowd reaction video, and like after Yiheng wins, I like announced like on the loudspeaker like congratulations to the champion, and like can't hear anything.
You can't.
And I'm like, that's so cool. Like,
well, it was like what, 3,000-4,000 people in the audience?
Oh, more. It was like there were probably 6,000 people in the like.
Really?
No. There were 3,000 seats. How many seats were there? I think there was like 3,500 seats.
25 was the number I heard. 20.
So there's 2,500 seats plus bleachers, which
plus
held like
bleachers,
another 1,000, maybe 5. It was at least 3,000 seats, I think.
And then
And then there was
the floor was flooded.
Standing room only. Like shout out to James Hildreth for absolutely saving venue layout. Like it would have been a way worse competition if we went with the original layout. And like,
really?
Yeah, we remapped the entire venue. Like James, like alone remapped the entire venue like a week out because we ran out of spectator tickets. Projections were it was way over projected. Like people were coming just to watch, which is awesome, and like you'd love to see that. Like, I mean, Worlds is a different beast, but like the goal of these summer open majors is like we want, like especially in this year, like, it's more even explicit. Like we have 6 open events, and like every event's much tighter, and like we want people to come and compete in a few events. If you're a very casual person, convention, like more convention, a hobbyist, which is great. Like the hobbyist, like this, actually the serious hobbyist is the backbone of the community of like, I come every single year. This is something I love doing. I volunteer. I always compete. Like we want to make sure that like these convention style, like I focus so much on the top competitor experience and the production, because like I feel like that's been a little lacking relative to the seriousness that the competitors take it. But like this is not to like sacrifice, like maybe it looks a little different, but like we want to make sure like there's more effort being put into like, okay, like what is there to do between like obviously you do your you enter your open events, you compete, and then you watch finals every night. But, like, what else is there to do? Because that doesn't take the entire time, and we want to produce more events, like unofficial events, like having more activities going on, like booths and like maybe like unofficial like Smart Cube challenges and whatnot, like to make sure that like this is a really fun for like the serious hobbyist that comes and flies out. Like it is a convention combo. It's a competition. It's like a casual competition combo, convention combo, watching like the championship like all in one, which is like I think kind of what a lot of the people want, and like that's important. We're not just like I don't want to. There's definitely like no like the goal is to make sure we like still keep that as a huge priority and make sure that while also if you like split out exactly like if you switch a little bit off of one size fits all and be like this is the serious type and like this is the experience from like the main hobbyist, like I think you can provide a better experience for everybody.
That's one thing I loved about Worlds this year was exactly that, right? Like I would consider myself more of a serious hobbyist, right? Like I'm there every year. I'm not looking for the top level. I'm looking to go have fun with friends, but I'm still gonna, work to do my best and try and do better than I did last year and all that. And that's the kind of always having something to do this year was something I really, really appreciated. It's something I kind of, I guess, didn't notice right away of that it was different than other years, but looking back at it now, at Worlds this year, there was always something I could do. Whether it was a huge comp, so first I could just find someone to talk to. There was always someone to talk to.
It was gigantic.
It was amazing.
I had to go set up the projector in the side room on setup day, and I was like, I gotta walk like half a mile to go do this.
But then there's the puzzle builders room, and you can just spend hours in there talking to people, trying different puzzles, all sorts of things that you've never seen before. And now I'm thinking like this is the first time where I went to a major and didn't have a moment where I just wanted to go back to the hotel room and just kind of sit down because I ran out of stuff to do.
Yeah.
The only time I went back to the room was to watch the stream because there wasn't room on the floor to watch the finals live.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a very good problem to have.
Yeah.
And either way, you either watch it live or you watch just an incredible production of the stream. Arguably more fun to watch than watching it live. You get more into it.
Yeah, if you want to watch, like, if you really want to follow just, like, exactly the race for the win, like, people are like, yeah, the stream is the best place to do it. Versus, like, if you have a friend in the finals, like, sorry, we're not going to catch 19 seed very much. Like, I was not on stream once in 7 final, and I was like, yes, that was correct. I was like, I got my cube, and I started instantly. Maybe they'll get me for, like, 5 seconds. Well, it's like no one else is going. Like, maybe they'll put me up, and then they'll switch over to max, which would be correct also. But I was like, it's okay. And also, like, a huge shout out to Tim Reynolds for, like, the idea behind the schedule, like, having, like, because, like, people, like it's natural to want variety, and, like, if you jam-pack all the finals back-to-back, they get stale, and they don't feel as important, and, like, every night we have 2 hours of finals, very, very natural amount of time to sit and watch, and, like, it's, like, every day, you can do a variety of things every day, and, like, it worked. It made things seem much more exciting. And I know that's the plan for, I think, most of the major continentals, like, going forward, is to run a similar style schedule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was great, too, because, like, as kind of, the slightly more involved hobbyist, right? It was nice because I don't have to try and stay in it all day to, like, really focus and make it to the finals or whatever and do really well. It's like, okay, well, I'm kind of tired. I've been hanging out with my friends, but there's still more cubing, and we can just kind of kick back for the last couple of hours and just watch the finals and have a really good time. You're not just on your feet all day, just completely exhausted right until the very end just to do the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah. Also, the finals were they were cool.
Yeah,
I was like, this is so cool. I remember just like, because like we got out to a rocky, objectively, obviously, rocky start in the schedule, especially on Thursday, ran super late, issues with the court, like just like logistical issues with the stage wall and stuff that we weren't prepared for. But like, I was like, oh my God, like, how's it going? And then like 5 final was first. And it was just, it literally was the coolest thing ever. And I was like, this is why we do it. It was everyone in the crowd right now was like, okay, yeah, it was worth it. Like, I was like, this is so cool. Also, I mean, Taman really cooperated for the stream, having this like the most epic moment, like win in 4, world record on 5. Oh my God, I mean, that's the Cuber nerd chills I was getting. I was like,
yeah, for sure.
This is like, was like, also I'm like, it's Taman, like he's gonna do it. Like I was like, he's gonna get it right now. Like I wasn't even thinking like, yeah, still won. Like great job. Like a weird awkward, like, oh my God, biggest accomplishment ever. He finally wins Worlds, but like he missed world records. There's this weird, like, irrational, like negative. Instead, which is like could happen. Instead, you just get like the craziest like moment ever.
It's always fun to hope that like someone gets a world record in like a major finals, right? Because that's the stage to do it on. But how often are you really seeing that? And then Timon to really come through and do it on such a big stage with such a big record, you know, his electric reaction to it, it just kind of tied everything together.
Well, it's like way harder now too, because like people compete so much. Like expecting to get PR in a final is not a realistic. You shouldn't even be going like in a world's final. Your goal should not be to get PR.
Right.
Like it's just not realistic. The entire stage is different, especially like people that have competed at a lot of continental finals will tell you when they go to worlds and make their first world final, they're like, oh my god, that was not the same thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, they are not the same thing. Like, and so like doing like world record and world final, like back in the day, like was much easier. You competed like way less, like stakes were lower just because keeping was smaller. You competed way less. Like getting a PR at every single round you do is like realistic because you're not going to 20 comps a year. Like, and so I mean, they were still awesome and cool, but like, and like, especially, I mean, I think of like Drew Brad's one is like one of the more like epic ones because like Pyraminx even then was like, you couldn't even just do it on every set of scrambles. Like it's a sprint event. Like Drew's world record at Paris final was epic because like, oh my god, he got hero world record at world final. That's like so much harder than like a big cube world record at world finals because like you could do a big cube world record on any scramble. Like, and so like those are like, and then I mean now there's only one world record at worlds and like they're hard. I mean people compete all the time and like I think I also kind of like that there's only one record at worlds because like records we're not the excitement is not necessarily like in the records, like it's in the like story and the competition and the emotions of the competitors and like having this like Seattle was very validating of like, were you there? Like, do you see how cool that was? And like no one set any records and no one was like, oh man, it's so lame, no one got a world record. Like it was so cool.
That's cool. That Drew Brad's moment you mentioned, I mean, legendary. We were watching it last night.
Oh, that one was sick.
Yeah, it was just amazing, you know? Such a crazy average and such a crazy stage with such a crazy reaction.
I mean,
everything brings it together.
Yeah, Pure Final from Paris is so, like that was, and Pure Final was one of the more memorable ones. Like, what was Paris? Max won? Oh yeah, Felix got beaten by the playground. That's what I said. Because like the kids were, it was Lucas, Max, and who got second? I forget, but at the time they were also young.
It was, what was it? Oh, it was that kid that used Rue, wasn't it? Was that Paris?
No, Sean Patrick got second in Australia.
Right, okay.
It was Philip, Sean Patrick, who got third in Australia?
Man, I don't remember.
I'm like, I just remember Philip wins from like seed 8. And I was like, oh my god. Also, this Australia venue, I remember, because we're up on the balcony, because that had Australia venue absolutely like best spectator venue of all time. Like, Australia venue was actually like so sick. Like Australia Worlds was for the time Australia Worlds like pre-COVID was like insanely impressive. Like I'd be impressive. It would be a well done Worlds like now, and like that was like 7 years ago.
I've heard nothing but good things about it.
It also
a lot of people's favorite comp.
It was the only Worlds that got away without a major scandal.
Oh really?
Yeah, because like, well, I mean maybe Vegas and Sao Paulo, but those were like before the modern Worlds. Like Paris really kicked off the modern Worlds, and like Paris obviously was the timers, like the timer reset, the double, like Sebastian had one, and Nam's timer reset on Solve 1 of his Worlds. Oh, Nam got third out of, and he would have like unclear what had happened. It was Solve 1, but he timer resetted, and then 19 was nothing. And then Korea was Korea, and Seattle was clock, obviously. And so, yeah. So, like, Australia was the one that, like, I mean, some of these are just accidents and things happen in Australia, like, but, like, very clean, well done.
As clean as it could possibly have gone.
It was a good one. I had a good time at that one, even though, like, Max absolutely just, like, destroyed me. But that was expected. He was, like, far and away the best by the time Australia rolled around, so.
You were talking earlier about like, you know, you can't shoot for a PR. You can't really shoot for like your best at a major final. The one time I made a major final was in Toronto in 4x4, and I like had,
at NAC.
Yeah, at NAC. Yeah. 2 back-to-back PRs in the first and second round. It was like 30.6, 30.3. I was really chasing that sub 30. I didn't quite get there, and then the second I found out I made the finals, I just couldn't stop shaking, you know? And
Yeah.
it became less of like, okay, try and get that sub 30, have like the three-peat of PRs. It was just don't get last. That's the only goal I could
What seed were you?
feasibly set for myself. I was, oh man, I want to say I was like
Now calling Mega
12th or so. I wasn't top 10, I know that.
Okay, yeah.
Round 1, Group 2.
No, it's like your first major finals.
Yeah.
Like it's a big difference. Like it's very exciting. Like I remember watching Western champs and like they had head-to-head finals and like the timer didn't start like 3 times, and I'm like, these guys know how to start the timer. It's just like no, they've never been in a scenario where like everyone's watching you. And,
It's
like,
so different.
Yeah.
I never thought about it. I was like asking like my friends for advice, like my friends who had made major finals before for advice. I'm like, what do I do? And there's no cheat code. You just really have to just go up there and just try to relax as much as you can, do your best, and set reasonable goals for yourself. And
Yeah.
that's all you can aim for.
I think the reasonable goals thing is huge. Like it's your first one. You're happy to be here. Let's just try and get an average that's representative of our skill level and not get greedy and go for anything crazy. But yeah, I think we're gonna go an ad. So thanks for chatting, Dan.
Cool. Yeah. Very nice to talk to you.
Yeah, Manu and Manu will be taking my spot. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, Kevin. I'll see you around. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back, everyone. Super Duper San Diego 2026. This is Megaminx Round 1. Manu Singhal replacing Kevin Hayes, and I'm joined by the one and only, the very lovely Dan Pastushkov.
Oh, thank you. It's great to be on the mic with you, Manu. We've done this many times before.
Many times. Actually, like going back to what, like 2019? Did we do a stream in 2019? No, probably not.
No, because we talked about doing competition streams kind of during the COVID era.
Oh, duh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, with like Twisty Puzzle Cup and stuff.
With Twisty Puzzle Cup.
Okay,
yep.
okay. Yeah.
And
So
then
that was COVID.
When comps came back, we started doing some commentary. I remember Westerns. We commentated Westerns final
Westerns
alongside 23.
it.
23. Yep.
Yeah, we did that one. We
Yep.
did a random sack stream, I remember once.
Yep.
That was so long ago.
It was.
Preetham and I were reminiscing about those days and about how like the tech is so much better and like how like we're like so nonchalant about it now, but like we've really come quite a long way.
This is kind of what we were dreaming of back when we were discussing like how we're gonna do competition streams and stuff. But you know, when there weren't any comps, just talking about online stuff, it's like, oh,
We were theory
when comps come
crafting.
back, we're gonna do this and this and this and this, and it always felt like, oh yeah, like whenever a couple years from now that'll happen, but we're there. This is it. This is exactly what we dreamt of, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And what's crazy is we live in an era now where like streams are not just happening, streams are getting commonplace. We have started off 2026 with 2 banger streams, right? Multi Mayhem in Virginia last week. We saw a world record. Stanley got world record,
right.
5-blind single. We also got world record podium for multi-blind. First time it's ever been over 150 points, which is pretty insane in and of itself. And now we're here, Super Duper San Diego, 15 events throughout this weekend of competition. Potentially, you know, world records to be broken here as well, even though this is the last event before we go into lunch. But we have an incredible finals block for you all. After lunch, we're gonna go to 2x2 round 2. But then after that, I think it's finals for the rest of the day. Square 1, 5x5, 7x7, Megaminx, Pyraminx Cube, 6x6, 4x4, 2x2, OH, 3x3, until we do our little stream wrap up. That is a lot.
That is a lot. But you did also forget, as far as the stream goes, we have some pretty exciting stuff going on during lunch.
Yes, yeah.
I've got a fun interview with Red KB, Kenneth Brandon, someone that I very, very much looked up to when I started cubing. So I'm very excited to bring him on, introduce him to the people that might not know who he is, how influential he was. And also, a little birdie told me that Stanley Chappell, you just mentioned, who just recently broke the world record for 5-blind, is here. He's not competing, but he's here. He's on a family vacation in San Diego, coincidentally the same weekend. He actually flew in a little bit before his family, but on the same weekend or same week as Super Duper San Diego 2026. So he's here. He's at the comp. He rolled in yesterday. He was hanging out. He did a little bit of commentary.
Yeah.
And then today, little birdie told me him and Graham might come on and just kind of chit chat for a little bit.
Hey, look, they call Cubers Live Podcast Central, and look, we already got the Dan Kevin podcast. Next, we're kicking it off with the Multi-Blinder Extraordinaire podcast. This is absolutely correct. It'll be a nice little 30 minutes for those who want to hear from Graham Stanley. So yeah, put your questions in the chat, whatnot, as we get closer to that. It's going to be pretty fun, so it'll be a nice relaxed lunch. Go get your lunch. You know, the action is not happening on screen per se, but grab your popcorn, whatever, make your lunch. You got an hour, get ready, because the finals are going to be absurd.
Oh yeah, and I don't want to say you're not going to miss anything if you miss something, but truthfully you are, right? The rest of the day is packed out with all sorts of really cool stuff. Once Mega's over is lunch with our nice little kind of intermissions, and then finals for the rest of the day. It's stuff you don't want to miss. You know, we have top solvers and all sorts of events.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see some, I believe, unbelievable times.
Yes.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun kind of seeing what happens here.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, as I alluded to earlier, a world record is not off the cards by any means, especially from a Mr. Max Park.
Mr. Max Park.
Oh, pardon me, I'm going to hit the 6-7, but in 6x6 or 7x7, those are the ones we're most likely to see a world record come out.
We might just be on world record watch more than once today.
Than once.
There's certainly a chance for it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting.
If you're going to leave at some point, don't leave then.
Yeah. If you're going to leave at any point, you should definitely put the stream in your ear, because we're going to be commentating the rest of it. Actually, we're going to have some great commentators from the other side of the planet. Chris Mills, Michael Tripodi on for the final block of the finals, which is going to be very, very exciting. Two of the best commentators in the world, one of the best pairings in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, so whole action-packed day ahead of us as we continue through the second group of 3 of Megaminx.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Megaminx. We've been literally talking for like 15 minutes about anything else. Okay.
It's fun.
So so you and I
Yeah, we have some
have a
stake
bet
in
going
this.
on.
Yeah.
You want to introduce the bet?
So Manu and I made a bet at the last SAC comp. What was this, like maybe 4 months ago? This
SAC September.
SAC September, yeah. So we made a bet. We average kind of roughly the same on Megaminx, and we both want to be better than each other. So we put some stakes on it. So we have some money riding on it. We've got $50, I believe.
50 big bucks.
50 big bucks, whole dollars, on who's going to have the better average at North American Championships. However,
Yes.
the qualification time is 53-second
Yeah.
average. And what do you have right now officially?
103.
Okay, and I have a 102.
Yeah.
So I don't, truthfully,
We're probably not getting there.
we're probably not getting there. However, the kind of like backup to that, there was a great word for it.
The caveat.
The caveat.
The
Yeah, sure, the
escape
caveat.
hatch. The
Oh man, there's.
eject seat.
It'll come to me.
We-
It'll
we-
come
we-
to me.
we got
But
it.
that we have for that is whoever has the faster average by North American Championships if we don't qualify.
Oh, was it that, or was it by qualifying?
By qualifying, I think if we don't qualify, it's whoever has it by NAC.
Okay,
If we
sure.
qualify, then
If-
whoever is at NAC or whoever gets it at NAC.
Sure. Yeah. If we both qualify, it's at NAC.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Yeah, that's what it is. And
Yeah.
then if neither of us qualify, it's by NAC.
By
and if one of
NAC.
us qualifies and the other does, then that person automatically
Default wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a pretty high stakes here.
Yeah, but I think we've run into some complications with that because I'm practicing 5x5.
Okay, sure.
I'm in school. I work on a lot of car projects, so my time is kind of tied. I do put it into Megaminx whenever I want, or whenever I can, rather. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But you are the senior delegate. Is
I'm
that
the
right?
senior delegate. Yes.
And
this
that's a
is-
fairly recent thing.
Yes.
Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you. Yeah, I became the senior delegate at the tail end of November. Right before Thanksgiving. So yes, that's been taking a lot of time. I'm also practicing a lot of FMC at the moment because I really want to qualify for NAC for FMC.
Right, and that's top
Which is going to
20,
be
right?
It's top 30.
Top 30.
And I think the top 20 spots are already taken.
Oh boy.
In phase 1. So it's looking pretty dicey. So I got to really ramp up in the next couple months. But yeah, we'll give Megaminx a good go. Megaminx is my second favorite event behind FMC. And man, I've hit a major slump though. I have
Really?
like not been improving for a long time. I guess I haven't been practicing. Like today, like I counted 104, 111, and like I think like 119.
Oh boy.
So in the gutter. That 104, I got a PLL skip.
A PLL skip.
And so like, first of all, I'm like, this is insane. Secondly, I'm angry because I'm like, why was the PLL skip on 104? Like,
Man.
that should be like some 50.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
so-
it is a cool event. I definitely don't blame you for having it that high. The more I learn about Megaminx, like this is a very new event for me.
Sure.
It's something I never really historically practiced. I've known how to solve it, but I've been kind of around the 115, 120 mark for a very long time. The 102 was a huge fluke. I think I global around like
yeah.
109 right now, 110-ish. But the more I learn about Megaminx, the more I learn how just creative you have to be fast. So all these top competitors, we're just kind of seeing twists and turns, right? But in the head of theirs, there's so much going on, right? Because you're still making effectively F2L pairs, right? F2L, S2L, all that. You're making pairs and inserting them somewhat traditionally like you would in 3x3, but the ways in which you do that, having 12 sides, is so different because on a 3x3, you're making a pair, all but one move affects your cross, right?
Right.
Whereas on a Megaminx, it's like there's like 6 moves that you can do that don't touch your cross.
Exactly.
So now all of a sudden, instead of having one move, or maybe 2 if you're doing 2-gen or 3-gen or whatever, and breaking up your cross, putting it back together, there's 6 different moves that you can do to build a pair much more efficiently without touching your cross, And then you can also mess up your cross, fix it, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Insertions, just pair formation is so interesting on Megaminx. It's something I'm having such a hard time just kind of getting a hold of, getting comfortable with. But it's so much fun. And it's just so entertaining to kind of watch these top players and see what they do and go, wow, I didn't know that was possible.
Right. It's crazy because the solution that they pull out, so I met Nicholas Nyang at a competition in the Dallas area in February, right? And I'm like, Nicholas, watch a solve and tell me what I'm doing wrong, right? And he's looking at the solve and like, okay. And he's like, I'll show you an example of my solve, right? And so he's like going through extremely slowly. I'm like, how did you do this pair? He's like, oh, it was like 4 moves. I'm like, what? And it's like some insane like backslot insertion, but it's only 4 moves.
Right.
So it's things that you can find, but having that extra dimension, right? A lot of people describe Megaminx as 2 3x3s, which, you know, to some extent is true, right? Because it's F2L twice to some extent.
F2L and S2L.
Except F2L, having like those extra sides is actually like adding another dimension.
Yes.
And the insane amount of flexibility. One of the things I'm really, really interested to see how Megaminx evolves, like at the local level and also at the highest level, is to see if non-linearity starts to play a factor. Where like you start to build like a couple things, put it away somewhere else, and then work on something else, and then come back to that thing because you can store it on the other side of the cube
you
without
have
it
plenty
getting
of room
destroyed.
to just kind of store it and set it aside.
Right.
It's funny. I had a similar moment at the last Sacramento comp that I went to. Stanley Chappell was there, and we were kind of just hanging out. And he's quite a bit better at Megaminx than I am. And that's when Manu and I made the bet. So I said, okay, Stanley, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah.
And he effectively did the same thing, where he looked at my solves and it was to the effect of I am solving 3x3 on a Megaminx, where Stanley followed up with a solve, and there's a pair that is, in my mind, probably 10 moves away from being solved.
Sure.
You know, on the far side of the cube,
Yeah.
just not in the same plane of existence. And he does 3 or 4 moves and solves it.
Yeah.
And he does that 5 times for F2L.
Yeah.
And every single time he did it, I was like, stop, do that again.
Right.
What is the train of thought to get you to that point? And then he refers to that as kind of the low-hanging fruit. Like, those are fairly easy cases. There's much more complex stuff that you can do to form the pair. There's a lot of, you know, it's that extra dimension. There's 3 separate ways to look at forming a pair where both pieces are next to each other, you know? Maybe more. On F2L, S2L, and, you know, for F2L especially, there's so many places you have to look at the cube to track pieces, right? There's so many more possibilities for where a piece can be. On F2L, it's regarded, to my understanding, is the hardest stage of Megaminx is doing the first 2 layers. Because pieces can be on the far end of the cube. 2 pieces that go into the same pair, right? And it just seems like you have to do so much to get them together, but there's always some way to do some very creative solution, and it you know, doesn't make sense to me.
And what's crazy is I think like there's not always a right answer too.
Right.
It's like you can try a couple different things and you'll just get different continuations off of them. And at least at this stage, it's pretty hard to tell like what is like the exact right thing to do. It just kind of depends on like, hey, what are you looking at next? And then, I mean, look ahead also plays like such a huge factor in Megaminx just because there are so many pieces. And to me, and I guess I'm curious what you think, that kind of reminds me a little bit of like big cubes to some extent too. It's like you just need to be aware of all of these pieces that are moving around at any given time.
I agree. Yeah, I see what you mean, but I think it's such a different skill set.
Sure.
Where like I practice a lot of 5x5, right? My main event is 4x4. I'm really getting into 5x5, kind of dabbling in 6x6 as well. And one look ahead transfers to another from like 6 to 5, 5 to 4, all that. But then you get to Mega, and the general strategy you have to use to just approach look ahead is so different that to me at least none of that transferred. Where I'm having to kind of relearn how to look ahead for Megaminx. And like my kind of progression plan is, first of all, just stick with the beginner method, right?
Yeah.
Or the kind of like, you know, intermediate per se method.
Sure.
Where I'm trying to be efficient, but that's not my focus. I'm just trying to see where the pieces are at. Once I can comfortably do that, then I'll start focusing more on like, okay, be more efficient now that I can at least make some sense of where the pieces are going to be. That's what I find so impressive about these top solvers is, you know, getting 40 seconds, right? Like you have to do all of those things together. You have to consistently look ahead, look at 5 different things, right? For F2L, you're finding which pair to do. You're looking at potentially 4 other pairs after you've done your first one, right? And pieces are just kind of scattered. Not only are you looking for those and finding those, but you're also finding a very efficient and creative solution to do that in no time, right? You're not pausing doing this. 39, right? Exactly. Case in point. Like you're not really pausing. You just kind of keep turning. You know, you have to keep track of everything and come up with these just wild insertions from all over the place on the fly.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much creativity in this puzzle. I think that this puzzle is like one of the most fun to watch. Just because I think it's very satisfying to see the whole thing come together. And the other thing which is really, really awesome is if you all are, you know, interested, you should go watch the World's live stream. And I think there's a good example of this. The top solvers are all, they're starting to converge a little bit, but a lot of the top solvers have their own styles, right? Nicholas Nying is one type of solver. He's very, very slow turner, but is amazingly efficient. Then you have Timofey, who's on the complete other side, who has insane finger tricks, and you just can't see what's happening. Everything is a blur. You have LML somewhere in the middle, a little bit more consistent with it all. You have Kyungmin, who's also in the mix. Hyewon Siu, who also got onto the World Championship podium. And now we have Ziyu Wu also, who just does a completely different last layer method than anyone else in like the top 100. So like, it's such an interesting event. It's an amazing landscape. I guess it fits for the puzzle with 12 colors on it.
Right.
For it to be so colorful, it's amazing. I would highly encourage you all to follow, and I'm going to give a shout out also to West Coast cuber Varinya Jyotiradya. He has a great video on the future of US cubing. I definitely recommend watching that pair of videos. Unfortunately, it looks like Emil has made a mistake in his last layer. He's also using a different last layer method than a lot of the other solvers are using. He's doing a method where you twist the corners and then permute them, which is not really that good of a method.
Really, that's what I use.
It's not that good of a method. You should switch to like a traditional OLO PLL.
Well, I guess it's
like not full
Oh,
OLO
right.
PLL, but like edge orientation, corner orientation, corner
permutation orientation corner.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, well, okay. I guess that is what I do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think one interesting question is like all these top solvers using all these different methods. It's fun to think about whether Megaminx is like in its infancy and
Right,
methods
yeah,
are kind of developing,
yeah.
right? It's not like a solved puzzle yet. We don't
No.
know the optimal method. Or if that is just the optimal way to do it, is to find what works best for you. If there are that many options to be at the top, whereas like something like 3x3, right? If you want to be at the top, nowadays you're fairly limited to having to learn
Right.
ZB,
Right.
right? If you're
Right.
really good, sure, you can use like OLL, PLL, but you're still using the same kind of framework to,
Right.
to get to that point where with Megaminx, you can kind of just do whatever, If you get really good at what you're comfortable with, it seems like you can get to the top. You're not kind of stuck in the fence of having to learn one specific thing over another just
Yeah.
because it's better.
Yeah, speaking of like these interesting inserts, like a couple seconds ago, there was a really nice insert that Tim did into the back, and that's a really important skill to learn for Megaminx, just because the more pieces you can insert into the back, the more pieces that are in the front that are unsolved, which are the pieces you care about. We don't
Right.
care about the solved pieces, right? Like, because we have algorithms and stuff that will make sure that like they stay solved. We care about knowing where the unsolved pieces are. So that was really, really nice. I wanted to point that out from Tim here.
Yeah, and that's a good point too with like back slots and stuff, because you have the idea of like back slots in like 3x3 F2L, but the drawback to doing back slots is you're gonna have weird finger tricks or you're gonna have to
Right.
rotate. Whereas with Megaminx, if you're not doing back slots, your pieces can be anywhere, and then all of a sudden the pieces you need to look for are not anywhere in your line of sight. You're not just doing one like X prime rotation. You're turning this just bowling ball of an object all the way around to
No, that's
hope
it.
that it's there.
No, that's
and if
it.
it's not there, you have to do it again.
Because Y2 on Megaminx is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's why you see like, well, Emma will solve it like on the table and such. It's a difficult. It's like the most ball-like puzzle that we have. And so I was solving Megaminx on the flight back here to California, and I dropped my Megaminx into the lap of the person sitting next to me.
No.
And I was like, I am so sorry. And at that point, I'm like, I guess I'm not cubing for the rest of this flight. It was embarrassing.
Cubing on the plane sounds fun until you do it. Because
I think that's where I'm at. I think that's where I'm at now.
You either feel like a goofball or you do that.
Yeah, dude. Like, I used to do FMC on flights, but then like the trays tables I feel like are getting smaller and smaller, so there's not enough room for the paper, and like the scramble and also like the 3 cubes. At this point, like I think I'm going back to reading. We're going back to the 1800s.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah, we're doing reading.
I'm a music guy. I
Okay.
just have some downloaded music. A couple years ago, I bought the AirPod like.
Oh, the Max?
Not the Maxes, like the Pros or whatever.
Okay,
They're still
okay.
like earbuds ones. The noise canceling is phenomenal. I didn't expect it.
Oh yeah.
It's not an ad, but man, I would highly recommend them. If you
No.
fly or you just need to cancel out some sound.
Oh yeah,
It's so good.
Yeah, I bought my dad some noise canceling like over ear. And he really likes them. He's like, I cannot fly without this anymore. I'm like, great.
Yeah.
I picked a good Father's Day gift.
They're
This
like
time.
built for the plane. They filter
I
out
guess
like
that, yeah.
like one consistent noise, right? Like a spike in noise, they're not going to filter that out. But if you just have an engine for 4 hours, it's just there's nothing
yeah.
better.
Yeah. So definitely recommend. I could see them useful in like long car rides also. Probably not if you're driving.
Not if you're driving.
probably don't want to blast stuff while you're driving. But if you're you're passenger princess, you're just trying to knock out on like this long road trip. Yeah, give it a try.
Oh yeah. seems like we're kind of coming to the end of Group 2, and I'm in Group 3, and I'm not warm whatsoever.
Warm is definitely not what I've been all day because it has been cold here in San Diego. I guess it's January, but like, this is not the California I signed up for. Like, I don't know why we're like waking up and it's like 45 outside. Like, that is not my jam.
I like the weather, but I don't like cubing in this weather.
Yeah.
All right, well, if it's fine by you, I'm going to take off and just
Sounds good.
try and figure things out. That is a +2.
There we go. Solved puzzle. He eventually solved it. Good
He did
enough.
get there.
Oh my God! Not this.
Okay.
Okay, we're done.
Ad break?
Pull him. Get him off the stream. Show me someone else. Oh man.
All right, well, thanks for sitting here with me, Manu.
No, you're all good.
Always a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, and best of luck in your Megaminx round.
Thank you.
I think you have a good. You actually have a shot to beat me. I think.
We'll see.
Because I count 104, 111, 119, which is like 111 or something.
I can be a betting man. I'm not betting on this one.
Okay.
So we'll see what
Not in
happens.
the cold.
Not in the cold.
Okay, I see how it is.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Best of luck.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Later to Dan.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you
Cubers
get
Live has
podcasts.
recently opened memberships. Becoming a member gives you a fun badge next to your name on live stream chats, and you get access to some exclusive members-only videos. Joining the membership costs just $1 a month, and we'll use those funds to upgrade stream equipment and hardware, make more exclusive cubing content, and just generally push the envelope of cubing media. Joining the membership is not a requirement by any means. You can still enjoy our content right here on YouTube for free. But if you do want to support us, you can hit the join button next to subscribe on the Cubers Live YouTube channel. Thanks everyone, we appreciate your support in making events like this happen.
Welcome back, everyone, to Super Duper San Diego 2026 Megaminx podcast number 3 with Manu Singhal, Zach Miller. We've swapped places since we started this stream. It's been a great stream so far. Zach, how have your results been today?
Not as good as the stream, I will say that. Unfortunately, no PRs for me so far this weekend, but I'm having a lot of fun down here. This is state number 24 for me.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm trying to compete in all 50 states eventually, so this is number 24. I'm nearly at the halfway point.
Okay, wait, I will say, you have a leg up. Okay, this is an unfair advantage. Your states are so much smaller.
Oh my God.
If I drive 6 hours from here, then I'm gonna get to Arizona.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. The only buff that we have potentially is the country buff because we can cross the border in like maybe an hour.
Yeah, you can go to Tijuana comps whenever you guys want.
That's true, and we've done that before, and it's actually really fun.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of TJ Cubers who will cross the border into San Diego. A lot of San Diego Cubers will cross the border into TJ. So you have like a nice little like international community here.
Yeah, you got that like just the only thing separating you guys is just a border. So
Exactly, and then the line. That line
Yeah.
is not great.
Mhm.
I will say.
yeah, that
one-
customs line, the Sandy Sidra crossing.
Yeah, once we usually walk across because there's like a tram that stops right outside the
Mhm.
border crossing, and getting into Mexico no problem,
Mhm.
very very easy. They ask like one question usually. Getting back, that line is so long. We had to wait outside in the rain last time we did it.
Oh.
That was like what March 24th, I think. Wait, no, it must have been March 25.
Yeah.
When I was there, that was not great. I think Michael Muthing, one of the competitors we
just
were watching,
DNF'd.
just DNF'd.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Didn't start the timer apparently.
Wow, that's a big blow coming out, and that's shades of NAC 2024.
Yeah.
Alexei Sinyavin.
Yeah.
Also
yeah.
DNF by not starting the timer. He would go on to be knocked off the podium of that competition. So hopefully that doesn't
Yeah.
happen here.
Yeah, I've done that a lot before too, and that usually happens to me because I'm nervous. Where I'm like, I want to get the solve started, and I like put the cube down, and I just don't wait till the light turns green.
Right. Yeah.
And after that happened, that was like when I was younger. So I was like when I was like very antsy when I was cubing.
Right.
So what I did was I had to basically sit down and basically I never started to solve until I saw the light turn green.
Right. Like very consciously wait
Yeah.
for this.
And
light.
like that was a habit I developed at comps, and now like I don't think I've ever not had a DNF penalty due to stopping the timer since that. So
Yeah.
it's definitely something that like it's practicable for sure.
Mm-hmm.
5702 there doesn't look the happiest about it.
Yeah, Ryan just kind of just taking it. It actually looked like he had decent last layer, but unfortunately, I guess the solve up to that point, not to snuff, so to speak. Here's Kate Graham, extraordinaire at big cubes, taking a handle was not exactly a big cube, certainly not a cube. A little bit on the big side in terms of the number of pieces, certainly.
For sure.
And yeah, this is the tricky part about Megaminx, right? It's like, and Dan and I were talking about this just earlier, but just the sheer number of pieces
Yeah.
on this and the number of places those pieces could be. There's a ton of blind spots. Trying to find all of those blind spots is pretty tough. And you can kind of see here also, like Kate is like turning a lot faster as the solve goes on, and that's
Yep.
just because there's less places for these pieces to be.
Exactly, and I had that problem too in my first and the Megaminx solves that I just did, where I basically was struggling to look ahead during my first star, my first few F12 pairs, because I just could not find any pieces, and it was just so frustrating. But at the same time, it's something that like it gets natural with practice, and you have to. A lot of Megaminx solvers have told me the best thing to do is like solve slow without a
Right.
timer and
Yeah.
work on efficiency, because that will eventually help your look ahead, because you're going to be looking in more places. Like if you learn how to insert into back slots, for example, you're going to figure out how to start looking at like what pieces come out of the back and that
Right.
type of thing.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. That's definitely something I need to do if I'm gonna try and qualify for the North American Championship. I guess we talked about it earlier, but we didn't mention. Yeah, the North American Championship. It's going to happen in Raleigh, North Carolina, over 4th of July weekend. It's gonna be pretty exciting. Are you gonna go?
I am gonna go. I'm hoping to be there, and I am looking at flights actually right now. So
There we go. Yeah, I got the tracker on.
Yeah.
The flights are they're a bit steep at the moment, but I'm hoping they'll
Yeah.
come down a little bit in like a month or two.
Yeah, it's a holiday week, so it's probably best booking about 3-ish months out. So
Yeah.
looking closer around April or so for those flights is probably going to be your best time. There's also flying in a little early and that type of thing too, or leaving on a weird day. I know my family is going to be vacationing in North Carolina after that. So
how
what I'm-
convenient.
So, but it's like a week after, so I have like 5 days where I need to
that's-
fill.
that's annoying.
So I need to find something in North Carolina to do over like 5 days, because I feel like it'd be pointless to go home just to come
Yeah.
back to Raleigh a week later.
You could go to like South Carolina or something.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I was thinking about going to Carowinds, which is like the big
Oh.
amusement park in Charlotte.
Okay.
So they have like a bunch of roller coasters there, and just hanging out down there. If anyone in chat has any ideas of stuff,
Yeah, any
like,
natives?
any weekend trips to North Carolina, I'm all open ears. I need to fill about 4 days time, so feel free to shout if y'all have any ideas.
All right, so let's get back to some Megaminx. So on the other stage, we saw Michael Muthing luckily not get another DNF.
Yes.
Another DNF would mean he would be out of the round entirely. This is only round 1. It's not the final round, so he's definitely looking to make that final. Getting a 36 at that, which is pretty solid. That's going to be a very competitive time, I think, in this field. The top Mega Minxers here, I think, are probably... We're looking at, like, actually, it's probably going to be Michael, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
I think he's, like, looking at, like, maybe, like, a 40 average or so to win. Everyone else is probably going to be at, like, 45 range or so.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I would expect for this region. I know that Southern California doesn't have, like, an extremely good Megaminx presence as other regions, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And if there are, they aren't present at the comp. You had come in Choi, but he's obviously back in Korea now.
Yeah.
And since that, it's been every region kind of has like their own like event specialist.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like New England. There's a lot of people that do Megaminx there. You have Brendan Lee in New England. You have a bunch of people in the Midwest, like Seek Mackey and Hee-Won Show in Rhode Island as well. So
Alexi, not too far away in New York.
Yeah, exactly too. He comes to a lot of our competitions in New England a lot too. He's always a joy to talk to. So
yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's kind of like the difference I feel like, and this is something I've learned as like talking to around as like senior delegate. The regions are all extremely different.
Yeah,
like the problems that like we face here are different than the problems you guys face, and like things that are like not problems here are problems that sometimes show up.
Yeah,
and like New England is a very small region.
Yeah,
it's very easy to get from like one side to the other. Sorry, one side of the populated places to the other. I'm not sure how many people are going up to Maine. Or like with the border with New Brunswick or anything like that.
Yeah, like that's like the only big drive for me personally, because like every other state's small except for Maine. So like going up to New Brunswick from Boston is at least a 5.5 hour drive.
Okay.
Like it's about the same drive to Montreal.
Okay.
So.
And for reference, that's about the drive that it would take from LA to get to SF. You probably aren't even gonna get all the way to SF.
Yeah.
You might get to San Jose by then.
Yeah.
So like that's like kind of the scales we're talking about here. Which
You're
is
usually flying that. Usually.
Yeah.
So.
Typically you would fly that. I actually prefer to drive it.
Got that beautiful Pacific Coast Highway, right?
Yes. The PCH, amazing.
Yeah.
I love driving on the PCH. But also like with having to get to the airport, and also don't get me started on LAX.
Oh God!
Right, so
I fly all the time. So
that the LAX that's definitely a problem. But also like going through security and everything. Plus, I like having my car.
Yeah.
So then when I get to Bay Area, I can like meet my friends and like do whatever. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know how I got on this point.
Yeah.
Why did I get on this point? Oh yeah,
we were talking about like region differences.
Yeah, and like regional specialists. Yeah. So we have like a lot of different specialists here in like a lot of different areas. One of the things that is growing, I think, is Megaminx though, to some extent. So like Michael is based here. Ruby has gotten really, really good at Megaminx over like the last like year and a half. I think she's, I forgot if she has sub 45 average or maybe she's pushing sub 45. Obviously she has a 42. Yeah. And then while we had Minnie here, obviously like Minnie is like top 10 in the world. Just an amazing solver. I saw he recently posted a 22 single at home.
Yeah, it's crazy how good he's getting.
Yeah, and Megaminx I think is really underrated in terms of just kind of like getting started. I think it's one of those events where like it's really hard to get started because it takes a while.
Yes.
And obviously you don't want to practice something because like this takes me a minute and a half. Like why do I care?
Yeah.
But it is one of those events where I think like the more practice you do, I think you get better way faster than other events, so to speak. It's less alg heavy, it's a lot more like intuition, and for intuition the best way to do it is just to do solves.
Yeah, exactly. There's also the all-rounders too, like you in Southern California you have Brendan Dunnigan.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Bendy. Yeah, of course. Now he's not at this competition because we didn't have clock.
Yeah.
One of the two events we didn't have.
Yeah, clock and 3 blind.
Yes. But yeah, obviously like Bendy, incredible. Graham is a blind and PBQ events specialist, and obviously like the best in the West when it comes to that stuff. Max, of course, N by N, just incredible. We have a lot of good N by Ners here as well.
Yeah. For New England, one of them's actually in chat. Shout out Jeffrey Lee.
There we go. What's up?
My 7x7 goat in Massachusetts. And Cameron Solonier as well is also incredible.
Yeah.
And then we also have our own all-rounders like Quinn Maloney as well. He's who just won
National champion.
Scube at All-Stars. Yeah, he's been really making a name for himself in that event. I remember specifically like on my SKU prep for All Stars. I was like doing SKU prep, and he was outside of the top 8, and I was like, he's been PRing so much recently, he's gonna get top 8 at this comp. I'm writing down a write-up for him, and it ended up coming in handy. There we go.
It's always fun when like the local guys you compete with all the time and you know are like improving really quickly.
Yeah.
Actually show up and like get it done.
Yeah, and that happened with Quinn at Nats, and I was really happy for him.
One guy that happened to recently was Dean Suskin.
Dean Suskin.
He's here at this competition. He's had great results in Scube over the last year, and to see him make Worlds Finals and then PR in Worlds Finals, I think to get 5th overall is like amazing.
Yes.
It's just like, this is just some kid that like I go to competitions with all the time.
Yeah, I was like watching the Worlds things. I was like, I low key, like I will say, like I never heard of Dean before. I was like, whoa, this is actually really cool. Like seeing someone like come out from that and like do so well in like one of the most highest pressure sprint event finals you could ever find yourself in.
Especially that final
Like I was judging and stuff and watching other people. I was judging one of the Spaniards during that one. I think it was Jaime. I was judging him. He's really good as well. But I was like watching out of the corner, like looking towards my fellow Coloradoan Braden Roden during the final. And like Braden is also someone who's been getting incredible results recently. Unfortunately, he didn't put it all together during Worlds Finals. And I think he got about 14th. But he's someone that was like, he was like NAR 2 at one point. So like people have been coming out of the woodworks recently with that type of stuff. It's been crazy.
No, it's great. And I think it's great for like local communities to see like their guy like up on the big stage, or honestly even on like a live stream like this. This is a local competition, larger local competition, but even it's great, I think, to kind of like build like a little bit of like your own personal brand to some extent. People to get to know you. You just get to be known as like, oh, you are the one who is really good at this event. I'm gonna ask you for advice or whatever. Like, like help me get better. And like, obviously, everybody in cubing is like super like helpful. Very, very friendly. You can always go to anyone and just be like, hey, like I am really bad at this. How do I do better? I mean, I asked Luke Garrett for advice at a competition last week. And he's like, dude, you suck at this. I'm like, you know what? If you say it, it must be the way.
The one thing I do like sometimes is like I have a lot of friends. I'm in some private servers with people, and like I've like pinged people being like, hey, like I got this solved at a comp. Can you just be blunt and tell me like what's going on? Like, you cannot look ahead to save your life. Like, thanks. That's exactly what you tell me.
That's good.
So like that type of community is like really, really good as well.
I mean, because it very well, in cubing very well could have been like a very gatekeeping thing, right?
Yes.
Where it's like, I developed this method, and I'm just not going to tell anyone about it. Because it's just the best, and you know that way, like if I want to farm world records, championship titles, or whatever, like that would be a way to do it. But that's just like not the way cubing has evolved. I think it's for the better.
There was a little bit of that in like 2023-ish with clock, but it kind of died out when everyone started to like find their own like variants of no flip and 7 simul. Otherwise, I haven't really seen any of that. Like everyone, like if someone finds something, people are very transparent. With the amount of...
And sometimes people are just like, oh, I'm working on this thing. Like, I haven't fully figured out all the details yet, but like when I do, there's like some doc or whatever. I think FMC is actually a good indicator of
the
this.
Bible.
The Bible. We have the Hitchhiker's Guide now. We have an ARM guide now. We have like VR guide. Like it gets like deeper and deeper and deeper into like all of these like crazy like move theoretic stuff. But there's like guides, videos, and everything. And I think that it just exemplifies the awesome community.
There's also like all these courses and stuff that you can do too. Like there's so many different things. But the thing is like there's so many free resources and stuff that you can just like sit down and like learn something.
Oh yeah, I mean like basically everyone who's at the top level right now didn't like take a class. They didn't like pay like $3,000 for like a pro to fly out and teach them. They like learned themselves and or like asked people around, and people provided them with advice and support, which is great.
It is a very community-heavy community. Like if you are struggling with something, like people will help you and also be there for you when you succeed, which is awesome. Like I haven't really seen like a lot of like if it's a rivalry, it's friendly. Like people like obviously like want to like beat each other and like get better than the other person, but like everyone everyone is friendly with each other when they like one up each other. Like, it's an accomplishment. Right?
Exactly.
So, like when people are like trading world records, like or like trading records in a country, like usually it's pretty friendly. Like,
Yeah.
they know each other, they're really good friends, and they
Right.
just like one up each other to get better.
Right, because we're all competing under the same conditions for the most part. It's not like someone has like way easier than someone else, which I think is good. It makes sense for competitive integrity
Yeah.
as well. And of course, the WCA has done a lot of things to improve that. Of course, it's sometimes easy to forget the WCA is a worldwide organization.
Yes, exactly.
It crosses a ton of socioeconomic boundaries. And trying to that's one of the challenges the WCA has.
Exactly.
Is how do you make something that's fair for everybody, and set like equal conditions such that aren't like too strict and too ridiculous, such that like if we required equipment that was like literally like 6 figures or something like that, or had venues that were like ridiculously expensive, you wouldn't be able to see solvers in their natural habitat like this.
Exactly, and that's really what I love about this community, is that we just all come together in that way.
Yeah, it's great stuff. As we kind of round out the Megaminx round here, we hope you've enjoyed this version of the Cubers Live podcast. You can catch us on all of wherever you get your podcast. No, I'm just joking. We watched Michael Muthen get a 41 average. Kate gets another sub 1, I think. Their second sub 1 of this average, but kind of been all over the place for her. I think she also counted like a 108 at some point. So not really great. Honestly, I feel like we haven't seen ridiculous results kind of come out from anybody.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if the cold is playing a little bit of
Yeah, this for those that are not here, this venue today is unfortunately a little bit chilly, so everyone's hands are a bit cold. You'll see people around that are using a lot of hand warmers today. That's just been a little bit of an unfortunate factor that's been impacting everyone. Like, I got here, I was doing 3x3, my hands were just frozen.
Right.
But it's just a natural part of competing. Sometimes you just got to deal with those conditions.
And for what it's worth, it's fair.
Yeah.
Because everybody in this room
is
has the same problem. Like we're all complaining that it's cold. Of course, we'll do something to get it fixed up.
Yeah, especially before finals.
Yeah. But I also imagine that like as the day warms up and such, that some of that will flow in and out. Of course, it's also lunch right now. We're about to transition into lunch at least, and because of that, people have like exited and whatnot. So. That's also playing a little bit of a factor. I think all this is going to get cleaned up. We're going to see some amazing solves after lunch also. I went over the schedule, but I'm going to go over the schedule again just because I'm partially filling, but also because if you didn't catch my previous schedule rant, you can now. And also because it isn't down here yet. Oh, no, it is down here. Okay, prod team is just goated, I guess. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, never mind. I'm just going to tell you to read it down here because I'm too lazy. I'm not going to read it.
Yes. Look at this awesome ticker down here.
Yeah, there we go.
You guys got like the ESPN type ticker that you guys can read.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing that we need here is we need like results from around the world, right?
Oh,
like Charlie
yeah.
Eggins, like 1167 or
You
whatever.
gotta get like you gotta get like Adam Schefter of cubing, like breaking news.
Yeah,
like,
breaking news. Yeah. Oh man, I wish. Yeah, so that is gonna round things out for us in the morning section of the third day of it's day 3.
Day 3.
Of this
Wow.
competition.
Yeah. It's flown by.
It's been incredible so far, and it's gonna get even better from here on out. We have we're actually gonna switch after lunch. We're going to switch over to remote commentary.
Yes.
And we're gonna get some awesome commentators from around the world, and literally, I mean around the world.
Yes.
Of the other side of the planet. So definitely stay tuned for all of that. But other than that, I think if the prod team is ready, we're ready for a quick ad. After that, we have actually a very, very exciting interview with Red KB.
Yes.
He's competing at his first competition, I think, in like 10 plus years.
Yes.
Or something. So we're going to clean up the set a little bit, get that set up. Dan is going to be doing that interview. Then after that, we have another podcast for you. Stanley and Graham. That one I'm actually going to listen back to.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Because I'm just curious to hear what they're going to talk about. I'm sure it's going to be some... Actually, I'm really interested to hear them talk about M-Line and Multi-Mayhem.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure if they actually sat down to fully discuss all the crazy things that happened from that competition.
Yeah, like I've talked to Stanley a little bit about all that stuff, but it's insane the amount of stuff that's going into that. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
crazy.
It's going to be very, very, very good. So this is a great time for you all to grab some lunch. We're going to run some quick ads. That's your lunch break. Come back. I always love to put something on while I'm eating. So I feel like I'm like learning something
YouTube
or
while
otherwise.
eating, yeah.
So there we go. That's what we can serve for you. So put us up on your TV or whatever as you get some food. We're gonna go to an ad, but as I mentioned, don't go anywhere. Super Duper San Diego returns after this.
Hey, we're your Speed Cube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today.
Welcome back to Super Duper San Diego here in sunny San Diego 2026. This is our lunch segment where I'm Dan Pasterskov, and I'm very honored to take off this lunch segment to interview someone that was very influential to my life in cubing, starting out, someone very influential to cubing in general, has been around for a long time. We haven't seen him since Worlds 2013. It's been 10 whole years. It is my honor to introduce everyone here to Kenneth Brendan, Red KB. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Dan. I'm excited to be here. This has been a lot of fun.
Cool. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So I guess that's the burning question on everyone's mind who's familiar with your work.
Mm-hmm.
What brings you back today of all days?
Oh my gosh, it's been fun. So obviously I've taken a big break from cubing and YouTube in particular. But I think my last YouTube video was 2019, maybe December. It's almost 2020. So since COVID, I haven't made a YouTube video. And really I've been focusing on family. So, and the families, they're growing and they're starting to get into cubing, which is like super exciting. So I'm really happy about that. I taught my nephew, and my kids wouldn't want to learn from me, right? But as soon as my nephew learned how to solve a Rubik's Cube, then now they want to learn how to solve Rubik's Cubes. And so I'm really excited to come here. This is my kids' first competition and my nephew's second competition. And we had a lot of fun. So I'm almost entering a new phase of, I'm like the parent, which I am the parent, right? So, but I'm enjoying the like parent experience in cubing today.
Mm-hmm. How is that compared to back then when you were more focused on competing?
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of making sure, did you bring your cube? Like my son lost his Mega Minx at the restaurant last night, and he's competing in Mega Minx today, so we had to rush back to the restaurant to go get it. So it's definitely more like that's the things I'm worried about. I'm not necessarily worried about my times as much. I still wanted to do well, and I was pretty happy with. I only competed in 3x3 today or yesterday, but that was fun. So.
Is this something that you spent a lot of time practicing for?
At first I needed a speed cube because all my cubes are old and crusty and they don't turn very good. So I got a nice speed cube and I was like, holy cow, this thing turns so nice. And so I definitely practiced quite a bit, really since Christmas. So just for a few weeks really a couple weeks. So, but yeah, practiced a little bit for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if anyone was watching yourselves, you might have realized that you do something kind of unconventional to what we see nowadays. You use a very different method. You want to kind of talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So when I originally solved a Rubik's Cube, this is pre-YouTube, right? So this is ancient, 2001. I went online and I found how to solve a Rubik's Cube. I think the guy's name was Matt Monroe or something like that. And he had a nice website, and it was you didn't have to learn notation, and it was a corners first solution. And so then when I started getting faster and faster, I really wanted to speed cube, and there was hardly anything about speed cubing online at the time. There was like a Yahoo speed cube group or something like that, a Yahoo group, right? So I joined that, and there wasn't a consensus of what's the best solution. There wasn't a lot. People were doing Jessica Friedrich's method, which is really CFOP, right? And other people were like, you don't need that. You can do a corners first solution. So anyway, my method is based on a corners first solution, really popularized by a guy named Mark Waterman. This is a solution from the 80s. Mm-hmm. So I learned that it's basically you do the corners, 3 edges on one side, then you do a CLL to do the corners on the other side, and then using a keyhole you do the edges on the other side, and then you basically end up with just the middle layer edges. You have to orient them and permute them, and then you're done. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's not super efficient, but it's what I spent thousands of hours on in my 20s to learn, and now it's so I might as well keep going that way, I guess. But my nephew's taught him CFOP, and he's immediately faster than I am. So I've all of a sudden hey, maybe I should really spend some time on CFOP. So I've been practicing CFOP as well.
Whoa.
And I'm surprised that wow, I'm almost as fast on CFOP as I am on my old method. And it's just not even a full 4-look last layer, and I'm almost as fast. So I'm dang. So
you mentioned you were learning all this pre-YouTube and these Yahoo forums. What year was this roughly when you kind of started learning?
So I learned in 2001, and then I was in college, 2001 to 2003, just basically memorizing the CLL algorithms and just practicing. And it's crazy because for the amount of time I spent, I should be faster, I feel like. So I went to the World Championships in 2003. It was the first WCA competition, and I was really my goal at the time. The world record was 22.9 seconds, right, by Mina Tai. He set that in 1982, and so the whole time I was like, this is the world record. I want to beat it. I want to beat it. I can beat it. And there was times where I was beating it, right, and so I went to the World Championships hoping to like beat that time, and I didn't. But I got, I think, 25, 26 seconds, something like that. Dan Knights won the competition with an average of 20 seconds, so that tells you like how far things have come. You know, I don't think 20 seconds got you into the second round today. And maybe it might. I don't know if it did or not.
Right.
It was. I don't think it did. So it's pretty incredible to see how far things have come.
Right, and I want to kind of talk about that a little bit. The first ever WCA competition, right? And it was a world championship. A lot of stuff was different, right? And a lot of people were doing all sorts of different things. Like you mentioned, you were using corners first, and there was some, you know, the Friedrich method, as it was called back then. Was anyone else, like, were there really any other top solvers that were using kind of similar methods to you, or just anything unique like that?
I don't know if anyone was doing. Honestly, I've never met someone who solved kind of like how I did. Actually, Mina Tai, I've heard, used a similar method to the Mark Waterman method. So I think he did a corners first method, but he wasn't at the 2003 World Championships. But yeah, there was, I remember Lars Petrus was there. He was doing the Petrus method, which was really cool. And I think most people were doing like a CFOP variation. But yeah, it was definitely different. In fact, like the organization of competitions have improved so much. Like, it's incredibly amazing to see how efficient this competition is being run. But I remember back then, the idea, I think, was everyone was going to, first round, everyone was going to do an average of 10. Like, that was the plan. And after everyone went through one solve, they like circled up and like, we can't do this. We're going to do a best of 3. So it was literally a best of 3 to get to the second round. And then they did best of 3 again to get to the final round. I think the final was an average of 5. And I think that's because we did average of 5 there. That kind of started average of, like, we never, in the Yahoo groups of the day, no one ever did an average of 5. It was always an average of 10, really 12, throw out your worst and your best, and then you average the middle 10. Like, that was what we were doing in the Yahoo group. So, yeah, I think the average of 5 came out of the, like, how unprepared everyone was for that competition.
So it was just really on the fly. They figured out the average of 5 format, and it was so good they stuck with it.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. You'd have to ask Ron or someone who was organizing back then. So.
I was looking at your results too. The next comp was like some Caltech comp where they also did like a best of 3 as well.
Yeah, they might have. I don't even remember that well. Tyson Mao, thankfully he was nearby, and he started to help co-found the WCA. But he was at Caltech. I think he was attending Caltech at the time as well. But I went to maybe 1 or 2 competitions there. And it was really cool to see Mackie. He was the world record holder at the time. He may even set the world record at one of those. I don't really remember, but it was cool. And Lars Petrus came to one of those as well, which is cool to see him again. And yeah, they were fun. So. And then I basically stopped going to comps after that. That was like 2004 maybe. I don't remember. But it wasn't until the World Championships in 2013, and I made a YouTube video on that. But I went there, and that was a lot of fun. And the jump between 2004 and 2013, incredible, like incredible, right? Like, I think Felix Zemdegs was solving around 5 seconds at the time, and seeing people go from like a 15-second like world record to a 5-second, is pretty cool in that time frame. And then since then, from there to now, is also like really cool to see the improvement, and it's fun to see Max here today, and having a lot of fun.
I want to kind of stay on the old World Championships before we kind of pivot towards the newer stuff. The events list was very, very different back then, right?
Yeah.
It seemed a lot less kind of set in stone. And you held a world record, didn't you, at one point?
Well, I don't think I ever had a world record in anything, but I did do a lot of Magic. I like playing Rubik's Magic, and that was one where I really enjoyed.
And you had the national record in that?
Yeah, maybe it was the national record, or maybe it was the North American record. I'm not sure if it was like U.S. or if it was North American. But yeah, it was. And the funny thing is, I was competing with my twin brother, and I think he might have had it for Master Magic. I don't really remember. This is like, we're talking like 2 decades ago.
Right. So. But there was also the Siamese Cube, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
right?
yeah, Siamese Cube. They basically said, bring any puzzle and get an official time.
Oh,
I'm like,
wow.
okay, I'll bring my Siamese Cube. And a Siamese Cube actually, at least the ones that are connected only with like one corner edge corner like grouping, that one solves very well with the corners first solution. And so I was like, hey, I could be one of the I'm the only one doing corners first here. I could be very good at this, right? You know. So I solved it there. I don't know if they gave me a world. Did they give me a world record for that? I don't
You
know.
mentioned it in a video.
I might
but
have
I haven't
mentioned
looked into it past that.
I don't think it's on the WCA
Okay.
website, but it maybe speedcubing.com. It might be on there. But yeah, I don't know if I got an official world record or not.
That's cool. That sounds like it was a fun experience. So
Yeah.
then after that, right, couple comps, I imagine fairly similarly formatted. And then Worlds 2013, which, you know, was kind of when I started cubing,
Yeah.
right? So that's kind of like as far as I see it, the formation of the really kind of developed WCA, the start of not so much hyper competition, but the just, you know, very well organized, kind of very well put together, you know, major events, and that was the big one that everyone talks about from back then is Worlds 2013. How was your experience there compared to the one at like Worlds 2003 10 years ago?
Well, I would say like that one I was so focused on YouTube, right? Because by that time like Red KB is like a very big popular channel, and so you know I was very focused on the YouTube aspect of it, but I wanted to document it because like it was so cool to see how far things have come, multi-blind, like every single like you know event, and seeing like really incredible performance by everyone who was there that competition. Yeah, it was like completely different from that 2003 experience, and it was really cool to see how far things had come.
So then from something like that to then, you know, 13 years later coming into this competition, is there like a noticeable difference that you're seeing in the same way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the times are incredible. Like, you know, it's cool to see how fast everyone is now. Like, you know, people at this competition would be like being on the podium in that one. So it's really cool to see just the times. And then I think the, you know, having my kids come here and seeing just how like you're told if you're going to compete, you're also going to judge, you know, and it also helps keep the competition moving, which is very nice as well. It's not taking forever. So, and my kids have really enjoyed, you know, judging too. It's a good way to keep them busy, I think. So I like it. Yeah.
Is it something you think you'll kind of make a return to, start coming to more of these events?
Definitely, I mean, I think so. You know, especially as my kids have had a great experience here. My nephew set a PR single and average, and then my kids, this is their first competition, and they set records. Their own PB. Like my son got a PB and a PR for his 2x2 solve. He got a lucky on it. He got like a 3-second solve. For him, that's great. You know, so I was really proud of him, and yeah, so you know, I think as long as the kids are enjoying it, we'll be coming back for sure.
That's awesome. That's good to hear. Now, you've mentioned a couple of times the YouTube channel, and I think that's a big one that a lot of people might not know about. So back in the day, you built a fairly large following. In fact, what, 300-something thousand subscribers?
At one point, it was over 400,
Wow.
and it's gone in the wrong direction. So I think I'm like 390. At the time, though, it was the biggest U.S.-based cubing channel. And it was a lot of fun. You know, I was making videos every other weekend. Sometimes it'd be every single week, and I did it for over a decade. So like 10 years of me making YouTube videos on puzzles, and really had a lot of fun with it.
Super cool. Yeah, very influential, I think, to a lot of people, to a lot of collectors. You know, including myself. It's something I always look forward to seeing what kind of crazy puzzle you were going to pull out, and it was always something very insane. So I want to talk about the different puzzles, but I also want to talk about the fact that you, a lot of the time, would develop your own methods to solving them. These kind of outlandish puzzles that didn't really make sense, you know, even just watching the video, you don't really understand how the pieces move around, and you're figuring out ways to consistently solve these.
That ended up being what I really enjoyed. I love cubing, but I've never been a speed cuber. Like I maybe in the early 2000s, you know, I was speed cubing, but it was very clear I wasn't going to be a competitive speed cuber. But I really enjoyed random, interesting, unique like mechanisms and puzzles, and I especially loved getting a new puzzle that like no one really knew how to solve yet, and like tried to figure it out before anyone else could. And that was always highly motivating to me. So I very much enjoyed getting random, like really unique puzzles and trying to solve them.
What was your kind of methodology towards, you know, finding those kind of solutions? Because, you know, I've played around with like some non-WCA stuff, and there's some that like I'll just say no thank you, put on the shelf, or honestly a lot of the time I would come back to your videos, or you know, videos similar to yours, and figure out how to solve it. How did you kind of work through those puzzles and consistently be able to, you know, get solutions for these complex things.
I think it takes practice and persistence, and even I guess I don't even know how to answer the question. Like, to be honest, like I think some of it was like, oh, I'm going to see what I already know and how I can apply it, and I think cuboids is a good starting point. Like once you can do a 3x3, well, can you do a 2x2x3 like that? Like just because you can solve a 3x3 doesn't mean you could even do a 2x2x3. Like there's a constraint, right? Because you can only do 180-degree layers on some sides. But then if you can just like learn a simple algorithm to maybe switch 2 corners on a 2x2x3, like that's a simple algorithm. But that algorithm can then be used on all sorts. Like you could use it on a square one, has a similar issue, and others. And so some of these algorithms can be used on multiple different puzzles. And so you have that as a base, and then plus you start learning about commutators and conjugates and stuff like that. And you can start really trying to think like, what's the problem? I love seeing a puzzle that I've never solved before and thinking about, if I were to create a solution, where would I start? Would I start with orienting these pieces and then permuting them, or maybe, hey, look, I just permuted these and it didn't hurt anything else. Well, I need to write that down and remember it. So stuff like that. Every puzzle is different, I would say. And I tried. You may have seen it, but I tried to start documenting some of these with what I called the Nemesis series, right? So like these puzzles where like they've been sitting on my shelf for a long time and I've never solved it. You know what? Gosh darn it, I'm going to solve it. So I would go get it and I'd play around with it, and I try to document the sort of like, how am I going about trying to solve this puzzle? And each one I did was slightly different. So, but yeah.
So if someone's just kind of getting into cubing or moderately into cubing, they're a speed cuber, but they've kind of thought about picking up something non-WCA, what's like if you had to pick 3 puzzles or 3 styles of puzzles, kind of going like a progression from easy, medium to hard to try and figure out on your own, what would you kind of suggest to someone?
Yeah, well, I love the 2x2x3 as a simple cuboid. I think it's a lot of fun, so that's probably an easy. Maybe throw in a gear cube too, like just the plain old gear cube. Like, I don't know why, it's not that hard of a puzzle, but the way it moves, it's very satisfying. I like that puzzle. I really like gear puzzles. So I would start with maybe one of those. And then medium, I don't know. Like, even mods are kind of interesting. Like a ghost cube is like surprisingly difficult. Like, you're like, this is just a 3x3. Why can't my mind wrap my head around that? So maybe that for a medium. And then like a hard, like there's still the Maltese gear cube. Ooh. I still can't solve that puzzle. And I've tried so many times. I'm very close. Like there's probably like 6 different problems you have to solve to like, and I can do 5 of the 6. It's like I just need to orient the last little like I don't know what you would call those, the gears. I need to orient the gears so that it's flat on every side, and then I could solve it, but I can't solve that one. Mm-hmm. So that might be the only puzzle in my collection, my active collection, that I've never solved. There have been other puzzles people have let me borrow, and then I couldn't solve, and I gave it back to them. But that one sits on my desk, just unsolved, and it drives me insane.
Maybe someday we'll get a Nemesis series
I've
video.
always said if I ever solve that, there will be a follow-up Nemesis video on that one, because that is my ultimate Nemesis puzzle.
I'm very much looking forward to that. You mentioned it's the hardest of your collection. That I guess implies that there's some fairly difficult puzzles in there, and just a kind of huge collection to begin with. I think one of the most impressive collections. Do you have like a set of just favorite puzzles? Doesn't have to be hardest, doesn't have to be like anything in particular, just your personal favorites.
I mean, I think my personal favorite is probably the 3x3x5. Like it turns, like it's not that much harder than a 3x3. You can solve a 3x3, and then you can solve the outer edges like maybe a 3x3x2 or something. But it's not that hard to solve. But when it scrambles and then it like shape shifts, looks super cool. And then to fix the shape shift, it's a very satisfying to like turn, because it's got a 3x3 core. And so like everyone's played with the 3x3, so that one's probably my all-time favorite. And then I'm trying to think of other puzzles that I really like. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy how like the 3x3x3, just like Rubik's Cube, like you never get away from that. Like that's also the one that I probably still play with the most, even though I have this huge collection. When I'm sitting in a meeting and sometimes like trying to like pay attention, like maybe I'm playing with the Rubik's Cube under the desk, so still playing with the 3x3.
Cool. Is it something that you like maintain the collection? Is it something you add on to, or does it kind of just sit pretty?
Well, I got to say this year, because my kids are now getting into cubing and speed cubing, everyone wants their own 3x3, their own Pyraminx, their own Megaminx, and own square ones and stuff. So all of a sudden, our family's overall cube collection has exploded because like everyone wants them. My daughter, my son, even my youngest son, he can't solve a Rubik's Cube yet. He can do one side. But even he wants his own 2x2 and his own 3x3. So yeah, it's kind of cool to see. But overall, my collection, it's kind of collecting dust, right? So it's I haven't really added all that much over the years. I think I've got, yeah, I can't even say. Like, I don't think I've really bought any non-WCA puzzle in probably 4 years or so.
Cool. Well, as we kind of start to draw to a close, I want to kind of talk about the future of Red KB. You know, you've made an appearance here. You're talking about competing more. Is this something that we're going to see more regularly? Are we going to see more Red KB videos in the future?
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, if it were up to my kids and my nephew, they want me to make YouTube videos. You know, they really love watching YouTube, right? They love watching Tingman and Cubehead and Soup Timmy and all these great creators, and it's really fun to watch. Like, I'm watching them too because the kids are watching them. Like, man, these guys are great at doing YouTube, and so I'd love to get back into it, but it's a huge commitment, so it's hard to say. But I am also actually working just for fun. I've been working on a cubing app too, which has been fun. It's called Cube Vault, and so I'm actually looking for beta testers. So anyone watching, if you wanted to go to cubevault.redkb.com, there's a sign up for beta testing. But that's another thing that's been a lot of fun. And if I continue working on that, who knows, maybe I'll make a video on that as well.
Do you want to kind of give an explanation of what that is?
Yeah, it's basically, so I was on my phone on Android, and I was looking at the Play Store looking for like a cubing app, and there's not that the cubing apps that are there just to like play with a virtual cube aren't very great. And so I was like, hey, I wonder if I could, use AI to help vibe code one. And I was like, wow, I got really far really fast. So anyway, the app, it has basically all WCA puzzles except for Square One, but I'll probably be adding Square One eventually. Then it's got cuboids, it's got different mods, shape mods, and so it's like a vault of all these virtual cubes that you can play with. And it works well, looks nice, and so hopefully it'll be coming out on Android and iOS very soon.
Cool. Yeah, that's something I definitely want to take a look at.
Yeah.
I'll find myself just kind of sitting somewhere with no cubes.
Yeah.
I just want to maybe even just think of something in my head, see what it does on a cube, especially non-WCA stuff. I think that'll be interesting.
I've got right now it's got a Fisher cube and a Mala cube, the one with 9 colors on every side.
Oh yeah.
A Void cube, and we'll be adding more. I actually have one. It's called the Grinch cube. It's the Grinch's face, but you can scramble them up. It's like a 2x2 head, right? So, but yeah, looking forward to continue to add more once I get them live.
Cool. And what's the link for that one more time?
Yeah, it's cubevault.redkb.com.
Cool.
Yeah. So, but yeah, besides that, yeah, we'll see if I end up making more YouTube videos. Like, I'd like to. It's a huge commitment, and also it's like it's almost intimidating now after so many years. YouTube's come a long way, right? There's like different expectations on level of production, but who knows? Maybe I'll just throw something up there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I'm far from being the only one who would love to see the return of Red KB. I mean, it's the kind of videos that I'll be doing something and then just put them on in the background. It's just really relaxing,
Yeah.
I think it holds up so well to today's content.
Yeah,
I'm a huge fan.
Appreciate that. It's fun to know that, like, hey, I spent a decade on that channel or more than a decade, and I'm glad it's had a good impact.
Anything else you want to touch on before we wrap up? Anything you're working on? Anything you
No,
want to
nothing
plug?
really. I mean, just thanks for everyone here. Like, this has been a super duper competition, and I've really enjoyed it, and the kids have had a lot of fun, and yeah, looking forward to maybe checking out some more competition stuff. We'll see.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming on, Kenneth. It was truly an honor and a pleasure to sit here and speak with you. I hope you understand the power and influence you've had over my generation, at least of cubers that started to come up, and how much you've inspired us to keep doing what we do. And here's hoping that the next generation of cubers can know who you are, find your backlog of content, and maybe see new content from you in the future.
Hopefully. Well, thank you very much, Dan.
Cool. Thank you so much. It was great talking to you.
Thank you.
Hey, we're SpeedCube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest.
Cool. Hey everybody. I'm Graham Siggins.
I'm Stanley Chappell.
And this is our YabFest podcast while everybody eats lunch. Yeah, what's up? How you been doing?
I've been all right. How about you? I haven't been competing, so
yeah.
I've been kind of checked out, but to my benefit, I think.
Yeah, you were on stream earlier, and I didn't. I was competing, so I didn't watch it, so I don't know what everybody knows so far. But yeah, Stanley hasn't competed at all. He's just visiting and watching us and cheering us on. It's been funny. He's just like warming up for every event that is happening at this comp, even though he's not competing in them. But yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Yeah. Maybe we'll plan this before registration closes next time.
Yeah. Yeah, it might not have been such a blowout in the blind events if you registered in time, but
Who's
it'd be
to
that
say,
way.
though?
Yeah, who's to say? Yeah. Should we talk about what you've been learning?
I've been learning algs.
Yeah, learning a lot of algs.
I don't know if I should say what algs they are.
I guess you could talk about square one.
They're not LTCT.
Yeah, not LTCT, but multi-blind related.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm getting kitted up.
We got multi-blind algs in 2026. Yeah, stay tuned.
But yeah, Square One.
Yeah.
I've been practicing that event.
Yeah, I haven't, but fun fact, before I got into blind events, Square One was my main event. I was ranked like 115th in the world with a 14.6 average, I think, which, blast of the past before anybody was really practicing the event. I think it was right after the Chi came out. Remember that? Remember the Chi? It was
I
like
do remember
the
the
first
Chi.
not horrendously bad Square One after the Calvins. The Calvins was like literally just zero corner cutting possible.
Don't be dissing my MF8.
Oh, I didn't even have an MF8. You had an MF8?
No, I didn't. I started on the Chi.
Oh, okay. I don't know much about the MF8, but the Calvins, I remember you would literally like, if you try to corner cut whatsoever, if you try to turn and it's not perfectly aligned, and there's no magnets too, an edge would just go like whoosh and like just get catapulted to the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Real ones in the chat will know. They'll have the experience that I have.
I've tried a Calvin's before and have had that experience. I've also tried an original Square One.
Whoa. I don't even know. You gotta elaborate. Who made the original Square One?
I don't know.
And who had it?
It was just some like friend from middle school.
Whoa.
Who had an original Square One.
Original Square One.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting. I want to try it.
Yeah, it like I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it like came in this like clamshell packaging at this like specific scramble where the slice was turned 90 degrees.
What?
Yeah, it was in like an 8-0 state, and the slice was turned like 90 degrees to like basically try and just confuse you as much as possible as to what the puzzle was.
Okay. Yeah. Weird. I want to try that. Yeah, Dan and I, Dan, who you just saw on stream, staying at my house, and he's an OG cuber, more OG than I am. 2013 ID or something like that, I think.
I think he's a 14 ID.
Oh, okay. But yeah, we were staying at my house, and I have a very old bag of cubes in my closet, and we just, all night long, we were having sessions on these old cubes. Dan was knocking out like 7s and 8s on a Thunderclap V1 that I magnetized myself in like 2016, I think. And I whipped out my old Goguan Weishao. I feel like half the people in the chat may not have heard of that cube, but man, that was a good one. I got like an 18 on 3-blind single with that.
At the time I
2
was
days ago.
starting, which like to be clear, hardware was evolving very, very fast at the time. But the Yuexiao was the cube at the exact moment that I started.
Oh.
Although 2 weeks later, the Weilong GTS released, and
yeah. So I have a video. If people want to try to find this, I had to log into my own YouTube account on my phone and then dig through playlists that are private, so only I can see them, to be able to find this video. But I don't think it's a private video. It's just like impossible to find. But I have an 8.58 3x3 PB single on the Goguan Weishao that I'll never forget, because it was like a massive PB on cam. And if you want to try to find that on my YouTube channel, it's like one of my earliest videos, like 2016, 2015, I think. Yeah, good times. I have like 2x2, like 2.8 2x2 PB average of 5 on my channel, like some of my earliest videos.
the Cubalig classics.
Cubalig, yeah. Real ones, no. I used to be called Cubalig. Eventually just changed to my name because too many people were asking me, what's up with the username? And I had to tell them my original YouTube channel is Sigalig, and so Cubalig, I don't know. Anyways, what do you think about results at this comp? Have you been paying attention to much?
Not really. Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, there haven't been too many like externally notable results.
Yeah, I will note Kate Graham got a PR 7x7 mean of 3.
Oh, did she?
Which I think is female world record. So that's cool.
Certainly, yeah.
And Michael Muthing was freaking out during my 7x7 group yesterday because he got an overall PB 7x7 single, which was also his first ever sub 2. So that's
Very
pretty
nice.
cool. Yeah. And of course, I mean, we all know Max is just dominating.
Yeah.
He
got a sub 24 by 4 average today. That was pretty cool.
I didn't even realize. I guess I was busy competing. That's just another day at the office for Max, though, as we all know. I also talked to Kevin. Kevin barely missed a 6x6 PR mean, which that's big. He's formerly the GOAT of 6x6, so that's always cool to see. Them still improving, clearly.
Yeah.
At such an age, I vibe with that.
Formerly the GOAT is an interesting phrase. Greatest of past time?
My GOAT. Greatest of all time previously. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
He used to be the greatest of all time until time progressed.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, anything else? Yeah, I haven't paid too close attention to Max's results, honestly. I feel like at a certain point, you're just like, yeah, Max is destroying. He got a mid 9 one-handed average, I think I saw.
Oh, did he?
Let's peep. Okay. Yeah, you're right. 1989 4x4 average. That's very solid. I think, so he has world record with like 1878 average now, right? Something like that.
Something in the 1870s.
Timon got the first ever sub 19, and then Max got like a huge PR and world record. Not a huge world record, but a huge PR, because I think he had like
his
1975.
His 1874, yeah.
Okay, and his previous was like almost a whole second slower, which was a crazy jump. So 1989 is probably like PR 3 or 4, if I had to guess. So
let's see. Let me check. So he has that 1874 average. He has the previous 1935 NAR average. 1977 average.
Oh, 1935.
Yeah.
I missed that one. Don't listen to me.
Looks like that average is PR8.
Oh my gosh, dude. I'm underestimating him. The GOAT. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, yeah, that's as far as results, notable results, but we got 6 finals coming up not too long, 7 finals coming up as well, 5 finals, all the final rounds. You gotta stay tuned.
With all due respect, it seems like the results focus this weekend has not been in San Diego.
Oh,
it has been very much in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Yeah, we didn't even mention the new world record average that happened. I don't know if anybody previously on streams talked about that, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Charlie Eggins was also.
Cheggins, yeah.
That was this weekend. It was Friday, but this weekend.
Yeah, that was super cool to see. I, for one, was completely shocked to see the average of 5 tie mean of 3 world record so quickly.
Yeah.
I was sure it would take longer than that, and the fact that it was Chegin's literal first ever best of 5 round, and he got tied world record average. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And the 6-7 to top it off, just Kino.
He has so much work to do, and like.
Sorry.
He also like.
Yeah. Yeah, what else about that solve? I mean, did you watch? I didn't really watch the actual world record average 3x3 average
I've
yet.
only seen a video of the last solve.
Okay.
But yeah,
the last solve was like the peel, or
it was a back soon.
Not a PLL skip. Oh, back soon.
Yeah, that was back anti soon rather.
Oh, okay, I thought
that was the last layer.
I thought we were looking at it, and it was like maybe the wide sexy sledge or something.
It was short. It was back anti soon.
Yeah,
though.
whatever it was, he had insane recognition with like the AUF and everything. Like it seemed like he literally. I don't know if he predicts.
I think he got it at AUF, which was helpful.
Oh yeah, but still he has to recognize AUF lists, right? Which I mean, I guess with like some cases
he does that instantly. So
yeah,
it's
easy enough to see that you have like one color paired with the F2L, and then it's fine. But yeah, it's still insane. So that's a Soon, you said.
It was back anti Soon. Yeah.
And so he's recognizing Soon ZBs. In that amount of speed.
Well,
that's mind-blowing to me.
I mean, it is mind-blowing, but to be fair, he did get it at the easiest angle.
Oh.
And also, yeah.
I don't know anything about this.
Right, because if you're looking at FR, you have the oriented corner right there.
Pull it up a little more.
So we have it right here. So we have UFR right here. Most people recognize from like UF and R. We have an oriented corner here, making this recognition super easy. And also, Schwan, you could probably know about this bar here.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Wow. Pretty crazy. What else do you know about Schwanyi's solving? I know that he's like, so ZB is not just like, learn how to orient the edges with the FR slot. You can learn like BRZB and FLZB. Like, do you know how much he knows at this point?
For me, it's unclear how much he knows in the way of explicit solutions for different slots.
Okay.
As opposed to mirrors.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure the algs he uses are very conducive to mirroring, since he probably uses algs that use more simple triggers than elaborate setups.
Yeah.
But I mean, knowing what I know about his ZBLL recognition, he probably does know a fair amount of ZBLS from different slots quite explicitly.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess at a certain point, I mean, he seems to know ZBLL just about as well as you can know it, probably. And so what do you do now? You just like, aside from spamming solves, you learn more sets, I guess. Yeah, that's what I would do, I guess, if it was me.
Well, F2L is always improvable.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Planning.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. I wish it was easier. Well, there are some reconstructions of a lot of their solves. I want to look more into stuff like that, because sometimes it seems like hard for me to believe that they're one looking all of F2L a lot of the time, but it seems like those solutions are like not short. Like they're, I don't know what you would estimate their F2L solutions are, like 20, 25 moves or something, like 20, 30?
Maybe even like 30, yeah.
I have no idea how it's possible to look ahead that far. That's crazy to me. But yeah, getting more efficient would make it probably, I mean, I don't know, even easier to look ahead, possibly. Yeah, I'm very curious for what the future of 3x3 holds. I always get the question of people like, do you think that Yihang's ever going to get, like CFOP 3-blind world record? Like actually beat 3-blind, like 3-style in 3-blind, actual 3-blind? And I gotta say, I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
I mean,
don't know about you.
there's one solve that people cite as their evidence that this might happen.
Oh.
And I'm going to say once and for all that this is turbo code.
Is it when he's like actually not looking and doing it to all those things?
But the crux of this solve is that he only intended to predict through OLL and happened to get a PLL skip.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue maybe he just like starts competing in 3-blind and then just like only predicts OLL every time so as to have faster memo, and then just DNFs over and over again until he gets a skip. that could be a strat, or just do that with last layer skips. He could probably get 3-blind world record that way. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know how long they're taking to predict F2L, but I imagine they could probably predict F2L and then solve it sub 10, probably. Anyways,
yeah,
a lot of speculation, to say the least. I don't think they'll ever be beating 3-blind averages at the very least with CFOB.
Certainly not.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what do you think's the next 3-blind world record? I don't know.
Next 3-blind world record?
Yeah. I think Checkins is going to hold on to it for a while. You think Tommy will contest him?
I think the really interesting dynamic that we haven't really seen play out so much yet is how the introduction of best of 5 is going to affect like aggression.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we've properly seen it yet. Even though we have seen a world record single, it was in a situation where you're like highly disincentivized to utilize that aggression.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he did get world record on the 5th solve of world record average. That's pretty crazy. Extremely clutch. But I guess I will say, I mean, it seems like he just went all out. Like I don't know if he can go harder than that because he did like 4 memo.
Yeah.
So it's not like he can. I don't think Cheggins can realistically memo much faster than that. Correct me if I'm wrong. But 4 seconds is like really pushing it.
This is where we need to do the Yiheng CFOP strat and just like guess the last alg.
Yeah, this is a funny thing that we've like. I don't know if you remember Ishan talking about stuff like this. Like, yeah, at a certain point, you're just gonna have to like gamble on if you want to improve at 3 blind. The world record's gonna be like so hard to beat on like 99% of scrambles that you might just have to gamble and not look at the last few pieces and try to do deduction as best you can. But at a certain point, you just gotta like not look at the B face and
I
guess.
mean, at a certain point, like that's what we're doing with deduction. Is that we're doing just Ishan Tech Light.
Yeah. Well, that was a cool thing that I remember Cheggins talked about in his video. He made a video about like practicing leading up to Worlds, and he had this like cool thing that his dad helped him design, I think, where it like it forces him to stop memo at a certain time. So he's like just extremely like pushing his memo speed and forcing himself to use deduction like way more than he's comfortable with, which seems like a really cool, good way to practice.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, deduction in 3 blind, if you don't know, you can basically once you get to the point where you're basically like catching all like optimal cycles. So like you get to a point with 3 blind where you just like you can see all of the cycles that exist in edges, and then while you're also tracking the orientation of every cycle, you can basically get to the point where like you've seen like maybe I've seen like 1 or 2 cycles, and then like I can just predict. Like, I know exactly how the buffer is supposed to end up at the end, so I can just predict, like, the last 2, sometimes 3 pieces of it.
The idea is that, like, this is an impossible state on a 3x3, so if we ignore the white-green edge, we see all of the other 11. We know the white-green has to be solved. Ignore that this is an unsolvable state. But, like, basically, you can use the fact that, edge flip parity as well as edge permutation parity are completely locked, and once you have everything memoed up to the point where it's all decided by those 2 factors, then you can just calculate what the rest has to be without ever looking at it.
Yeah, that's interesting. This is something that I never actually thought about, but with like edges first memorizers, you have less deduction power,
right?
Not knowing like whether or not you're gonna get
theoretically you have like the same amount, but like corner deduction is so mental overhead heavy, because of
tracking orientation.
Yeah,
of a corner
the
buffer.
mod 3 arithmetic doesn't play nice.
Yeah, it's way harder. But yeah, that's interesting.
Anyone remember red plus red equals green?
No.
Because
explain.
when I was trying to deal-in trace corners, I designated cycles as white cycles, red cycles, and green cycles based on their orientation.
Huh.
And so the arithmetic table is white plus white equals white, white plus red equals red, white plus green equals green, red plus red equals green, red plus green equals white, green plus green equals red.
And so you just had to like brute force that into your brain.
Yeah.
That's funny. I remember, I think there was a time where Elliot and I, like at NAC or something, were talking about like, maybe we might have been talking about the concept where you can solve, if you have a 3 twist and then like a couple other cycles and corners, you can basically solve the 3 twist in 1 alg effectively by doing 2 LTCTs. LTCT is a last target plus corner twist alg, so like if you have in 3 blind, in this case, that goes there, or wait, no, sorry, so this case, that goes there, and then you've got this twisted corner. God, this is so hard to do on the camera backwards. You do that in just like 1 alg, and that's an LTCT. You can do 2 LTCTs, so like 1 target in an even cycle of corners paired with 1 of the twists of the 3 twists, and then the next target of that same even cycle on corners to twist the other corner. So it's like 2 parity algs to avoid 3 comms, basically. But where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I think Elliot and I were talking about that concept, and you were like, you mentioned like the kind of arithmetic you have to do is just like blah 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 for yeah. Okay, yeah. Anyways, yeah, you made it sound simple, but I was perplexed, and I was like trying to think about it for a while. It does sound like a thing that's still hard to do, but something you could maybe reduce
basically the
overhead
idea
for.
is that we have this like 3 cycle at the end, plus these 2 twisted corners on the bottom. Basically, we break this up into its constituent targets. So we do this target plus that for LTCT, and then we get the second LTCT. I don't know this one.
Oh, I know this one. Well, kind of hard to do on a 4x4, but yeah. Yeah, anyways, that's a lot of 3-blind jargon that probably a lot of people are confused about.
Yeah.
But that's me and Stanley on a podcast, you know?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Yeah, what else do you want to talk about?
How did we get here? We're talking about deduction.
Yeah,
right?
deduction and check-ins, and and we were gonna say like what we think the next blind world record. We were talking about like
I guess that I
the
guess
pushing.
all that is to say I don't know.
People pushing themselves harder for the single. Clearly, basically, what we're all trying to say is 3-blind world record single could drop a lot.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I think Cheggins has gotten sub 10 in like a relay situation. You know, people like all these top blinders. We like to sometimes do. I'm not a top 3 blinder. I won't say that, but I join in like the 8-man relays sometimes. We'll do like long 3-blind relays just to have another PB we like to try to get. And Cheggins in a 4-man, I think.
I think so. Something like
Cheggins
that.
did a sub 10 in a 4-man relay, which is just insane. I don't know how many Tommy's had, but it sounds like Cheggins had several at this point, which is just crazy. It doesn't seem out of the realm of possibilities that dude could just drop a sub 10 sometime this year. Just kind of depends on the scramble and whether or not he locks in. And it seems like he's very capable of locking in whenever he wants on really good scrambles.
For sure.
That's the thing about 3-blind. You get a really good scramble, and that's typically the one you're going to get a success on anyways, because it's fewer algs, it's just way easier to not mess up. So that's all it takes. Yeah. I don't know how much more time we have.
Couple minutes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Three blind's boring. Do multi and big blind.
Yeah, if you compare it to multi, I would say 3-blind's boring, but I have a lot of fun with 3-blind.
Yeah.
I think at a high level it gets really cool. I've been seeing it kind of actually in a weird way similar to 2x2 as I get like very good at it. It's like if you ever watch Zane's walkthroughs of his solves and he sees like feels like 50 different possible solutions of every scramble somehow in 15 seconds. Yeah, there's a lot of that in 3-blind, especially when you have a scramble with parity and you have like several different edges you could swap to make like maybe hyper optimize the cases you get in edges, and then like do multiple parities in corners. This is debatable still whether or not that's actually better than just doing like 3 comms, doing 2 parities, but yeah, there's a lot of really complicated stuff you can do at 3-blind at a high level that's like very debatable what is going to be the best solution. But like at a lower level in 3-blind, it's super scramble dependent, and it's basically similar to 2x2 in my mind, where like the higher you get, it gets less and less scramble dependent, and there's like just such a multiplicity of options you can do with a lot
I
of
think
stuff.
both events have sort of a bit of an uncanny valley where
Yeah.
at a like when you're like a B tier solver or an A tier solver, it's just really like positively dull.
Yeah.
But then like once you like rise into the S tier, it becomes really interesting again.
Yeah, this is why I've been trying to dispel everybody from using M2. Just learn 3-style. It's not that hard. It's you can learn it intuitively and immediately do solves with it. Learn 3-style. Stop using M2.
Come to think of it, this is why only I find 4-blind interesting.
Wait, elaborate.
The cause like everybody who's like on the cusp of one passing is in this is in the lack of options interest hole.
Yeah, the one passing thing is interesting to me. I want to talk to some memory athletes, you know, see if they have any ideas of why Stanley's able to do it, and seemingly pretty much nobody else, at least with the accuracy that you have. Yeah.
Do we need to say what my accuracy was for official four blind solves in 2025?
Yeah, I discovered this. I was telling you at like All Stars, I think that like I was just shocked how good his accuracy has been all year, because he one passes four blind almost always, like probably 95% of the time, I guess.
Yeah.
Only in like really high stakes does he do like 1-2 pass attempt, and then he gets the success out of the way and does everything else one pass all the time. But his accuracy in all of 2025, according to his like cubing annual summary on cubingchina.com, was 67%, which is crazy. Memes aside, my three blind accuracy, and I have high accuracy relatively, like even with like top solvers, my three blind accuracy was like 68% officially, and one passing four blind 67%. Doesn't make sense to me, like at all. I have worse four blind accuracy than that, and I have good four blind accuracy. I have worse four blind accuracy than that with two pass, and yeah, needless to say, nobody's even remotely close to that kind of accuracy with one passing. Pretty much everybody I know is like doing like 20%, mostly like 10% below if they're one passing. So
This is my cope as like the time gap closes, is that I still have this accuracy gap.
Yeah, the mean, nobody is. I don't see, unless like some savant comes out of nowhere, I don't see your mean getting beaten like within like 5 years at least. I just can't see it happening. Yeah. Anyways.
I think that's our time.
Yeah, that's time.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to Super Duper San Diego. Hope you all had a great lunch break. Manu Singhal, Zach Miller on the commentary. We're getting set up the remote commentary a little bit too. We're going to have Brandon Lin and Zach Rydell on shortly once Zach finishes setting up his backdrop. It's going to be very exciting stuff. But until then, you are here with the two of us. Commentating a bit of, we're into extra innings, so to speak.
Yes, we are in the second rounds of the competition. We're now in the exciting parts of the day where we're going to see everyone qualify for those finals, and we're going to see all those podiums start to be finalized later today.
Wait, this is actually so hype. This is great. This is fantastic. This is what we're here for. This is what the live stream is here for. And it's great because we're going to be able to showcase all these competitors who are in 2x2 round 2 and who are going to be gunning to make the final.
Exactly. Nice 413 there. Got a little CLO case there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like a little bit locky on that exec. Not fantastic. Here's Sid Shivna, competitor from Northern California. Man, I feel like he kind of missed. It looked really smooth.
Yeah.
But the exec was a little bit sloppy at the end, and I want to feel like there's a little bit of like a one-look miss or something.
Yeah. I think like he definitely had a solution, but I think he may have just not had the right one in mind, per se. Like, you know that feeling when you plan out something and then you just mess up completely, or you just didn't realize that something.
Oh,
was
I know
on the other
that
end.
feeling extremely well.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Here's Dominic Shoji, top seed on the blue stage for this group.
Dude, Dom is so good.
Yes.
I don't really know anything about 2x2. I'm just watching this kid turn, and he's just ridiculous.
Yes.
I guess we're quickly cutting to Isaac for some reason. And now we're back to Dom. Yeah, Dom is the one I'm probably tracking to at least podium, if not win. I think he has like a couple podiums across the recent events as well. This is the first competition of the year for us, by the way.
Yeah.
Here in SoCal.
So, looks like he looked a solution there,
yeah,
but still got a
looking good.
140.
Yeah, I mean, the turning looks pretty good to me. I feel like...
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of a pause, but
Sure.
still a very good turning solve for Dom there, with especially a 140 with that type of pause.
Yeah,
very
no.
respectable.
That's quite good.
Yes.
This is Isaac Modro over here, 201, competitor from Northern California. It looks like he's talking a little bit to the judge, might be getting a delegate over here. Yes, indeed. Jason Ostick to the rescue, and whatever it was resolved instantly. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Great work from Jason.
Yes. Shout out Jason. Manu over here picking great delegates.
Did Jason actually became a delegate before I became a delegate?
Wow. There you go.
So I learned from him. Yun Hao Lo now. One of the best. Actually, he's the best FMCer in the West.
Yes.
Although I guess Dewey has something to say about that. He's got a 5.23. Not a good time for him. Sid now. I mean, I'm no good. I don't really know what these competitors are looking for, but I feel like there isn't that much here.
Yeah, there's probably some stuff on red and orange if you're building those bars, but we'll see what he does. Yeah, it looks like he tried to go for something on orange, and that was probably some case he didn't really know too well, based on the fact that he paused to recognize it, so it was 308.
Yeah, Sid also a very, very good scuber. I'm pretty sure he's top 100.
Let me check that out. I got my phone,
Here
my
we go.
trusty phone right here. Yes, he's 53rd in the world, 217
Okay, yeah. So
average.
I was like top 50, not sure. Top 100, almost certainly, right?
Yes.
There we go. The good old discount double check. Remember those ads?
Yeah. Yeah.
Except no discount here. We are not discounting anyone.
We are not discounting, but we are double checking.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Here's Dom again. Last round, he didn't do as well as he usually does. He got a 2.2 average in the first round. PR is 120.
What seed was that?
That was, I think, the first seed. Let me check.
That was first seed.
Let me.
Wow, those scrams must have been terrible.
Let me check. He was definitely first seed in his group.
Okay.
So, stand by on that.
235 for Dom here. Yeah, not fantastic.
A lot of people seem to be struggling on that. That was second seed. No one got sub 2 in the fast round.
That's actually really surprising.
That's really surprising. The scrambles must have been.
We're not that bad
good.
at 2x2, by the way.
Yeah, it's either that or the venue is just cold.
Okay. The venue has been cold, but I've heard that it is getting warmer.
Yeah. What did you hear, Manu?
I heard that the venue is going to get a little bit warmer.
Yes. Awesome.
I heard that someone talked to the venue people.
Yes.
There
we go.
Actually, I don't know if that even
get
caught
that
on
temperature up to 75.
Okay, 75 might be pushing it a little bit.
No, not 75. Like at least 69 degrees.
Oh yeah, 69 is a very nice number.
Yes, perfect room temperature.
There we go. Yeah.
Dom, again, Stanley and I noticed he likes to film his solves vertically.
Yeah.
Is he filming the shorts content?
I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, maybe getting that TikTok content, getting those views
Dude,
up.
cubing has been popping off. So recently we did our year in review for WCC. We have a TikTok account also. The TikTok outperformed the Instagram, which I was kind of surprised by. 141. I'm not surprised by that.
I'm not surprised by that either.
This guy is the GOAT.
He is. He's very good. He's very good. I've been seeing his name on WCA Live pages when I've been scrolling through a bit.
Yeah?
It's been.
You be stalking?
I be stalking.
Hell yeah, yeah.
I be stalking. When I get
same.
bored on weekends, when I'm like, I wish I was competing right now, I scroll through WCA Live, I look at a comp and like, that looks fun.
See, what I do is I do that so I can get the download on which competitors are good or not good.
Oh yeah.
Because if they show up often, I'm like, okay, this guy seems to be kind of good. Let me do a little bit of digging. Some
yeah.
investigative journalism.
You gotta build build like a private investigator profile. Like what are their solving habits?
Okay, at this point we might be getting close to stalking. We might end up in your department.
Yeah, let's not end up in my department.
Yeah.
That would be.
It's fine. WCA live stalking.
WCA live stalking, perfectly acceptable. Stalking them in real life,
Oh,
not
no,
acceptable.
Out.
No.
No, we're not doing that.
No.
We don't condone that.
We do not condone that here
But-
on West Coast Cubing.
But yes, please do follow the competitors. You can follow all the competitors here on WCA Live also.
Yeah, we do have a WCA Live page. It's actually right on the front page because it's the 3-day comp. So you'll be able to click the first thing and see it.
That's right. Usually I have to tell competitors to scroll all the way to the bottom because we're in one of the last time zones in the world.
Yeah. But now, you don't even have to scroll.
Right here at
less
the top,
work
baby.
for your fingers, less contribution to the heat death of the universe.
There we go. That was actually a good reason to have the PBQ day be a part of this comp as opposed to its own separate comp.
Yes.
So there we go. That's one positive from that experience. Ooh, I'm kind of liking that yellow little.
Oh, he's shaking a little bit. You can see that there.
That's
yeah,
tough.
It
was the yellow.
It was the yellow. I saw the shaking there, and like as he was putting it down, it was like this, and it was like, oh man.
What could have been? What couldn't have been? Who
What
really
couldn't have
knows?
been? That looked like at least like I'd probably guess that was probably some sort of shorter solution that he found.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, here's the plus side, right? He locked himself into sub 2 average.
Exactly.
Which no one got in round 1.
Yes.
So clearly the scrams are better. Competitors are more warmed up. It is also in the middle of the day now.
Yes.
Everyone just ate lunch also, so we got full bellies. So that means we're here to see some top tier solving.
What'd you have for lunch, Mark?
I had some pizza.
Yeah.
Same as yesterday.
Same as yesterday for me too, but I added a nice frozen yogurt because we got a discount.
Oh yeah, shoot. I guess I missed my chance to get my froyo.
Oh no.
Okay, well, it's fine. I'll send Lucas out to go get.
Is it open later?
I think it's open until the end of the day.
Okay, then you might be good. I have to after this go to the San Diego airport again, but not to fly. I'm actually renting a car for tomorrow.
Ah, there we go.
Because my flight doesn't leave until 3, and I have to leave my Airbnb at 9, so I have 5 hours with bags. I'm just gonna go explore the city.
5 hours on the beach.
Yeah, exactly.
There
I'm
we
just
go.
gonna go to La Jolla's beaches and walk around.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
Definitely should be a
fun.
good day to just
Yes,
chill.
I'm excited.
You will have a much more interesting time than I will because I'm gonna be sitting in lecture. Yeah, this time.
He's got to go back to LA and go back to school.
I gotta go back to school, hitting the books. Last semester though.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually starting my last semester on Wednesday. I fly back to Boston tomorrow for that.
So there we go.
there
We're
we
almost
go.
free.
We're almost. Well, I'm not free.
Well,
I have to go to
you're-
grad
you're-
school.
yeah, you're
I have to go to grad school because
I'm leaving grad school, so I'm almost free.
You're almost free. I'm not. Yeah, I do fancy weather stuff.
Which actually is really cool. I've been looking into like meteorology because I don't know if you know Jeremy Bennick.
I think that name sounds familiar.
He used to do some stuff for NASA.
Oh, yeah.
Involving some meteorology. He keeps telling me about the wildfire stuff.
Yeah.
And it's very, very interesting actually. Like, I mean, meteorology is just straight up a science.
Yes.
And so, as a scientist, someone who's like interested in science at least, I find it extremely interesting. So much cool stuff there.
I love atmospheric science because it's kind of like I like every science like you have physics, but just like you specialize in like one thing, and like you have like different types of science where you like specialize in like one specific thing. Atmospheric science is like you're a one-man band. Like you got to do a little bit of thermodynamics, you got to do a little bit of chemistry, you got to do a little bit of biology, even you got to do a lot of math, you got to do a lot of this stuff. It involves everything.
Yeah.
So be like learning about everything. If you're a kid and you like learning about everything, strongly recommend looking into doing like atmospheric science. It's so cool. It's so fun. If you have a natural love for the world, do it. It's so much
You know
fun.
why this guy's qualified to say? Not just because he's going to get his degree. His Discord username is Weatherman. That's how you know
That
he's
was my
qualified.
Minecraft username in 3rd grade. So I've had that username for like 15 years.
He's farming it.
Yeah, I farmed it. I farmed it. Yeah, I farmed it
man.
for sure.
Oh, that's good.
Then,
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we are just about ready to transition over to some actual. Well, okay, we had one competent commentator. Now we have 2 competent commentators coming onto the mic very, very shortly. And this is a good time to do so because we're about to go into group transition. I think we're going to hit the ad first. Indeed, I've gotten confirmation that we will go to an ad. This is Super Duper San Diego 2026. We will be right back with a little bit more 2x2, and then don't go anywhere for our finals block. Stay tuned.
Hey, we're your Speed Cube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
And welcome back to Super Duper San Diego 2026. I'm one of your casters at this point, Brandon Lynn.
And I'll take that as my cue to introduce myself. I am Zach Ryle. We are going to be right into 2x2 round 2, group 2, it appears. Names to look out for in this group: Joel Kim, Preston Schwartz, Angel Munoz, and Jacob Noakes. It's not been a while since we've been on a commentary team together. It seems like just a week ago we were doing this whole commentary gig at Multi Mayhem, Virginia. So really looking forward to kind of get back in the swing of things. A new season has started within cubing, the 2026 season, and we're already off to some world records. 5 blind single from Stanley Chapel, Chuan Yigong. Really excited to what this season has to come, and super duper San Diego is kind of one of the first big comps we're seeing this season.
Yeah, for sure. I also want to shout out in the most recent world record. Actually, no, I think the 3x3 record was more recent than this, but 3 blind single on average by Charlie Eggins was also broken most recently, and notably it's average of 5 uh, world record now. So Charlie got both of them, and huge congrats to him. And that also marks the first sub 12 three blind single officially.
Yes, and
Also,
I'm sorry. I am sorry, Charlie, for forgetting about your world records just now. I do think it's really funny that there's like a lot of concerns being thrown around on like, oh, three blind world record average or mean is going to be like way harder to get now. And then like within 2 weeks, it's already tied. So I don't think it really is going to end up making that big of a difference. We're going to see here sit down Jacob Noakes, notably named, or not notably named, notably known for big cube solving, but going for the smaller route with 2x2.
Jacob coming in as the 7th seed from this first round with a 296 average and a 1.29 PR single from the first round.
Yeah, quite a big pause there during his solve, recognizing CLL. We're going to move over to the blue stage now.
2x2, of course, being a pretty quick event, so their averages will be done before we know it. Quick inspection here, recognizing the what I think was the CL what was a CLL, but a little bit of a pause during the execution of the algorithm. Either that or it's an EG1 algorithm, one of the two. So 380, not the best time here, unfortunately.
Their competitors are aiming for that sub 2 mark is a very, very big goal for like the average high level 2x2 solver. Of course, sub 1 being an even more desired goal. But that being reserved to maybe some of the best of the best.
So ideally, a lot of these competitors will be wanting to one look their solves, which means you plan your entire solve in inspection time. And sometimes you're not able to fit that all within your 15-second inspection. So the worst case, if that's not able to happen, is you plan maybe your first layer and then see what the algorithm or case you're going to get is later on. So you're two looking to solve. But ideally, one looking is what a lot of these top solvers are going to be trying to do.
I see Angel here on the red stage. Another pause there, 330.
Seems like a pretty easy case on Angel the top layer there.
Coming into this competition with a 264 PR average. So we're looking for solves around that sub 3 mark for hopes of breaking PR. Yeah, a lot to look out for this competition. I'm really excited for some of the events that we have coming up.
Sure.
We got square 1, 5x5, 7x7, all coming up with big names in each. Yeah, we got a lot going on. Again, I don't want to call these competitions like minis because that kind of detracts from their size, but there's a whole lot of potential in these competitions with big attendance counts. I like to call them like semi-majors or like major locals. I don't know. I wish we had like a really good term for these important competitions that aren't really recognized as like a championship level event. Joel Kim right now is sitting down on a blue stage.
All right, here we have Jason, one of the delegates in the SoCal region here, 312. I was going to suggest, by the way, Zach, the word tourney, or like, because we call these, I feel like in my mind, the word like tournament or tourney is like more grand than like the word competition. So if you're looking for something, we could use that.
Joel Kim here on the blue stage. Big pause there before CLL 2626 for Joel Kim. And yeah, it's definitely interesting. I know I have heard back in 2020 at Scranton Scramble, mind you. That's a throwback for both of us. Um,
Wow.
I did hear someone refer to it as a battle, like the whole event was a Rubik's Cube battle. I think that could be potentially interesting for future events.
Battle is an interesting word here. Word choice here.
Jacob
Looks like we
Note
got yep,
back on the
Jacob
red
back
stage.
on.
I love the pink staff shirts or volunteer shirts. Sorry.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the I mean it's the color of the cube covers too. So I think that's their that's their thing. A
our
little bit
regions,
of long recognition for that last case for the 446.
yeah, long pause there for Jacob. Seeing more and more regions kind of copy the Mid Atlantic style of going all pink and stationary seating and just being awesome. These West Coast competitions though look like a ton of fun. Really want to try and get out here.
You should. I've been to a couple and they've been great.
And a little bit of a pause now before we move on to the next solve we're seeing on 2x2.
So I think this is the last non-final round I want to say for the rest of the schedule. We're gonna
I believe this is actually a final. I don't think, yeah,
no.
there
I
are.
think no. We have 2x2 finals later today.
Oh yeah, groups just haven't been made for it. So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
a rookie mistake here.
Rookie error. No, it's good. We got Angel making a little bit of conversation with his judge before starting. I want to say we've seen 3 solves from him so far.
Yeah, definitely like an interesting topic worth discussion here as we go into Angel Solve is how competitors really ready themselves for their attempts. If they're like the silent type. Here, I'm gonna pause here as we go into Angel Solve.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's a DNF here.
that's unfortunate. Smiling it off. Yeah, two of the biggest things is how a competitor handles themselves before and after their solves. You
That's
see
true.
Angel kind of laughing that one off, like, it's a one-off. Things happen. It's okay. All smiles over here. But as I was saying, one of the most important topics is how you handle yourself before the solve. Because of course, if it's an event that you've been practicing, 238 there for Joel Kim. If it's an event you've been practicing, then whether you like it or not, you're gonna go in with some nerves because you know what you're capable of and you really want to achieve that. So how competitors handle that is either like I see some go real silent, deep breaths, hand warmers, the works, and then there's some competitors that are like quite vocal with their judge and just like chatting it up about how their day's going, anything like that to kind of not swell, calm those nerves. Swell is the opposite of calm.
Swell could be a variant as Jacob is having a swell solve here of 337.
Look at you go, Brandon. A natural on the mic.
LOL. So none of these competitors are probably most likely not going to be PRing, but again, I think a lot of these competitors will hopefully making the final round here. I forget how many people are going into the final round here, but the goal here is to just make it top 16. There we go. So
yeah. For those just joining, this is 2x2 round 2, group 2 here at Super Duper San Diego 2026. On the mic right now, we have myself, Zach Rydell, joined with the lovely Brandon Lynn.
hello. I think this is Angel's final solve over here. I like the word that so our region's senior delegate, Evan Liu, he uses the phrase warm-up rituals when he's talking about what to
regional delegate. Careful,
regional delegate.
The senior delegate's right here, and he'll.
That's true.
He'll
That's
get
true.
ya.
I keep mixing those words up. Hey Manu. But yeah, he
269 for Angel.
269. But yeah, he uses the phrase warm up ritual, which I thoroughly enjoy.
Yeah, I don't have any myself. I think I sit down and like I'll either do turns or I won't do turns. I think usually just set up my camera and then whatever happens from there, hopefully is something worthy of a clip.
Yep. Got a cube set down here, but not sure whose this is. Most like probably going to be Jacob's, given that it's on the red stage. But we're going to cut to Joe real quick, starting a next solve.
Yeah, I do see some big bars on there, but nothing too crazy. Not one looked 397 for Joel Kim, and again, more smiling it off. Jacob Noakes the 205 off stream.
Not bad. Probably going to be, I think that's the best solve we've seen from him this average. Yeah, that last solve from Joel looked, I don't think luck is the right word, but the cube was doing one of those things where it flies out of your hand as you're turning it. So I don't know what the term for is. The cube has a mind of its own.
Yeah, the cube just does that, really.
Yeah.
See Angel for his 5th and final solve, giving little peace signs to the camera. See a lot looking good. See a white V there, as well as a couple bars.
There's that yellow block there.
Ooh,
It
that
seems to
looked
be
like
something, yeah.
that looked like a 1 or 2 move setup to PBL there.
That seemed like a nice blue-green case. I don't want to say it's one lookable before seeing the scramble, but
I'm sure it's one lookable. It's just a matter of how many
I
people
mean,
can actually one look it.
sorry, I was saying like I one look it, and I'm not that great at 2x2.
Me neither. Yeah, definitely a very fun event to watch, though, especially at such a high level. A blink and you miss it, if you will.
And it's one of those events where things like +2s are super punishing because of the relative size of the +2 relative to the actual time. So you got to make sure the nerves are definitely very important. Really nice blue-green PBL case there. R2, B2, R2 to finish things off here.
Yeah, a 3-move PBL, definitely on the upper end of nice case that you can get. I believe we see Joel Kim setting up right now on the blue stage. Here he is. Yeah, Joel opting for some warm-up turning before the solve. Taking his time before going into the event, trying to get collected.
Like we mentioned, 2x2 is one of those things where it just happens, and it happens so quickly. Something really nice on green over there. I feel like he did the same exact solution as Angel. I can't say for certain, but it looked pretty similar.
Yeah, it looked like a very short solution into solved blue on top. On the right side of your screen, you see Zach Miller, Colorado. Delegate? Is that where he's residing?
That's where he's from, but I don't think he's. I want to say he doesn't live there right now.
I need to catch up with some fellow Zach, but we'll find that out. Unable to see what Z Miller got. Brandon Lin doing some investigative journalism right now. As I believe we start to wrap up 2x2 round 2, moving into square one finals.
Yeah, it looks like those competitors have done the last few solves of their average, and so we'll be transitioning very soon over to square one finals. Zach, are you excited? It's your
Um,
it's your event, or yeah,
it was
it
your event
was
long
it,
before it was
it,
my event.
it was my event.
Even though I did take one of the places at NAC 22 finals from you. Sorry about that. Um, hope there's no ill will. No, but I'm super excited for Square One Round 2. We got some big names. Right now, leading the pack, Jack Flynn Stewart with a 981 average in the first round. Well ahead of second seed Jacob Noakes with an 1102 average. And then as we start to go around, Reed W. Richardson, third seed with an 1189 average. Michael Young with a 1274 average. One of the first first developers of OBL, if I'm not mistaken. And we see
Yep.
Kate Graham rounding out the top 5 with a 1287 average, coming in as your 5th seed. Yeah, definitely some interesting stuff going on. I believe all of these solvers using 5-look Vandenberg. I'm not sure if Michael actually uses OBL. I believe he does.
I'm pretty sure he does
Yeah,
use OBL.
so we'll be seeing 4-look solving from him. I'm not sure if he uses PBL. I don't believe so. But nonetheless, Square One is a super fun event to watch, super fun event to commentate. Really looking forward to this next round, Brandon.
Yeah. I guess we'll see how if these competitors can keep up their averages from the first round. And yeah, I guess this is the top 16, so it'll be quite the spectacle. Some of the other names that I'm seeing here, Yunhao Lo, that's a name that I've heard from Clock, actually. He had a bunch of world records in Clock back in the day, but it's also competing at this comp. Um, Graham Siggins I don't think he needs an introduction, but, Blindfolded Extraordinaire is in Square One finals here, too. And I'm seeing Paul Mavi as well, big cube specialist here. Uh, Also just made it into Square One finals in the top 16. So excited to see what they put on as well in these finals.
Yeah, looking here at our first round rankings, we see Jack Stewart far and away in the lead coming into this final. The only person to pull off multiple sub-9 singles in the first round. The only other person to get an 8-second time, Kate Graham. Kate, I believe, recently just got back from New Zealand, was studying abroad, got some great big cube results over there. Now back here in the States, the lovely US of A. And going for Square One. Finals coming up soon.
Once again, if you are a staff member, please meet at the front.
So yeah, Jack being the only one with a sub 10 average. Let's see if any of the other competitors are capable of pulling us these similar averages here. I want to pull up some of their PRs as well to just get a sense of that.
Yeah, speaking of right now on stream, we see Jack Stewart. No, your mind is not deceiving you. The camera is positioned where it's supposed to be. Jack is just incredibly tall. Any major where I usually run into Jack, I always kind of forget how tall he is until I'm like right there and I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot that I am like nowhere near the same height. But Jack, a lovely competitor to be around. Definitely one of the like, not that people are not kind within speed cubing, but Jack is just always such a pleasant person to be around. Really looking forward to seeing what he's able to get right now for Square One.
Jack doing some warm-up solves here.
Yeah, right now, Jack's PR average is 848 with a 636 single. So looking to hopefully break those.
Here we have Jacob Noakes on the blue stage here, PR 869. So this first result from the first round isn't going to be the best for him, but let's see if the finals here have anything for him here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially square one, you're really just one really nice cube shape away from potentially an amazing solve.
That's true.
Um,
I'm not
yeah,
sure
and
how
then
many of these competitors use CSP or anything, but if they don't, it'll also be dependent on how many parodies you happen to end up with in the average.
I believe Jack does use CSP, but I may also just be wrong. So I am not totally sure. We'll get a look here.
I'm not
Jack
sure if this
solving here.
is his song. Oh
Jack
yeah, he's
is a
recording.
Lin user. 795 there for Jack Stewart. Great first solve. That is under. Oh, practice solve. Sorry. But yeah, Jack is a Lin user, it appears. I thought he was, but I wasn't totally sure, and I was gonna have to wait for a solve. But yeah, Jack being one of the Lin users. Brandon Lin, would you mind telling us about the Lin method for square one?
This is quite embarrassing. I actually have no idea how. I vaguely know how the method works.
Brandon. Okay, well, I'll take us through it as we
Yes,
get a
please,
confirmation.
Zach.
We get a confirmation that Jack Stewart does use CSP. I saw him tracing this scramble, so unless he was kind of just goofing around, I'm fairly sure that he does know how to trace. So how the Lin method works is quite similar to the room method for CFOP, not for CFOP, for 3x3. The way that the Lin method works is competitors, once solving cube shape, they are going to solve a first block. So that is going to be a corner edge corner pair on the bottom left of their cube. And then they're going to solve a second block on the other side, so the bottom right. And again, it's going to be another corner edge corner pair. And then from there, the top level competitors know what is called PLL plus one. Oh wait, no, I think I skipped a step where they solve the very bottom back edge, and from there, then they do an algorithm called PLL plus one, which will then just solve the rest of the cube. And I believe there's only 72 of those algorithms, so quite a small alg set in comparison to the rest of square one, top level square one, PBL being an algorithm set with hundreds of different cases.
Yeah, I know there's also extensions beyond PLL plus one or something like that where I think you can you basically combine that somehow with inserting the bottom back edge. But the exact details of that I'm forgetting right now. But something like that. There are like bigger alg sets that you could use for Lin too.
Yeah, so please pardon my ignorance with the Lin method. Truthfully, I would love to know more about it, but I just use the Vandenberg method, which is standard for most competitors, especially at a top level. I believe the entire top 5 in the world right now uses Vandenberg. I'm going to double check that before I potentially discredit any Lin results. Yeah, the top 5 in the world right now, all from United States and all using Vandenberg. Vandenberg, for those not aware, sorry, I should also maybe discuss what that is. So it still follows the same first step of solving cube shape, getting the square one back into a cube, and from there, depending if they use 3-look or 5-look, I'll go over 3-look as it is the most common level or common method at a high level of square one solving, is solving the orientation of both sides in one step. So both the corners and the edges on both the white and black side, or black and yellow side in Jack's case, to the same color. And then PBL just solves the cube in one algorithm from there, or from one pauseless step.
Yeah, so the current Lin world record actually is by Alessandro Ricci, currently WR7 for square one average with a 543 average. So it can be still quite fast. Vandenberg is just the more popular method for square one.
Yeah, and Alessandro actually holds the 5th best single in the world for square one of 361, also using the Lin method. So definitely not something that should be discredited. An amazing method overall. It simply just doesn't have the same number of competitors as we see with Vandenberg. Jack Stewart receiving his puzzle for the first time. Let's see if Jack is able to pull off something nice.
starting the first solve with some warm-up rituals. A little bit there, starting into tracing CSP to see how to do cube shaped in order to not get parity.
Yeah.
Which is the hope here, starting off.
I believe we're seeing scallop barrel. I'm not sure. My quality of the live stream is unfortunately a little low. Ooh, I think we saw parity there, Brandon.
I
1089 for
think
Jack
so,
Stewart.
yeah. 1089. Not the best that he's gonna be hoping for. Kind of smirking at that solve there.
Yeah, Square One is, at least from my experience, one of the hardest events to overcome nerves, because as comparison to like 3x3 or like any other event, it doesn't shapeshift. So in 3x3, you are limited to the amount of moves that you can make, and usually your cube will fix it for you. Square One, very unforgiving. Almost any position that the cube is turned, you are able to do a move, which makes it real difficult to get into a flow state if you aren't super locked in to your
Yep.
turning. Jacob Noakes on a blue
Also,
stage.
I think this is Scallop Shield actually that we're seeing.
Jacob, a Vandenberg user. Ooh, big
Oh
lockup.
no.
Oh no.
That is the worst kind of lockup that you could get in Square One. You just slice over in the edge, wants to get out of cube shape, but it doesn't quite do that. And so Jacob's gonna unfortunately end this with a 2191.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Square One, maybe not a hardware dependent event, but definitely anything like that could cost you. I mean, we saw 10 seconds there for Jacob just to fix the one edge being brought down to the incorrect layer.
Yeah, Square One hardware is not the best. Obviously, it is much better than it used to be way back in the day. But the hardware definitely plays a factor into like your nerves being very important when you are doing Square One solving. Just because there's not so much corner cutting that these Square Ones end up doing, and so you just got to be rather precise with turning here.
We see Jack Stewart on the red stage, tracing right now. Brandon, if you were able to identify the cube shape.
I think that's
3-3 perpendicular edges.
Yes.
Or 3-3 L.
I was gonna say I couldn't tell if that was a 1-2-3 or a 3-3.
No
I don't know.
parity there for Jack, but 1001, well above PR average.
I don't know if someone's come up with better names besides 3-3 or 1-2-3, but those are the names that I end up using for those like non-standard cube shape cases.
I think it is just easier to call them 1-2-3 or 3-3. That's the same method that I use for referring to them, but
yeah, I'm sure someone has come up with something.
Yeah, I'm also not a pro, so now we'll see Jack Stewart. I believe maybe talking to Jacob, just giggling about the first solve.
It's a 1080 and 10-second solve here. Jacob's gonna have to
really
make sure to not count.
In.
Yeah, make sure to not count that 21. Not sure what's happening here.
Jacob Noakes getting his cube on a blue stage. On the bottom left, do we actually see our projected rankings right now? Kate Graham with an 1178.
Ooh, that looked
really good there.
Good. That looked
Can't
pretty
read the
good.
top-down camera. Let's see if we can get the front camera on Jacob.
684.
I do not believe that is PR single for Jacob.
That is not. 645 is.
It is about 0.4 off. Jack Stewart into the third solve. Appearing to get... nope, just a practice solve for Jack.
So I think that solve from Jacob was a M2 EO and really smoothly transitioned into the corner permutation case after all, because I saw like virtually no pauses like in between those two steps.
Yeah, something that a lot of, well, really just all speed solving is, but minimizing any sort of pauses. Any time that you are not turning the puzzle is, in theory, a waste. So competitors trying to do their solve as pauseless as possible. Jack here decked in the all pink, pink cube cover, pink button up, pink hat.
It's all pink.
Really, yeah, really embracing the pink lifestyle that the Mid Atlantic region set out for West Coast cubing.
Starting the third solve here for Jack. That looks like fist on top. Oh wait, no, that's I'm wrong again. I can't see the video stream that clearly, but
Is a 764 for Jack. Definitely a fast time. Yeah, I wish the footage wasn't as pixelated as it was, so we could hopefully share some of our PBL or CS information. But 7064 getting Jack back on track for a good average. Jacob Noakes now. OBL
that's
solved at
CP
around
at
7.
906 for Jacob. So 21, 6.8, and a 9-second solve. Not looking pretty good for Jacob so far.
I believe just going off of counting times, that is leading the pack right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe, yeah. So that is currently leading the pack. Gonna see if that consistency can hold up from the 6 and the 9 for Jacob. But of course, Square One, a high variance event, especially when not going for as optimal of a solution via like 3-look Vandenberg. So still quite a lot to see.
Yeah, that 21-second solve is going to put him in slightly of a danger zone. So not every second will be counting for that average. See Michael Young off to the right here. Also doing a practice solve. What I think is a practice solve or no?
But we're back to Jack Stewart here on the red stage.
Yep.
I believe we see a 2-2-2 and then 2 on bottom. So
Yep.
this one slice is all it is to shield. See what Jack can pull off.
It depends on how you do that slice to shield to see to determine whether you have parity or not. And that looked good. 8-16 for Jack.
Yeah, quite smooth turning, very fast recognition and execution between all steps. I believe that 8 is counting then for Jack.
So Jack with 2 10s, one of them a high 10, a 7, and an 8 so far for Jack. Jacob with the 21, 6, and 9. Let's see if he can keep up any consistency in this foot solve.
Big pause right there before EP and 1072 for Jacob.
I think he got parity.
Yeah, it was either parity or just an out of shape alg, but definitely very fast execution on that front. Just unfortunately, not able to break that sub 10 barrier. That 10 is now counting for Jacob.
Currently a 9 and a 10 counting for Jacob, whereas Jack has a 10 and an 8 counting. I believe the 684 should be the second solve here, but Jacob with a 10.7. So these two competitors on their last solve of the average.
We see Jack Stewart going into his 5th and final solve. A best possible average of 8.60 and a worst possible of a 9.69. Still guaranteed sub 10 no matter what this last solve is.
Not enough to PR, but let's see if, like Zach said, guaranteed sub 10.
8.6, an average that I know of a little all too well. Used to be my PR average for quite some time. Jack flowing through the solve right now. On the PLL +1 already. Big pause for recognition, unfortunately.
And does he? I think he does the wrong alg, or his parody. Oh no!
Well, it is going to be a worst possible average, a 1797 for Jack. It's still sub 10 average wise, but does not lock him in to a win right now, given Jacob Noakes has potential to break that.
Let's see what Jacob needs here. He needs. Probably like
I'm
an
unsure.
8
Ooh,
or
very
something.
fast OBL. I believe he
Wow,
had
that was good.
2 for EO.
Ooh,
731.
728. I think that puts him above. That puts him ahead of Jack.
Yeah, that 7 is counting.
903. So Jacob really brought it back from that initial 21-second solve. Well done.
Yeah, not PR for Jacob, but being able to clinch the win. We see Reed, Jack, Kate, and Jacob, all amazing friends, discussing the results after the round.
Station that matches the station on the scorecard. Once again, now calling 5x5 finals.
I think most of the competitors are wrapping up this average from Square One finals. We're going to have 5x5 finals, I believe, next.
Yeah, 5x5, we have some big names to look out for. I mean, the obvious Max Park coming into this with seeded first with a 37.32 average in the first round. Second seed Jacob Noakes, who we did just see claim the Square One gold right there with a 47 average in round 1. Kevin Hayes, a 49.15 average. Kevin, a veteran of the sport. Kate Graham with a 50.06, and then Emily Nguyen with a 51.08. Here's those same numbers, but now on screen.
Yeah, so a lot of big names to look out for, as Zach just mentioned. I guess Max is going to be trying to take back his world record title. To see, I mean, we never know what is going to happen on stream, but we're always hoping for some nice records there. Hoping to take back that record from Timon here.
Yeah, Max now not holding either of the 5x5 world records, missing out on both single and average to Timon Koleshinsky. Any round, really, though, for Max is potential to see those be broken, especially, in 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7.
Yeah, so Max traditionally has always been using Redux for 5x5, and a few other cubers do that as well. But a lot of the top good cubers will be using Yao, and specifically, I guess in this case, it's a Yao 5x5, Yao for 5x5, and that's been getting a lot of traction recently, and a lot of competitors, including Timon, do use that. So it's still eternally the whether Max can still use Redux to get some of those records back.
Yeah, again, for those maybe not familiar with the difference between the two methods, Redux is short for reduction. You're going to solve every single centerpiece on the cube, and then you're going to pair up the edges, and then it just gets solved like a 3x3. Super simple. It's what a lot of people, maybe their first guess is on how to solve a big cube. The Yao method, taking a different approach, Yao solves 2 opposite centers first, and then before solving your other centers, you're going to pair up 3 edges, which will form your cross once you eventually get the 3x3 stage. After those 3 edges are formed, you then create your centers. After all your centers are wrapped up, you will finish your last cross edge, completing your cross, and then finishing up edge pairing. Basically, it allows you to have that same pairing and flow as the reduction method, but going into 3x3, you have to look around for your cross. It's just already solved.
Yep, and especially when you get to that stage, you can sort of really look ahead into your F12 depending on uh, how your edge situation is during that time, because you can really look for your next 2 pairs because your cross is already done. So yeah, it just has so many advantages for advanced users. But yeah, that's sort of like the method that a lot of people are doing. Max does not use that method, but is still able to pull off fast times with super fast turning, just like constant look ahead, and really just solve continuously.
Yeah, you could say super duper fast turning here at Super Duper San Diego 2026 here in San Diego, California, as the beautiful location indicator says on the screen. On the red stage here at this seat, we should be seeing Max Park. No cube yet, but we will be seeing Max Park solve here. And then on the blue stage in the 1 seat, we see Jacob Noakes and Kate Graham. Kate, I believe, being the female world record holder for 5x5. Yes, single and average is held by Kate.
I think. Oh, the overlay is covering Kate, but Kate is starting her first solve at this moment. Jacob still has not received his cube.
Still warming up with... No, that is not a square 1. I thought he was still warming up with a square 1 for a moment, but now that the event's done, there's really no reason to.
This is still a warm-up solve from Jacob. Still no sign of Max solving yet.
Jacob now being delivered his cube. I believe Kate is also done with her first solve, given that the headphones have come off.
We'll try and give you some splits for when they finish their centers, edges, and then 3x3 stage. Jacob currently 7th in the US for 5x5 average, with a 44.26 PR average in 5x5. So starting the first solve of inspection here. Jacob is doing the Yao method that we mentioned before, just finished up his 3 cross edges and is moving on to the rest of his centers here. And Jacob actually doing a technique that I actually learned from Kaiwen Wang, who placed 3rd at Worlds this year. Basically, he's doing the last cross edge right after he does the 3 cross edges, and so he can insert it right after he does the centers edge. Jacob finishes with a 50.56 for his first 5x5 solve. So yeah, what I was saying is that he finished his last cross edge and then tucked it away while doing the rest of centers. So when you finish centers, you basically can just insert that edge into your cross immediately and go right into edges, instead of like finishing your centers and then doing that last Yao cross edge. I sort of do it because I really do not like that step of looking for the last cross edge and pairing it up. It helps a little bit. Max onto the next. Sorry, his Max Park onto his first solve here.
Yeah, Max again using the redux method as opposed to Yao. Here we go, starting off for Max Park.
So when you watch Max solves, he's going to have quicker centers because of he's not doing those Yao edges. But as a consequence, he'll have slightly slower 3x3. And he's actually just done with centers at 13-ish seconds. I think that's not super optimal for Max, but still pretty quick.
Yeah, we are going to
Max.
see Redux is a very rotation heavy method for 5x5 solving. But I believe we're on to 3x3 stage.
Yep, finishing at 32 seconds as he gets onto PLL at 37 or 38 rather to end with a 39.41. That's still going to put like all of Max's solves here are hopefully going to like put him way ahead of the rest of the pack. So he's really just like aiming for a PR slash world record here.
Yeah, 39, definitely not the greatest of starts for Max Park. I mean, we did see in the first round, Max started off with a 37.32 average. Yeah, Max really looking for that sub 35, of course, would be starting to push into world record territory, but definitely sub 37 is on that upper echelon that Max is looking for.
Jacob getting his second solve. So it looks like Kate started with a 46.89 and Kevin with a 48.85. I believe these are all their first solves since they're like so early into their averages right now.
Jacob inspecting here as well as Kate starting her solve on the right. Unfortunately, we don't have a good shot of Kate's solve. But I assume, given the camera tripod set up right next to her, if we'd like, we were able to go back and view that on her YouTube channel.
Looks like yet 3 Yao edges are done at 14. Moving on to the rest of centers here. And see, he puts that edge right in and can move on to edges immediately.
Something worth noting again, just before we wrap up this solve here with Jacob. For anyone following at home, we actually have live data entry on WCA Live. Kate Graham starting for 46.89. Kevin Hayes starting out 48.85 and 50.64. Jacob Noakes, his second solve, a 46.08, will bring him back into strong contention. 47.87 off stream for Kate Graham. 44.64 for Paul Mavi's first solve. The fastest solve we've seen from someone not named Max.
Max is on his second solve at the moment, opting for. Okay, these look like pretty good centers. Centers done at 10 to 11 seconds. And let's see how his edge pairing goes.
Seems to be flowing through it quite well,
Seems
Brandon.
to be pretty good. Actually, this looks like a pretty good solve from Max here. He's on to 3x3 stage at 27 seconds. And he looks like he's locking up a little bit to end with a 35-second solve. Wow.
I believe we saw a ZBL algorithm from Max Park there. Skipping PLL and going, getting to OLL with all edges oriented and then just solving the rest in one algorithm, skipping the PLL step that most of us lower level solvers have to do, like Brandon and I.
Yes. Am I out of the loop that Max does ZPLO, or are you saying that he just did that he just happened to skip PLO here?
It looked like a ZBLL. It did not look like a standard algorithm for that case, though I am sure if I am wrong, I will be corrected quite quickly by the internet.
No, I just watched the replay. He just did the regular algorithm and then went straight into PLO without pauses.
Okay, cool. So, anyways, we do see Right now, in second place behind Max Park, Paul Mavi again with that 44 to start off his average. Kate Graham, right now the mean of two solves being 47.38. Jacob Noakes has a 46, but also a 50. So a lot of wiggle room in this average.
Like Kate starting her next solve as she starts the camera sitting right next to her.
I believe we're going to be seeing Max Park up here soon. I just saw a judge sit down at Max's station. Kate Graham also starting. And then here we see Max about to start inspection.
Yep, third solve here for Max. So far, he has a 39 and a 34. Did I miss
A
that?
39 and a 35.
Right. I also forgot we have live data entry.
50-38 off stream for Kevin Hayes' third solve. That is currently his counting time. Does have a 48, so hopefully he can reel it back into sub 50.
Max still warming up on some sort of big cube. A 5x5. Yep.
Yeah. Max is competing in 7x7 right after this. So maybe a choice not to warm up with 7x7.
Max opting for green blue, I want to say, for his initial centers.
While we're waiting here, Kate Graham's third solve came back a 49.5, currently only counting a 47.87.
Max with 12-second centers, they were. And then finishing the last four edges right now at 27 seconds. Doing last two edges right now at 30 seconds. Onto 3x3 stage, moving through those. Soon into G-perm here will end Max with a 37.30.
Yeah, quite the flowy 3x3 stage there. Yeah, 37.30 for Max Park. Off stream, we do see Paul Mavi with a 54.85, almost a 10-second, actually over a 10-second jump from solve number 1. Jacob Noakes right now on solve number 3.
Just finishing those last two edges at last four edges in 34, and is starting his 3x3 stage right now. Not going to be the best time for Jacob here. 51.35, the worst solve so far for his average.
That does count a 50.56 right now in our projected rankings. That's putting Jacob at 5th behind Kevin Hayes, Paul Mavi, Kate Graham, and of course Max Park.
Five by five is one of those events where like you don't have to worry about parity necessarily in the 3x3 stage, so solves can be slightly more consistent. The one annoying case is your last two edges, doing those, the last two edges for 5x5, which the algorithms aren't terrible, but they're like not super ideal either for some of those cases. So you're really hoping for something that you can just spam really quickly when you finish your edges. With Max doing his fourth solve, or rather warming up for his fourth solve. Gonna leave that PLL on the 5x5. Warm up cube.
Off stream, we see Kevin Hayes with a 49.73. That is also counting right now for Kevin. And a 49.15 PR single for On Lay.
Max starting his fourth solve here. Once again, opting for green-blue to his initial two centers. Finishing off last two over here at about 12 seconds. On last four right about now at 24. Actually, he's doing 3x3 at 27. This looks to be not bad. The J perm's gonna be slightly unideal as he ends with a 33.91. Pretty good time. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is his best solve so far in the average that cements his BPA and WPA. Max at worst is going to be getting a 37.38 average. Definitely far and away the best average this round. And potentially as best possible, if he's able to get a time sub 33.91, he'll get a 35.55 average. Kate Graham with a 51.47 on the fourth, still projected in second place, but a lot of wiggle room. Jacob Noakes on his fourth.
Finishing those first two centers at 8 seconds. Onto doing those Yao edges. A little finicky with that green center, I think.
Off stream while we're watching, Dan Pastushkov with a double PR, 58.56 average and 49.42 single. Weird seeing Dan do something that is not an 8-sided puzzle. 3x3 stage right now for Jacob Noakes.
Finishing with a 47.01.
That will be counting. That does bump him up to third on our projected rankings, ahead of Paul Mavi and Kevin Hayes, but still right behind Max Park and Kate Graham. Speaking of Max Park, the man right here on the red stage.
Last solve for Max here. There's no world record average potential here, but maybe he can pull off something nice.
Once again, there's always potential for something impressive to be seen for Max Park. Off stream, Kevin Hayes wrapping up his average with a 48.02, being able to lock in a sub 50 average of 49.65.
24 on the last four edges here for Max, doing last two right about now at 28. Let's see, this looks about like a 34. Oh, just missed it. 35.52 from Max. So gonna put him at around a
36,
like a high 30, like high 36 or low 36 rather.
It is, yeah, 36.09 average for Max Park, cementing himself the win. Definitely an improvement over the first round average. Very good showing from Max Park. More times are starting to flow in from other competitors.
The question is who's going to get second and third at this competition right now. So Kevin finishing with a 49.65 average. Jacob hasn't started his last solve yet, but hopefully we get that soon.
Jacob and Kate neck and neck. Kate finishing with a 47.99. It is a 48.45 average, which is still beatable by Jacob. All he needs is a sub 46 single, which is well within grasp for him.
Well within grasp. I hope so. It's like his best solve 46. It's definitely like keepable for him, but he'll need to bounce back from the rest of the solves here.
But it is guaranteed that he's going to beat Kevin Hayes. He has a 49.64 worst possible average, meaning that Jacob is guaranteed right now to. This is not the final rankings. We are still waiting on Jacob Noakes.
Still waiting on one solve here. Let's see.
We see Kevin Hayes a 49.65 average, so just barely slower than Jacob's worst, guaranteeing he won't be able to lock into podium. Things still aren't certain right now as we're still waiting on two more solves from Paul Mavi, but hopefully Jacob's able to lock something in here.
So for the second place, let's see what Jacob's solve is here.
Kate Graham is now locked into second place on the podium. Paul Mavi with a 48.68 best possible average and 52.08 worst possible. So podium is still not locked up for Jacob if he does not cement himself here.
bad for those centers plus Yao edges at 25. At last for edges, ooh, he's gonna be against the clock here for that 46-second solve. But he's on 3x3 stage right now. On OLO. Can he do the PLO quick enough? No, 4670. Where does that put him?
We're gonna find out real quick. It puts him at second ahead of Kate Graham. We have a locked-in podium now of Max
Ooh.
Park, Jacob Noakes, and Kate Graham. An exhilarating 5x5 final here, Brandon. As
Yep,
Jacob bumps his head on the overhead camera.
Jacob sliding himself into second place here in the 5x5 finals with that final solve. These are not the results.
Yeah, we are still waiting on Jacob's results to be fully put in, or at least
Yep.
updated by the software.
Yep. So I believe Kate and Max's averages are right, but Jacob does not.
I was gonna say, it does not matter what we see right now from Paul Mavi not being able to get onto the podium. Could still get fourth ahead of Kevin, but it's going to require a sub 44.64 single.
Yeah. So as we're waiting for the results to trickle in, some of the rounds we will have later in the day. Once again, we said 7x7 finals will be happening right after this. So some of these competitors that you just saw, you'll be seeing once again in the 7x7 finals. Coming up, what else is at this competition? We've got back-to-back finals happening right now at Super Duper San Diego, sorry. So Mega Mix finals, Pure Mix finals, and Scoop finals are some of the next rounds that you'll be seeing here.
Not to cut you off, Brandon, but
Yeah,
I've
go
been
ahead.
told by production that they want you to stop talking so we can go to a quick ad break before 7x7 finals. Sorry, Brandon.
We are Speed Cube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live
to... Oh, my mic wasn't on. There we go. Welcome back, everyone, to Super Duper San Diego 2026. I'm Zachary Miller, joined by Zach Rydell. We're doing the Zachcast today, and we're going to be covering the next 3 finals for you guys, 7x7, Mega Minx, and Pure Minx. Unfortunately, our good friend Michael Tripodi couldn't make it, so I'm filling for him today. Zach, I was not able to join you guys in the stream for 5x5 finals, but we're now going to be coming back to the 7x7 finals. Oh, that's my face in the middle of the screen.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and fix that really quick, but we're gonna go ahead and show the 7x7 results from the previous round to give you guys a little bit more context about some of these awesome cubers we're gonna be showcasing here in La Jolla, California, here at the beautiful UC San Diego campus. So far, we've gotten some solves started already. We have Kate Graham on the blue stage. She's someone to watch out for female world record for 7x7. We also have Max Park, who will be on our stream station on the red stage. Jacob Noakes and Kevin Hayes also off to their side. So a lot of really, really awesome solvers here, Zach. I'm super excited to get into this round.
I was gonna say, is it finally my turn to talk, Zach? It's the Zach cast, but it really only appears to be the Miller cast from the looks of it. Not to be confused with the Miller Center, where I got a lot of commentary reps in for Virginia Multi Mayhem. But no, truly lovely to be able to commentate these. We see Kate Graham right now on your screen, 7x7 female world record holder. Quite fast results. We did see the graphic is currently outdated. Kate did break her own female world record at this competition with a 158 mean, 158 flat mean in the first round. So a little bit of a micro PR, but still quite a lot to see here from Kate.
Yeah, she's someone that I've been always keeping an eye on whenever she competes at competitions, just because she's always capable of getting really, really insane big cube results, and she's obviously really, really good at what she does. And there's also, as I was talking earlier with Manu, this is a stacked competition for big cubes. You have both Max and Kevin here, who have basically been dominant in big cubes combined since at least 2010. You have Colorado's Jacob Noakes, who holds pretty much every Rocky Mountain record for every big cube. You have female record holder Kate Graham. You pretty much have every skilled cuber here in the Western U.S., as Kate puts up a 202, which she doesn't seem to be the most happiest about.
Very, very big thumbs down there for Kate. I mean, again, Kate right now did just set a PR average in the first round of 158 flat, so definitely some high expectations going into this. But again, 7x7 follows a different format than typical events. 7x7 uses the mean of 3 format, so competitors don't get 5 attempts, they get 3 attempts. There is no counting or non-counting solves. All 3 solves get factored into the final average. Every solve counts for these competitors.
Exactly. If you mess up one solve or mess up a center, it will mess up your mean and your placement. So it's very, very important to keep a consistent solving style throughout this entire event. And some of the reason why these cubers are so good at this is because they're very skilled at doing so. And this is absolutely an event, as you said, that rewards consistency over luck, for sure. But also at the same time, if you get like a really good single, it could also propel your mean up to areas you've never seen before. So there's also that element too that we should be watching out for today.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all it really takes to get a really good mean is just get lucky once, and then kind of perform consistently to what you're used to be able to, as you said, boost up your mean. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing Max Park shortly. I believe now is the right time. Production will cut over to Max, but I did see Max's judge just sit down. And here we go. We're going to be seeing Max Park here on the red stage for 7x7. Max Park, I think very arguably the most dominant 7x7 solver of the modern era. Formerly a title attributed to maybe Kevin Hayes also at this competition, but Max really just an amazing 7x7 solver.
He really is. He's someone that basically has been an undisputed top solver in this event for nearly a decade, and he has continued to push the limits of what we thought has been possible with this event. And ironically, sitting right next to him eventually, we won't be able to pan over because we only have one camera on the station, but Kevin Hayes is sitting right next to him, who basically did the same thing before Max Park entered the scene in this event. So it's very cool to see two legends sitting next to each other at a local competition and competing with such a cool environment here. But Max Park getting ready to start. As you see on the left, his single and average are both world records, 133.48 and 136.86, and that is one of his 90 that he has set in his career.
Yeah, we have a little fun stat for you. I am trying to cook up, but I keep losing track. Since 2018, or at least since after, let me get an exact date, after August of 2018, so we'll say starting in September of 2018, Max Park has only not won one 7x7 round.
That is actually crazy. Was that one Worlds or something?
It was Worlds 2025. He came 5th in the second round. Don't worry, he did win the final. But every round between then, he has won, and by quite a large margin, I believe.
Yeah, that is just insane.
That 5th place finish also being the worst he's ever seen in a 5x5 round, besides Worlds 2013, where he got 130th.
Man, that is just insane to think about. It's just so insane to see how his dominance has been in this event. Off to the side, we did get some of our first solves of this round. Jacob Noakes recording a 225 to start. He probably isn't the happiest with that start, but Paul Mavi as well getting a 217. That's also another big cuber here that we didn't mention. He's here as well and also doing incredible this weekend, as well as Michael Muthing with a 211 to start off. Very nice results from everyone to start off.
Speaking of starting off, Max Park's first 7x7 solve is starting to conclude. We see, I believe, last two edges being done right now. Now onto 3x3 stage.
Looks
OLL
like he's
solved. We are...
Yeah, really, really nice. 138.37. Looked to be pacing pretty well throughout that entire solve. I didn't see any major pauses there, Zach, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, no, everything looked quite smooth. That solve is less than 2 seconds away from his current world record mean. It's a little too early to be calling out for a world record watch, especially with Max Park. But definitely some potential after that first solve.
We'll be watching closely here on West Coast Cubing as we see Max Park complete his last two solves in this group. Kate Graham looking to finish up, getting that C OLL. And looks like she's got some sort of R perm for a 204.92. So far pretty consistent for her, but not to the level that she got in the first round of 7x7. So that brings down her current mean of 2 to about 203.75. So she's comfortably pacing for second place right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, I believe a center pop there for Kate, unfortunately. But yeah, we're going to have to see definitely something around the 157 mark or below for Kate to be able to lock in a sub-2 mean. But I definitely think that Kate is very well on pace for second in this round, right behind Max Park.
Not sure if we're going to be able to get from the production team like what could be potentially the boundary for a sub-2 mean, but I would say that about that 157 mark is probably correct. It looks like Kate is watching Kevin, who just off-stream popped. So Kevin Hayes fixing a pop on 7x7 right now off stream. He's at about the 1 minute mark. So we won't be able to get a camera on that, but it looks like it was pretty significant. So, and everyone seems to be looking at him as he looks to fix his 7x7. So not the best start in the world for Kevin, unfortunately, here for all the Kevin Hayes fans in chat.
Yeah, that pretty much takes Kevin out of contention for any sort of podium, especially being a mean of 3. Even if he does fully solve the puzzle before he hits the cutoff or the time limit, it's kind of wraps, unfortunately, for Kevin.
Yeah, we aren't able to see it on our end, but he was picking up pieces off the floor. So definitely a significant pop on his end. So unfortunately, it might be a bit hard for him to pick up here. But a little unfortunate there for Kevin, as he was likely going to be in contention for second or third place today at this competition. A little bit unfortunate to see it end that way, for sure. As we see some other solves come in, we did see some other solves come in on the other half of the red stage. Jacob Noakes with a 209.20 for his second solve, so much better than his first. And I also believe that Paul Mavi also recorded a very good result as well. I'll check live real quick to verify.
Yeah, right now all that's put in for Paul is a 217. Still looking out for a second solve from Paul.
Yes, now I have live pulled up.
There we go. We are going to see Max Park now coming up here for his second attempt of 7x7.
Michael Muthing with a 218.18 for his second. That puts him around a 214.62 mean of 2 right now, around the third mark currently, just ahead of Paul Mavi and Jacob Noakes.
Yeah, Max definitely going to be able to lock something in here. Right now, using our fancy new WCA live tools to be able to lock in first place for Max, he needs a 229 single. Which is almost a minute away from his last solve. Definitely that far ahead of the pack.
It's pretty interesting to see some of the calculations, too, for Kate and Michael. Based on current pace, they would need a 47-second 7x7 solve to win the competition, which, unfortunately, I don't believe is possible unless we get some brand new solving methods in the future for 7x7.
That are some really lucky scramble, but I don't think we're going to be seeing anything like that. 7x7, an event, probably the least scramble-dependent event, coming down to the most skill and consistent methods being able to take the top here. Max Park starting off his second attempt.
Yeah, there's more 3x3 combinations than grains of sand in the world, so I don't doubt that 7x7 combinations is probably something regarding atoms in the universe, potentially. So, I don't think that getting an all 3x3 stage solved, all but 3x3 stage solved scramble is very likely in this scenario. So probably won't happen anytime soon.
We do see off stream Kevin Hayes with a 320 single, unfortunately due to that pop. That definitely takes Kevin out of any sort of podium contention. Currently seated last.
Yeah,
hopefully going to be able to pull back through with some better times, but definitely going to be quite far behind the rest of the crew.
Max Park looks to have finished his centers pretty quickly. Now on his edge, he still uses Redux for 7x7. A lot of people have starting to switch over to the Yao method recently. Max still sticking with good old reduction, where you solve the centers first and then all 12 edges rather than using the method you would use for a 4x4. Okay, so just while we watch Max, we got some news coming in from the other people. Kate Graham, 152 7x7 singles. That is a new female world record. Congratulations to her.
152 is not a new female world record. She has 151.
Oh, she has 151. Okay,
but
Prod
she
gave me
did
incorrect
get
info.
she did get a sub 2 mean, 159 for Kate Graham, as we see a 144 for Max Park. Definitely, like we're seeing about 6 seconds slower than his last solve. Probably not going to be seeing any world records from Max, at least for mean. Kate Graham with a sub 2 mean, though, is still quite impressive.
Yeah, 2 sub 2 means in this competition, at 158 and a 159. Very, very good for her. She should absolutely be proud of that performance.
I was gonna say, I believe still the only woman to have a sub 2 mean in 7x7, quite ahead of the rest of that pack. We do see more solves coming in, or at least I thought I did, but no, it was just Kate's solve showing up on WCA Live.
So far, only one personal record to shout out in this round, Zach. Casper Janssen ended up getting a 2:45.05 PR single. Currently about middle of the pack in terms of 7x7 performance, but so far, everyone's just solving up to their consistency and standards in terms of singles so far.
Michael Muthing with a 217 on the last, getting a 215 mean. Currently projected third, well within reach, though, of Jacob. All he needs is a 212 on his last to be able to take that podium away.
Looking over right now, and I see Jacob Noakes solving, is at about the 120 mark and looks to now be potentially solving centers, but his edges are usually very quick because he uses Yao for 7x7, so he usually can do edges fairly quickly.
Just for those at home wondering, Zach is there in Miller, Mr. Miller, is there in person and is able to get a better view on solving stations than I. I am on the other side of the country right now, so only half the Zachs have a good view on what's going on.
Currently, Kevin is going right now. He's at about the 140 mark right now. Kevin is one of the solvers we are not able to see, as both Kate and has finished her average and Max is still waiting for his third solve. But so far, looking good for both competitors. Jacob Noakes with a 210.11, so that will actually lock him. He actually needed a 212.37 for third, so he'll take third over Michael Muthing right now. So unless something changes, unless Paul gets a sub 2.
Yeah, it is a 214.98 mean for Jacob. Definitely putting him on the podium right now.
Now, Paul is on the other stage, so it's a little bit harder for me to check on how he's doing because I have to, like, bend all the way over here. Only Zach knows what I'm talking about because he can see my camera. But
we do see, Paul would need a sub 2, which would be a PR single for Paul. Paul's PR right now sitting around 202, 203, so we might not see any change in our podium.
I see a 211 on his display, unless I'm mistaken, so the podium will not change. Yep, 211.60 the time entered.
Max Park on his third and final solve of 7x7 finals, starting out with a 138 and a 144. Let's see if he's able to bring anything back in. Max definitely guaranteed first place at this point. 237 is all he needs for first place, which is, I don't think, I'd have to look at the last time that Max has gotten a solve around that time, but I am sure it's been a minute.
I think you would have to have something go insanely wrong, like the apocalypse starting in this venue for him to get a 237. But this looks like a solid start on the green center, which he's actually going to start with. Those wondering about Kevin, he got a 206 on his second solve. Unfortunately, he would need a 117 to get third, which basically means he would have to set a world record by 1,000,000 miles to get third.
Just a fun little stat for you. The last time Max Park got a 237 or above in 7x7 was 2017, October of 2017. So probably not going to see that here today. 128.1 is needed for world record mean. Definitely a jump. That is a 5-second jump above world record single. But again, being Max Park, I wouldn't really rule anything out.
I wouldn't either. He is someone who has been known to shock people with the solves and times that he gets, and when he gets lucky, he takes advantage of it because he's so skilled and so incredibly passionate about his practice.
One more shout out, Jason Chang with a 311 PR mean. I haven't seen Jason in months, potentially a year, when he was over on our side, the correct side, the correct coast here in the United States. Kate Graham is locked into a podium now, though we were all sure of it. Max Park on 3x3 stage right now.
142.02. Set that at the exact same time.
That is a 141.5 mean for Max Park, locking in first place by quite a mile.
Without a doubt. There was nothing else he needed to do other than solve the cube. So he will be on the first place position on this podium. And this podium pretty much looks locked up unless Kevin Hayes gets world record by 16 million miles on this last solve. So it will likely be Max Park first.
You were close, about 16 seconds. You didn't. He wasn't that far off, but still quite a bit of a ways away. We're going to see Max Park, Kate Graham, and Jacob Noakes round out your 7x7 podium. How close did that look to the 5x5 podium? That feels, yeah, it is the same except Jacob and Kate swapped. So maybe taking turns. Though I know that they are both quite competitive keepers within each other. So definitely not taking turns, just one keeper having a bit of a better day.
Exactly. I think that this will probably also match our 6x6 podium, which will happen later after Scube finals, so in about an hour. But yeah, you can go ahead and see the top 8 results so far that have been entered in. Max Park, Kate Graham, and Jacob Noakes rounding out our podium. Michael Muthing barely missing and getting 4th. Paul Mavi with a very respectable 218 mean. Emily Gwynn with a 237 mean. Suka Sasano with a 254. And Jack Flynn Stewart rounding out the top 8 with a 255.01 mean.
Yeah, definitely an eventful 7x7 finals here in San Diego at Super Duper San Diego 2026. For those just joining us, 7x7 is wrapping up. We're going to be moving on to Megaminx finals here soon. I am Zach Rydell, joined here with Zach Miller. Zach, I noticed you are actually there in San Diego, not in Massachusetts where you study, or Colorado where you're from. Why California?
Good question. There's 2 reasons. First, one of the things I'm trying to do is I want to eventually be one of the first few people to compete in all 50 U.S. states. I actually didn't have California, so naturally I was looking at flights. I saw the flights were pretty cheap, so I ended up coming out to San Diego on the way back to Boston. So I'm actually be flying back to Boston on Monday, so I can get moved in for school. So it's definitely a long journey, so I'm not excited for the flight, but I'm definitely having a lot of fun here in California. A lot warmer than Colorado for sure right now. It's beautiful outside.
It is very cold here in Pennsylvania. It feels like it always is. I did just drive down south for Multi Mayhem, Virginia, and I was able to walk outside without a hoodie for the first time in what felt like forever. It's not even that far south from Pennsylvania, but it made a world of difference.
Yeah, it's insane. I was able to walk outside in shorts and a t-shirt for the first time in like 6 months. It's like 70 and sunny here, and it's such a big contrast from Colorado. When I literally flew to San Diego, I woke up and there was 10 inches of snow in Colorado Springs, and my original flight got canceled. So I had to drive up to Denver in the snow and then fly out to San Diego from there where they didn't get any snow. So that was definitely a lot of fun. I don't recommend driving to the airport after getting 10 inches of snow. Was not a very fun experience for me. But yeah.
Yeah, we did just have quite a big snowstorm just about a month ago in Pennsylvania. But I still had to go to campus, so I had to drive through probably the worst snowstorm that we've had in years. Still made it though. Still made it to campus to finish up my final project. Academic weapon over here in Pennsylvania.
Zach
we should be
the academic weapon.
Yeah, should be transitioning right now into Megaminx finals. Names to look out for. We did see him last round in 7x7. Michael Muthing leading the pack here with a 38.6 average. Jack Flynn Stewart with a 43.39. Eileen Vo, 46.45. Ruby Liu with a 47.88. And Ryan Roth rounding out your top 5. And sub 50, with a 49.02. Zach, what are you looking forward to in this round?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how Michael Muthing does. I think he's a very powerful, not powerful, but like very excellent and underrated Megaminx solver from the people that I've been talking to in Manu. He's done a lot of practice. Oh, this is practice. Okay. Are we not live? Oh, okay. Okay, this is a practice solve for Manu. For Michael Muthing. Excuse me. Miscommunication from my end with Prod. But Michael Muthing right now is doing a practice solve. So this is not official. So this will be an idea of what you can see from Michael, who is on the red stage.
Honestly, it looks like quite a good practice solve. I think onto, PLO there, 33.61. Michael's PR average is around the 35 mark. So hopefully looking for something around there. Though I believe anything sub 40 should take the podium, or should take the gold free and clear. Michael here, his PR's on screen. 35.08 average and 31.40 single as we get ready for his first solve of the average.
It's got the hand warmers in here for the people that aren't here. The venue this morning was a little bit chilly here, Zach. Even though it's 70 degrees outside, it wasn't 70 degrees in here. So, Michael, I think there's a Target right next to here, so a lot of people ran over and grabbed hand warmers. I tried going over there and they were sold out. So, definitely in high demand here this weekend. Michael.
I was going to say, the Target probably quite confused on why people are buying hand warmers when it's 70 degrees out. But everyone acclimates to the climate differently. Michael Muthing flowing here onto OLL right now. PLL, recognition, execution. It is
very nice 33.
33.2. Quite a good start there for Michael. You also see off-stream Eileen with a 45.29 and Ruby with a 46.32. Jack Stewart here on the blue stage. Just got second place in Square One finals. Now onto Megaminx.
Yeah, I had some time to talk to Jack yesterday. He's very passionate about what he does, and you can see here with this single and average, a 33-13 single and a 41-83 average, which is very, very respectable in this event, especially given how hard things like look ahead are. It seems very interesting. He seems to be solving like white top. Yeah, 44-53. That is definitely... I haven't seen anyone do gray cross or gray star in Megaminx in a bit. So everyone does their own little thing in Megaminx. A lot of different people use different color schemes in this event. It's very definitely not... Like usually with 3x3, you always have white, yellow, blue, red, green, orange. In Megaminx, you could see anything. Lots of people use plenty of different shades all over the cube. And Jack is, or solving in different colors, like solving like red star or gray star. Jack is no exception.
Yeah, Megaminx, one of those events, there's a lot of pieces, and it often gets attributed to as a big cube, but it really shares a lot of similarities to 3x3. Essentially just doing two 3x3 solves back to back. Michael starting inspection right now. Of course, Megaminx does have more pieces than a 3x3. For those of you not currently looking or have never seen a Megaminx. But the end step's quite similar, still the same, building your first two, your second two layers, and then going on to OLL, PLL, just like the traditional CFOP method of 3x3 solving.
Very quick S2L solving here for Michael, getting very quickly towards that last star, and he's going to be heading OLL here very soon. And doesn't look to be the best PLL case. And he'll too look to something as he puts down another 33-15. Or 33, excuse me.
Honestly, with the big pause there in PLL and having to two look at, that is a very nice time there for Michael.
Yeah, very nice. There was definitely a big pause there, and the last layer didn't look to be the best cases, but he still pulled off a very nice solve there. The S2L was essentially perfect from my view. He didn't really pause at all and had some very, very fast turning.
Yeah, still quite a lot to see here in this Megaminx finals. Jack Stewart here. No cube in front of him currently.
So
I
far,
believe
in
off to
terms,
the right there. Oh, sorry. Off
excuse
to the
me.
right, we do see Ruby Liu solving next to Jack. Ruby, I believe, has been in charge of the Instagram account for West Coast Cubing's story recap of this event. Been very interesting to watch. For those of you not currently following West Coast Cubing on Instagram, go do that. It's a ton of fun.
Very good follow. Lots of people involved with WCT running that page. They do a great job. Looks like Ruby just finished, but I cannot see the time. Her display is very dim. Looks to be a 57:10.
Oh, that is 10 seconds slower than her first solve. Over 10 seconds slower. Hopefully, that does not count in her average, but definitely puts some weight on the next few solves. Jack Stewart on his second attempt.
Just to the left of Michael, Eileen has put down two 45-second solves, pacing pretty well so far for a podium spot.
Also, one PR so far this round. We see Derek Hung with a 50.43 single, currently projected 5th.
A little bit hard to use the overhead with Jack as he's wearing a hat, but he's kindly moving his head out of the way for us.
We get W Jack in the chat, everybody. We don't have to do all that. Jack, very nice turning throughout the solve. Again, Jack, 44.53 on the first one, looking to keep up pace with that. Onto OLL now, and now onto PLL. I believe two-look PLL is the method of choice for Jack. 45.82. Yeah,
not
quite
bad
on
so
pace
far
with that
pacing
first
with
solve.
Eileen so far, and Ruby. So everyone so far, this should actually be a very tight contention so far for that second and third place podium spot. It's another practice solve from Michael as he waits for his cube.
Fun game. Rerun that sentence of Zach's. See how many times he said so far. I'm guessing. I think 4 is what I heard.
I need to get some reps in before NAC, that's for sure.
You got plenty of time, Zach. Don't worry about it. We see Michael Muthing scrambling his puzzle for another warm-up solve here on the red stage. Should shortly be receiving his cube. Currently opening up the round with 233s. Eileen Vo off stream with a 44.1. That is the best solve so far from Eileen. So a 45.29 is counting.
So far, so good for most of these competitors in this group so far. A lot of consistent solving so far. As I said, oh my gosh, I said it again, Zach.
It's okay. It's all right. You're not commentating for me.
But yeah, Eileen with the 45, 45, 44. Very good pace for her. Ryan with the 45 and 46. Derek Hung, who already got that PR single with a 50, has a 52.91.
Yeah,
Not
still
sure where
waiting on-
Michael's cube is. They might be checking or double checking his scrambles. There was some regulation changes for Megaminx scrambling, where it's now in the same category as 5x5. So they might be enforcing that a little bit for this final.
We do see off stream a 43.84 for Roy Chandler. That is almost 10 seconds faster than their first attempt. Not a PR for Roy, but definitely a big deviation there in times.
Yeah, that sometimes happens in Megaminx. Even though it's a 3x3 event and you can get very consistent, you can also get very, very lucky in this event too, especially if you just enter that kind of flow state.
Michael Muthing going for the third attempt now.
Yeah, so far, a very solid start. I think he planned out that white star pretty well and looks to be finishing up that F2L there. Now looks to be getting into that S2L, so now he's going to solve stars and pairs on the other color faces until he works up to that gray last layer, where he looks to be finishing up now. Gets a nice OLL there, and will enter into the PLL 1 look, another 33. He's doing very, very well right now.
Yeah, Michael almost 2 seconds ahead of PR right now, so definitely on PR pace. One of his next 2 solves is all he needs to be a good solve to lock in a PR average.
We'll have to wait for that last time to get entered so we can see the WPA to see if he's locked up anything so far. And right now he's pacing for a 33.2 average. Still need that 4th solve, obviously, for BPA and WPA. But as you said, Zach, just one more solve and he's got it.
Jack Flynn Stewart, a 36.79 on that 3rd. That is now counting his 44.53. The 36 is not PR for Jack, but definitely nice to have a very low bottom end, so that way anytime you get from there on out, we'll be able to count in the average calculation.
Exactly. Other solvers off stream, Ryan Roth, after starting with a 45.46, got a 53.56 on his 3rd. Ruby Liu starting to hit a more consistent pace with a 44.96. And looks like Kate Graham is also starting to get back into the swing of things with a 48.70 on her 3rd solve. And here goes I believe, another practice attempt for Michael. He likes to solve.
It is.
Without like that practice a lot. There's a lot of competitors who like to do that, so I don't blame them. Especially at these local competitions, especially in regions without streams, you can usually find people just practicing on the stack mat during that stationary final, just getting in some extra practice solves before their attempt. But this one here is a legitimate attempt. This one will be his 4th, and we're on PR watch for Michael. Just needs a very solid solve here. I believe anything below a 35-second solve will do the job.
Yeah, definitely great pacing right now for Michael. During the solve, off stream, Eileen with a 49. That is the worst solve so far, and their average currently counting a 45 at another 45. Michael, hold on, taking a break here. Onto OLL, onto PLL.
Oh, looks like he messed up the PLL there.
That is unfortunate for Michael. I don't think we'll be seeing a locked-in PR. Having to double take PLL 44.08. It is not locked in yet for Michael.
It is a 33.30 BPA and a 36.95 WPA, so not locked in for sure just yet. We'll need to wait for that 5th solve to see if he'll set a personal record, but it looks like he's pretty much guaranteed 1st place with that, regardless of what he gets. So he should be coming home with a certificate, which is at least a good consolation prize.
Yeah, I was going to say, Michael only needs something around the 36-37 range for PR, so we'll be keeping an eye out on that. Jack Stewart right now on the blue stage on his 4th attempt.
Seeing he's getting very close to his last star here. And finishing up that PLL now. And we'll record a 47.88. So not as good as the 36 he got earlier, Zach, but still a respectable time.
Yeah, that is his worst solve so far right now in the average. So right now we're looking somewhere in the end of a mid to high 40 average right now for Jack. Probably more close to the mid 40. Still definitely on podium pace. Currently he's projected 2nd. It's all going to come down to what Eileen gets on their 3rd solve, or on their 5th solve. Sorry.
Yep, pretty much with everyone entered in right now, Jack is pretty much guaranteed a podium if he DNFs due to his WPA being 46.08. And it looks like Eileen can lock up podium here if she gets a 49.10 on her 3rd solve.
Michael Muthing's 5th and final attempt has been delivered. Again, we are on PR watch right now for Michael. Let's see if he's able to bring this average home bring back the consistency of the first 3 solves. Here we go, Michael Muthing, 5th and final attempt here of Megaminx Finals.
Looks to be pacing pretty good here, Zach.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there is a lot of steps to a Megaminx solve, so messing up one of those can throw off the rest. But seem to be hitting OLL right now. Now onto PLL.
Oh, I don't think he knows the case,
big pause
Zach.
for recognition.
Oh, he doesn't know the case. 3804. I don't think that's gonna do it.
We will see.
It's a 3494.
That is
that
PR average for Michael.
It is. It is PR average. We've gotten confirmation. Sub 35, and I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
We do also see Eileen Vo also with a PR average. She got a 45.55 average off stream. Currently projected 3rd. It's all going to come down to what Jack is able to do here. Jack might be able to lock up 2nd place, but a DNF would put Eileen above him.
Yep, so Eileen and Jack are guaranteed to podium. It is now just determinant on Jack's final solve. As you said, it just depends on what comes with this last layer. Looks like PLL here, 45-16, and that should likely
be enough.
Get him 2nd. And it does,
yes,
45-17.
Yeah, enough for Jack to be able to eke out over Eileen. That does lock up our podium. We're going to be seeing Michael Muthing in 1st, Jack Flynn Stewart in 2nd, and Eileen Vo in 3rd. 2 out of the 3 podium members taking home PR averages as well, along with their silver. I said silver because I was looking for like a term for like the medal, like METAL of the medals that they're getting, and then ended up going with the one that neither of them will be receiving. Their hardware.
It's all good.
Hardware is the term I was looking for. Michael taking home the gold, Jack taking home the silver, and Eileen with the bronze.
So far, these results aren't final, but these are everyone that has completed their averages so far. So Ryan Roth is currently in 4th with a 47.41 average. Ruby Liu with a 47.53, and Jacob Bote with a double PR, a 51.02 average, and a 44.74 single. And Derek Hung just broke his single PR again with a 47.83 single on his 4th solve, so now counts that 50 he got earlier. Roy Chandler finished up with a 52.01 average, and then we also have Paul Mavi with a 102.95, Andrew French 103. Everyone else is still on solve 5 right now.
Yeah, we do see now that all competitors in this final have finished up their 4th solve, the podium is still locked up between Michael, Jack, and Eileen. So amazing showing right now for Megaminx. We are going to be moving on to our next final shortly, being Pyraminx. Zach, would you like to take us through what to expect from Pyraminx finals?
Yeah, there's a lot of great Pyraminx solvers here. Southern California is a place where there are a lot of excellent Pyraminx solvers. One name that I'm going to be watching out for is Dominic Shoji. He's a very good sprint specialist here in Southern California. In the last round, he took the top seed with a 275 average, but you also want to keep an eye out for Roy Chandler, who got a 306 average in the first round. As well, Eileen, who we just saw in Megaminx finals, also rounding out the top 3 seeds in this event with a 339 average, even with that DNF. So definitely something to watch out for, and there's definitely a lot of great Pyraminx solvers in this final.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch out for these solvers again, where we see 3 solvers last round, all teetering close to the 3-second barrier, Dominic being the only one to clear that mark. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what Roy and Eileen are able to pull off. Pyraminx, a more scramble-dependent event, or at least an event where scrambles will start to affect competitors' times more. So it's going to be interesting looking out for what these competitors are really able to pull off on these scrambles. We did see at U.S. Nationals at All Stars, which you were at, and I was at remotely on day 2. We did see the first round have some really bad scrambles, and then going into finals, we finally got back to some more normal, above average scrambles. Looking to see maybe what competitors are able to do here. The biggest strengths of the best pyramid solvers in the world is consistency and being able to perform well on any scramble set, whether it's good or bad. So hopefully we can see some more greatness come out of this next round of pyramids.
Exactly, and we are seeing Pyramids Finals has just been called here. I've been told that we need a little bit of time to transition over to this, so we're going to run to a brief ad break while we get things sorted. We'll be right back here on West Coast Cubing. Stay tuned.
Hey, we're Speedcube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
And we're back after a brief break here with the Zacast one more time for Pyramids Finals. As we were talking about, we got some awesome pyramid solvers here in Southern California ready to show off their skills right here on West Coast Cubing. I'm here in San Diego. Zach's joining us remotely from Pennsylvania. Let's go ahead and get into the solving here with Dom Shoji's first solve.
I believe you saw a 2-tip scramble there. Very fast finish there. 280 for Dom Shoji.
Yeah, so far so good for him. That's around what he got in the first round. He came into this with a 275 average. His PR is 256, so we'll be watching out for that here.
Roy Chandler on the blue stage, 305, quite on par with their first round average of 306.
Yeah, so far consistent overall. A lot of these solvers are going to try to break some PRs if they can get a good scramble set. As we were talking about before the break, Zach, this is a very scramble-dependent event. We saw like at All-Stars where we had some pretty bad scrambles in that first group, followed by that really nice set in the final that a lot of people took advantage of. So there's definitely a lot to be looking out for in terms of this. You never know if you could get that 6 mover that everyone is eluding, that seems to be eluding everyone, excuse me. But that's the magic of short events, right? You never know what you're gonna get.
Bad news for everyone. I have not been eluding 6 movers. I have received 2 within the last year, and I did not sub 3 either of them. I am sorry that they have to go to waste on me.
Well, now everyone knows that they have to go to the Mid-Atlantic to get 6 movers. So plan your trips to Philly, everyone.
Yeah, you gotta go to Mid-Atlantic for other reasons. Shoji with a 416 plus 2. Unfortunately, that's going to be a 616 there for Dom.
That should hopefully be the throwaway solve. You know, those types of averages where you just get a solve where you're like, I'm just going to throw this away sometimes. That's hopefully what's going through Dom's mind right now as he waits for his next solve. But Roy Chandler, very nice. 188 on the clock for him.
Yeah, definitely great solving there from Roy. Being able to find a solution that maybe we did not see Dom find.
One thing we've been mentioning a lot earlier is Dom Shoji likes to film things vertically. I haven't been able to ask if he's doing this for YouTube Shorts or TikTok or whatnot, but seems to like that vertical camera angle.
See Dom going for his 3rd attempt of the average. This would be a 3-tip scramble. A little bit below average.
Oh, and just did not one look to solve correctly, and that will count that 6-second solve.
Yeah, that all but takes Dom out of any contention for winning this round now. Yeah, here we see a replay of it. Dropping the cube. Timer's still running, so it's not a DNF, but that alone has put Dom 15th in the projected rankings.
That's just unfortunate. He's such a good sprint event solver that's just not what you want to see. But Roy Chandler, another 2.6.
Yeah, 267 right there for Roy. Unfortunately, did not capture that, but now definitely in a position to steal the win.
Seeing a lot of 3s and 4s populating the displays right now here on the red stage. And after this, I'll be going over to the red stage to do some Scube.
Ooh, that sounds like a bunch of fun. I'm a big fan of Scube myself, but I'm in Pennsylvania, so I will not be competing in Scube. Maybe one of you guys can send me to Scrambles over, and I'll compete at the same time.
Right now, still waiting on some solves to get taken to the stream station. Looks like we'll get to see Dom's 4th solve and 5th solve, where he's going to just try to go for a good single here. We'll see what this 4th solve looks like here. And a 280 for Dom, so not his round, but still putting up some respectable results here on these other solves as we go over to Roy Chandler for his 4th.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a little too late there for Dom. Roy just needs some consistent solving to be able to lock up the win. A cube drop, a tetrahedron drop, if you will. As a 779 for Roy. That is going to be looming over the rest of his average. Does not take him out of the win contention just yet.
That definitely doesn't feel good. That definitely doesn't feel good.
Well,
the replay didn't really show it that great, but he was just trying to do a sledge, and it just dropped into his lap, and he had to finish it up. And he's definitely not happy about that, as you can see. It's always frustrating to get that type of stuff on the fourth solve, especially when you're pacing. That happened to me in 3x3 yesterday, Zach. I started off with a 7, a 9-1, and a 9-6, and then I got a 15 on my fourth solve, and that was looming over my fifth. I just had to mentally take an 11 and move on because I was shaking so bad on the fifth solve.
Yeah, nerves and puzzles that don't like to be held. Just not a very good combo. Off stream, just highlighting. Right now projected second, Preston Schwartz with a 317 as their one counting time. Isaac Modro counting right now a 327 and 333. Preston Schwartz a 333 on the fourth.
Yeah, it looks like Preston is guaranteed podium, as his WPA is 333, which I think beats everyone else's BPA, or is very close.
Eileen Vo can still sneak up onto the podium.
Oh yeah, that fourth solve just came in. Excuse me on that. Eileen can still probably sneak up here. Here's Dom's fifth. Unfortunately, he is completely out of podium potential, but this fifth solve looks not that bad in terms of blocks. And not a bad solve, but that looks very close. Is that a +2?
That looks like a +2 to me. I am thousands of miles away, though, so I guess I'm not the most qualified to make this call.
I can't exactly tell. We'll wait for the judge to make a ruling, or we'll wait for someone to come over. They might be getting a delegate. It looks very close.
I think it's a +2 from here. I'm a delegate, so
we're gonna get the delegate ruling here. The Jason Chang camera. And let's see what they start writing here.
No idea.
And it is a +2.
My eyes work good no matter how far away they are. 423 for Dom Shoji, a 440 average. Quite unfortunate. But we do see Roy Chandler lock up a podium with a 259 on the last, 277 average. Well on ahead in first place. Locked up the gold, actually.
Yeah, very nice here. So now we're just waiting on people off stream. So Preston Schwartz, who's just behind you in the red camera. So watch the red shirt here. That's his fifth solve. Needs a 341 for third, and he's got it. 294, and that will give him a podium spot as well.
Yeah, great solving just there from Preston.
One of the delegates here this weekend, and he's been doing a very good job both at the solving table and behind the scenes.
Yeah, we're waiting for that to be input into WCA Live. It's a very tight race right now in podium. I think we're looking at averages all within seconds of each other. Yeah, so hopefully we can get Preston's final time put in. I think at the scrambling table it's being put in semi-live, so we won't get a result immediately, but we'll be finding out soon. The only PR from this round, it appears, Andrea Nguyen with a double PR, 508 average, and 395 single.
Yep, we'll see Preston locking up a podium with a 315 average. We're still waiting to see Eileen's last solve get entered, and unfortunately it was WPA, so 386. It is not possible for Michael Muthing, who has the last solve, to podium, so this will finalize our podium as Roy Chandler winning with a 277. Preston Schwartz, one of our WCA delegates, getting second, and another WCA delegate in Franklin Pham getting third with a 324 average.
Yeah, definitely an amazing pyramid final to watch. I mean, a little unfortunate that Dom wasn't able to keep up that same pace from the first round, but being able to see some more faces on the podium is always a great thing. Yeah, just an amazing pyramid final all around, Zach.
Awesome, and with that, we're going to move to Cube Finals. While we do so, we're going to run another ad break. Please stay with us here on West Coast Cubing as we transition over. Stay tuned.
We are SpeedCube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Super Duper San Diego 2026. I am Zach Rydell, joined with was going to be Manu Singhal, but unfortunately we had some issues. We do see Scube finals going on right now. Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind with a 149 on the first one. Super Duper time, if you will. Jack Flynn Stewart 289. Andrew French 381. We see a 210 here from Sid Shivnath. So amazing solving going on right now all the way around. I really hope Manu isn't talking at the same time. I'm not sure. He was trying to set up his camera so I could see him and hear him, but I have no idea now. So I hope we're not talking over at the same time. Either way, yeah, definitely going to be a fun Scube final to watch. Scube, as mentioned earlier, or similar to Pyraminx, the scramble dependency of the event. Less that you have to hope that you get a lucky scramble to get anything good, but it's super important that the fast solvers or the world-class solvers really stay consistent on scrambles that might be viewed as bad by other competitors. Dean, definitely one of these competitors that is great at handling any type of nerves, any type of lacking of good scrambleness, I guess, is how I'll call it.
All right. Well, welcome, Mr. Rydell. I hope you can hear me, because I can now hear you, and I'm back in.
I can hear you, Manu. 203 for Dean right now. Right now, we are looking. Dean has a PR single of 121 and average of 188. So quite a lot of potential so far for Dean for something nice. As Sid goes up for his second attempt. Manu, how are you?
Oh man, it's been a great weekend of competing here in San Diego, Super Duper San Diego 2026. It's been fantastic. I'm glad to be joined by Zach Riddle for the second week in a row, baby. Oh, nice, and a 181 from Sid Shivnod. That is a competitive time. I think we're getting some good scrambles here, Zach.
Yeah, we're only 2 scrambles in, so maybe let's not think too hard about the scrambles so far. We still have 3 more to see, but yes, it's weird. I've had commentary back-to-back streaks right now with both you and Brandon over these past 2 weekends. It's quite a welcome change in my life. Sid, amazing execution on that 181. As we go back to Dean, waiting for his third attempt.
Yeah, I mean, both Dean and Sid are like amazingly good solvers. I think you mentioned that 1.8 average that Dean had his PR. No, you'll never guess where he set that. That was at the World Championship Finals earlier this year. Rather, I should say last year, about 6 months ago. What a time to get your personal record average, huh?
Yeah, I wish I had an experience like that. I haven't seen the Major Championship stage too often. Last time was North American Champs 2022. I did beat Brandon Lindo to make my way into that final.
Hey,
so I'm gonna count that as a win, beating a former Square One legend. Not former, a current Square One legend.
Eternal
Dean,
Square One legend.
Eternal. Dean warming up for his third attempt of the average so far.
Yeah, Dean also one of the West Coast's representative at the National Championship this year, Cubing USA All-Stars. What a great competition. Unfortunately, some pretty poor results. I think he DNF'd, double DNF'd in Scube round 1, so not able to carry that flag for us into the finals. So looking for some redemption here in what is the biggest competition of the year so far. Granted, we're only 2 weeks in.
Still quite big for some of these competitors. Dean, long, many move count, 229, which is a +2 due to being 1 turn off. That's a 429 for Dean. Sid going for the third scramble as well.
And 309.
309. Yeah, both competitors starting to fumble on this third scramble, and it seems to be a trend in the times right now in WCA Live. These competitors have Manu to thank for jinxing these scrambles.
I'm sorry, everyone. Maybe we should have kept Ziller on here. Well, see, Ziller is the one who's actually receiving the brunt of the scramble gods' anger here. And hey, look, I had nothing to do with this. All right, I didn't generate these scrams. I've just been sitting here in the commentary booth basically all day. But by the way, I've been sitting here. I've been basically doing nothing. I've not really been helping this competition out. So shout out to all the delegates and staff members, the pink shirts, the red shirts that you see back here. They have been grinding for the last 2 days, getting everyone through 15 events at this competition, if you can believe it. So some great work by everyone and the organization team as well.
Yeah, shout out all the delegates. As a delegate myself, I can vouch for how much work these competitions truly are. Next time you go to a competition, please go thank your delegate. If it's me, you don't have to thank me, because then it seems very very self-supportive.
I'm thankful for Zach Riddle.
That's okay, and I'm thankful for Manu Singal. Another competitor probably thankful for Manu, Dean Suskind, right now going for his 4th attempt of Scube Finals.
He's rocking the official 2026 Super Duper shirt also. Loving it. All right, let's see. On this, okay, I'm no Scube god, so I have no idea if any of these are good or not. It does look like that exec is not good. I'm actually not sure when he stopped the timer there. We might need to see the replay on that. I think it's going to be a +2.
It is just a +2. He stopped the timer. He stopped. Originally, he didn't stop the timer, but dropped the puzzle in a +2 state. Did not stop the timer, went to fix it, over-fixed it, and then stopped the timer. So it is an even worse +2 for Dean. Sid also with quite the poor time, a 3 on that 4th one. Yeah, here we see a replay. Timer not stopped,
man.
But not overcorrecting, just not correcting it at all. A 372, unfortunately, for Dean. after that hot start, you have to wonder if the nerves come into play.
Yeah.
We do see off screen Caleb Chow with a 4:06 PR average.
Oh, he's already done?
Yes.
Oh wow.
We
okay.
started late, Manu.
I see.
Because of you.
Okay. You know what? That one is on me. I'll take it. That's my bad. But okay, I'm actually kind of. I guess I didn't expect him to finish before both Dean and or Sid. But then again, because Dean and Sid are so high up in the world rankings, their scrambles are getting double checked. So perhaps that's slowing them down a little bit. It makes for better viewing for you all here at home or wherever you are in the world.
Yes, do not forget to check the scramblers. Dean solved 5 of the average. A lot of potential here. A BPA of 233.
Yeah, 233 would...
260. 260, sorry.
Yeah, so 208 for him. So that's not going to be BPA. Should be a
Gonna
bit
be
off.
280.
Ooh, interesting. So I think... Okay, so Sid needs to... He needs to not WPA. As long as he doesn't...
needs a 3... yeah, anything 319 or below will lock in first place.
Oh, that was a weird, uncharacteristic pause, and that is going to be
that's
WPA.
not it.
And it's okay, so you all at home are like, okay, but the averages are tied, right? So what's going on here? Do they both win? Dean, because he has a better single, will win over Sid here, even though they both had 280 averages. Wow.
That round flew by. Wow, I've been commentating all these rounds that take forever, like 5x5 and Mega Minx and 7x7, and this round is done in the blink of an eye. Being taken out by Dean Suskind at 280, 149 single, Sid Shabnov with a 280 average as well, but a 181 single, and in third place, Andrew French, 403 average, 316 single.
Let's go, Andy! Delegate gang!
Go, Andy.
Awesome. Wait, great stuff from Andy. As we wrap up. Wait, you're right. Okay, I guess it flew by also because I showed up late. But yeah, wow, that was so fast. And we're gonna go into 6x6 finals. Yeah, just shortly after. Wow. Okay, amazing. Here's the results from this cube round. As we round things out, it was really Dean and Sid at the top, and no one else was actually. Yeah, I mean their averages were better than everybody else's singles. No one got anything even close, which I guess kind of makes sense, thinking about the psych sheet and stuff. But a tie at the top, broken by single, that is just insane drama that is only possible here on a West Coast Cubing stream.
I was gonna say, an amazing electric Scube final to watch. Scube, maybe one of my more favorite events. It's one of these sprint events where competitors can get creative with their solutions and pickups and everything like that. But it still is neck and neck between our two competitors. Unfortunately, I think this is time for me to say farewell. I am only scheduled for so much of this stream. Has been it's been a pleasure joining, showing up a little late to the party, because I can't do time zone calculations quite that well.
At least you have a good backdrop, all right? Your backdrop beats my backdrop, which is just a white wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, shout out to anyone who recognizes the Mid-Atlantic Championship 2025 logo, designed by Theo Lemons. If you're watching, shout out to you. But hopefully this backdrop can get replaced by the end of the year. Start looking out for clues on our social medias for the MAC 2026 location.
All right.
We'll figure that out. We still have some work to do. But
hey, friend.
Yeah, amazing final.
Yeah, friend of WCC is Mask. So if you're not going to show up to Western Championship this year, you should show up to Mid Atlantic Champs if you're close by enough.
Are they the same weekend? Even though our weekend isn't public?
I'm pretty sure they aren't the same weekend because I knew that Westerns and Heartlands was going to be the same weekend, and Heartlands is announced.
Okay, then cool.
I think we're good.
You can do both. Just
you can
do both.
I might do both.
I really think you're gonna want to do both, Manu.
Okay. I mean, look, I'll make my travel plans as soon as it gets announced. I'm showing up. I'll be there. So you all should be there too. Especially in a year where we don't have the World Championship. These regional championships, I think, are like as close as a big competition experience as you're going to get. So yeah, definitely show up to your regional championship wherever it is in the States if you're watching. Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. 2026, like I said, has started off with a bang, and we have so much more cool stuff. We already have like 4 world records broken in the first 10 days of 2026. Like, how amazing is that? We have so much amazing speed cubing to come, including right here today. We are going to get started with 6x6 finals shortly, but before that, we're just going to go to a quick ad, get everyone set up, and begin the action. Salute to you, Mr. Rydell. It's been another great week commentating with you. And yeah, everyone at home, I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, your Speed Cube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
I can now, yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It's Super Duper San Diego 2026. I'm Manu Singh Hall, and with me, joining me all the way from Australia, Mr. Chris Mills, who's just having a bite to eat. I think I literally caught him mid-bite. Whenever you're finished up, Chris, feel free to introduce yourself.
Hey,
We're
Manu,
watching-
how
oh,
are
okay,
you?
He's good. There we go.
I'm
Welcome.
good. Just a bit of late breakfast. I was not well prepared for this stream, and I was like, oh wait, we're going on in 2 minutes, and I'm very hungry. So I just had a little snack. But it's 6x6 time, so I got to lock in because we got Max Park to watch, right?
Indeed, my friend. Max Park, the one and only, perhaps the greatest big cube solver of all time. I mean, certainly has the world record titles and the world championship titles to his name as such. I think Max is going to be one of the only Redux solvers in the field. As you saw Kevin Hayes earlier as well, he's switched over to Yao for 6x6 as well, only using Redux for 7x7, which is kind of crazy. I mean, Kevin's been around for a very long time, very well practiced, and for him to switch over to Yao, I mean, Yao's just had amazing results across all the big cubes recently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big cube solver myself, so watching someone like Max or even Kevin solve 7x7 is absolutely mind-boggling. Like, just look at the absolute pace Max is going through this solve. There is barely any pauses, although, as I said that, he had a bit of a lockup. And yeah, using Redux for 7x7 in 2026 is a bit of an oddity nowadays. Almost everybody has switched to Yao in the last few years, but Max is going to be finishing up his final solve here on 6x6. Had a parity, double parity, a bit unfortunate. And he's going to finish with a 1:14. Not a great time, but still recoverable with a couple good singles on the next two solves.
Yeah, that's actually like shockingly bad, I feel. Like, what is going on? Like, this is not the type of universe I was prepared for. I feel like 1-1 is usually followed by a 0 in that spot, not a 4. And usually we're seeing Max get 1-0, if not just omit the 1 entirely, and his time starts with a 5. So kind of very strange. Only a second difference between him and Kate Graham, who's actually sitting right next to him, right on the left side of the screen that you see here. Across the aisle is Kevin Hayes, who just received his cube. He's just kind of going to lock in a little bit after starting off with a 125. Kevin flying all the way here to San Diego, all the way down the West Coast to compete in 6x6. He recently made that scramble robot. I don't know if you saw that, Millsy, but that bot is amazing, and he's aiming for a sub 125 average.
I have not seen that before. I'll have to have a look at that later. But it's interesting you bring up Kate Graham. 115, that's actually a really good start for her. Her current PR mean and the female world record mean for 6x6 is a 118 from last year. So 115 is a great start. Kate actually spent her last semester of university in Auckland, where I was as well. So we were clashing at local competitions, although she is much better at big cubes than I am. But we would occasionally be competing side by side in events like 4x4 and 3x3. So it's weird to see her back here in California competing with the likes of Kevin Hayes and Max Park.
Yeah, she's back home, as she says. Off stream, we could see Jacob Noakes. You saw him stop his solve. I can give you an update. It should be on WCA Live as well. That was a 117. So a bit of a better comeback for him. He's slotted himself into the third place projected so far. So as those projections come in, they're just going to be the mean of the results that have come in thus far. So people who've only done one solve, it's just going to be 1. And then as you get more than that, it's just going to be just the average between them. Mean of 3 events, very, very simple. No times get dropped or anything like that. But that also kind of makes them pretty brutal. We saw Kevin with a really bad pop in 7x7, which led to a 3-minute time. And that just basically neutered any chance that he had of getting onto the podium.
Yeah, big cubes being mean of 3, it's very unforgiving. As you said, a pop, a big lockup, or just a critical mistake can cost you the entire round because you don't have the fallback of an average of 5 where your best solve is removed. But then if you have an incredible solve where everything is just flowing, you can get a really good mean with just 2 average times and 1 really good time. So there is ups and downs with the format, and Kevin obviously experiencing the downs in 7x7. Hopefully it's not the same for him in this 6x6 round here.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to be wrapping up here. Max Park has taken a seat, but it's just taking a bit of time to warm up. What looked like a parity there, and he's going to get another 1-2 X time, 123, unfortunately for Kevin. So not really coming together for that sub 120 mean for him, unfortunately. Looks like Max is finishing up his first 2 centers at about 27 or 28 seconds. And yeah, I mean, dude, this what I love to see when Max solves versus literally anyone else, even other world-class solvers, is just how good Max's edges are. Like, he's just flowing through these.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reason most top big developers use Yao is it makes edge pairing so much easier because all of the edges you need to solve are kind of right there in front of you. When you've got reduction, you need to be looking at the bottom layer, at the back, everywhere. When you're doing Yao, you've got those 4 edges solved on the bottom, and it just means you can flow through your edges much quicker. But it doesn't matter for Max because he just sees everything, and a 105 there, well recovered after his 114 start, and that puts him well ahead of the pack.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that should clear out the field a bit. We saw him pretty close with Kate, but it looks like Kate ended up getting like a 123, I'm guessing. Yeah, should be like 123, and him getting 105. So that's it. I mean, there was really no surprise there. Max was by far going to win this competition, and that he's just cementing himself there with those 1-0s, as he's very, very, very well known for.
I was actually looking at the 6x6 rankings yesterday as I was competing with Timon. I was checking what ER average or ER mean was, and I didn't realize how close it was at the top. Max Park obviously has world record mean, 105.04, but Shunghuk Nam is only a second and a half behind him with 106.46, and then Timon only 0.4 behind Nam with 106.98. And then we've got Do Kwang with 107, Ziyu Wu 109, Kieran 109. Like, at the top, 6x6 has got really close with these world rankings, and Max Park is kind of on the precipice of losing his 6x6 mean world record again if he doesn't improve it a lot more. Obviously, he's still the best in the world, but as we said before, mean of 3, you just get a little bit lucky or 1 really good solve, and Max Park could be out of a world record.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly very, very possible. It's very, very tough for Max. He's in such a weird situation where he's just been at the top for so many years, and finally the rest of the field is catching up to him, but they're also catching up across all of the N/N events. Even like he just recently survived that scare at 7x7 with that table +2 from Ziyu Wu, right? And so it's kind of a scary time if you're Max Park. Of course, heavy is the head that wears the crown, right? So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of how he deals with all this pressure coming from all sides. Unfortunately, here's Kevin here, and I feel like he's getting a little tripped up on some of his edges. As yeah, he's finished up Yao edges now, but not the smoothest, at least what you would want to see.
Yeah, Max definitely trying to fight off so many top competitors. I mean, he was at the top for 3x3 for a while. He's definitely been knocked off his perch there, not being able to maintain his World Championship title, has been falling down the rankings the last few years, lost his North American record average. Then 4x4, he lost world record average, then managed to take it back, then lost world record single. 5x5, lost world record single a while ago. Obviously, he lost world record average to Timon in Worlds Finals and losing his World Championship title. 6x6 mean he lost a few years ago to Nam, but took it back pretty swiftly. And 7x7, both of those, he is current world champion, current world record holder for both. So he's still on top for 6 and 7 right now. But as you said, the +2 out of losing world record single, it was so close. Now he's getting contended in those as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very interesting time if you are a fan of big cubes, because everyone is in the mix these days, and that's more exciting. I'm sure for the competitors it's a lot of stress, but for me, sitting here at home on my little comfy little chair, it is drama, and I love it. I'm here to eat it up.
So Kevin Hayes has now finished his mean. We have a 125.91 mean, not a great final solve. Jacob Noakes has just finished as well with a 128 on the last, so at 124 mean, so does beat out Kevin Hayes. Kate, Graham, and Max both have their final solves to go. Max almost definitely going to take that top spot. Kate could falter, and if a 130 or something may have put her out the podium,
Nope,
but most
119 for her.
likely... Oh, 119. There you go. 119 mean, pretty close to her PR mean, and that's going to secure second place, or maybe first if Max has some sort of disaster on this final solve.
He's gonna need a pop or something for something like that to happen. I guess other disasters are possible. I was competing with Max once, and he had not a pop, but like center caps came off, and unfortunately for him, 2 center caps came off. Which is a DNF, unfortunately. 1 center cap is okay because there's only one place it could go. 2 center caps, unfortunately, is a DNF. So that was a bit tragic to see from him when that happened. But yeah, I mean, as I'm yapping about that, about center caps and whatever, he's almost done with centers, just about to get wrapped up here. I mean, that's just how good he is. That's a 32-second split on his centers. Actually a little bit slower than I think we saw on that 105 that we saw earlier, but his edges look a little bit smoother, if anything, to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can barely follow what Max Park does on a big cube. He's just turning too fast. He's using a method I don't use. But I can tell you that he is solving the cube at a rapid pace, and as long as he doesn't do a slice DNF or anything, he is going to secure first place. Still got parity left to do on that blue-red edge. Going to be finishing that now into OLL and final PLL to finish with a 110. So not a great solve, but that's going to give him a 110.26 mean, securing him the win in San Diego.
Yeah, and yeah, like I said, no question about it. There was never a world where Max was not going to get a win, unless if he didn't win, he was just going to DNF. Like, he was just going to bust her out. So glad to see that didn't happen. 110 mean for him. Yeah, I feel like that is not great. Actually, Timon did 6x6 yesterday, right? How does that compare?
I believe Timon was at a similar pace,
okay.
About 110. Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. I mean, like, if that were to happen, Worlds Finals, NEC Finals, we got a race on our hands, right? Which is, like we've been saying, like that's never been the case before. So some interesting stuff coming out from Max here as we see the standings as they are, I think, coming in. Most everyone is done, at least certainly our top 3 is done. So this is our podium here. Max Park from right here in Southern California. Kate Graham, who is also Southern California native, and then Jacob Noakes flying over from Colorado. A big cube great. Glad to see him get a medal here at Super Duper San Diego.
I want to highlight Paul Marvey. He actually just got a PR mean in 6x6, 131.35, barely beating his previous PR mean. But look at his times, 126, 127, 140. So kind of choked, potential for a much better average. Incredible to get a 131 PR mean, finishing with a 140. So I reckon he'll be a little bit disappointed with that, with such good potential to break that 130 barrier, and potential to even get on the podium with an incredible last solve. But still, PR mean in the final is a great effort.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work from Paul. I mean, that's the main reason why Paul is here. He's a big cube specialist, right? Yes, we saw him at US All-Stars as well. He was competing in 3x3 there, but the real reason he was there was these big cubes. And yeah, so good to see him there. I believe actually Paul is also Redux. So I think when I said that Max was the only Redux solver, I was wrong there. So I apologize to Paul. Apologies, everyone. But good that Paul got a shout out. He's local cuber, right? Not from Southern California, but from California in general. On the West Coast Cubing channel, so we love to shout out our California, Nevada, and Hawaii competitors when we see them. All right, 4x4 finals is just beginning. The competitors are going to be submitting. I think we're going to run a very, very short ad. And 4x4 is a lot faster to scribble, so you should see our faces back on the screen shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related, and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade, and enjoy what we, and many others, consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are about to get started with 4x4 final here at Super Duper San Diego. It's going to be crazy. We could see some crazy stuff. Max, in the last round that we saw in the morning, did get a sub 20 average. Very, very exciting stuff. Managed to get that on the very last solve. Oh yeah, wonderful. Great work from Lucas Aubin to pull up the results for us here.
Wow, 9 seconds ahead of the field. Max Park, this is his round to lose. 19.89. I feel like he's the only guy you see consistently, well, not consistently, but regularly getting sub 20. Obviously, Timon has had world record before, even sub 19. He's had a couple here and there. But Max Park, you just see him throw them out at every odd competition. 1989, clutching with a counting 18. Incredible. And then we're going to see a fight for second and third. Looks like it's going to be between Jacob, Kate, Jack. I know Paul Marvey's capable, Kevin. Honestly, anybody on your screen right now could take second or they could take eighth.
Yeah, it's going to be actually really, really exciting to see the results as they come in for the other competitors. Obviously, we will watch Max. He's going to be on world record watch. And it looks like the solvers are actually going ahead and starting right next to me. I can see Dan Pastushkov. He started off with a 31-12. So that's a little bit off the pace for him. He's like knocking on the door of sub 30. I think he actually has sub 30 average. So he'll want something a little bit better. Of course, you just saw all those times there. I mean, the 28-29 range is going to be competitive. So very excited to see what everyone can put up here. This red seat, this one is reserved for Max Park. The rest of the seats are for everyone else, as the times are the times are pouring in. Paul starting things off with a 23.64 off stream.
Good pace to start. Paul seems to be on a tear of a competition, just getting 6x6 PR mean. He got a sub 7 3x3 average earlier today, which is pretty great for him. And now starting off 4x4 with a 23, great pace, putting him very likely to get second if he picks up.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming from Paul. Here we're watching Jacob, again in that conversation to get his way into a third place finish. Or perhaps a second place finish, and a 22? That's one way to do it. What a statement. All right, we got something good here.
22 and 23, that's something that Max Park could get slower than on a not terrible solve for him. So all of a sudden, we've just been saying that Max is like 9 seconds ahead of the field, and now he might not actually be that far ahead with such incredible starts from Jacob and Paul.
I mean, 7-second flip, he has something to say about that, I think, Millsy. Some good stuff coming from him. Here he is on OLL parity. Started his 3x3 stage, I want to say at 15 and a 20.45, so he's put some distance between himself and the rest of the field. He's trying to make sure that that 22-23 day does not happen.
That is true. 20.4 with an OLL parity. For those who don't know, OLL parity happens at 50% of the time on your 4x4 solves, unless you do some shenanigans to avoid it, and usually takes 2 seconds. Max Park, it probably takes like a second for him to do it. So if you're getting that and still getting a fast time like a 20.4, that's really impressive.
And I mean, shout out Jacob Noakes. We didn't pull up the competitor card, but that is his PR single. So congrats, great work from him. And yeah, I mean, fantastic start. He's put himself, he's put some distance between himself and everyone else. Also shout out to Emily Nguyen. She's a student here at UCSD, 27.95 to start off for her. So yeah, I mean, as things come together, you see the projected rankings right there. Yeah, like it's gonna be really awesome to see how things shake out here.
Obviously, Max Park will continue to be the favorite throughout this entire round, but this is looking closer than we originally thought. Paul Marvey just getting his second time, which was a 24.4. So he's on incredible pace. A 23 and a 24. His current PR average is 25.12. So he's pacing a whole second above that right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to count that 24. So yeah, fantastic stuff from him. Very excited to see what he's going to put up. Very excited to see what this man is going to put up too. Jacob Noakes, time almost getting ready for the flip. Yeah, last two centers here. Flipping at about 13 now. And yeah, going into the edges. Once the edges are done, then we're into the full-on 3x3 stage.
Looking pretty good. I think he's got OLL parity. He does, unfortunately. OLL, PLLs, their PLL parity there is as well, and he's set up adjacent as well. That's pretty poor. PLL parity, you also get 50% of the time, and if you do the wrong PLL, you'll give yourself adjacent PLL parity, which takes a few more moves to solve than opposite. So usually you want to do that before you do your PLL, so you don't have to get that case. Jacob maybe making a mistake there and giving himself a poor PLL case. So bit different from his first solve, a 22 and then a 31, but hopefully he doesn't count that 31 and can get some more times in the low 20s.
Whoa, low 7 flip from Max. He's destroying his edges right now. He's into last layer. That's a 17-second solve from Max Park. Oh my goodness. That solve flew by. He is 1 out of 4 on the parodies and taking advantage of it at the moment.
Yeah, let's have a look at the end of this solve here. Bit of a fumble there as he goes into OLL. You're right, he does not get any OLL parity. Bit of a lockup in OLL, and PLL executed pretty fast, 17.7. That's a great way to continue your average, a 20 and then a 17. It's good pace.
All right, let's take some stock around the field. Kevin Hayes with a 26, good comeback from him. He is currently pacing in 4th place. Dan Pastushkov with a 25. He is pacing right behind him in 5th place. 29-second solve for Emily Wynn. She's in 6th. The Jack Flynn, 26.56. A notable name I didn't read out, Kate Graham with a 33-second solve on solve number 1. She's not in my line of view right now. No, I do see her. 34.33 for her. So 2 solves that are pretty behind at the moment. So she's gonna need to kind of ramp things up.
Paul got a 27 on his 3rd, so a little bit slower than his first 2, but he's still definitely pacing 2nd place right now as long as he continues the pace of sub 30s. Everybody else is a little bit behind the field, although most people in this kind of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th position have had a bad solve and a good solve, so it's hard to tell where the average will go this early on.
Yeah, exactly. At that point, it just turns into, well, a mean of 3. Just like we just saw in 6x6, which can be a little bit nerve-wracking for some people because at that point, you have no more margin for error. Whatever times you had, like, that's just what you're going to end up with.
Max Park, 3rd solve now, starting with 20.4 with OLL parity, then a no parity 17. Let's hope he continue the luck of no parity and put us on a good pace for potentially a world record. A little bit longer here when he flips into his edge pairing now. Going to go into 3x3 stage, hopefully pretty soon. Let's hope he gets lucky. Parity gods have not blessed him on OLL parity and PLL parity as well, getting them all on one solve. Better to get all the parities on a bad solve than a few scattered around on good solves here and then. Although I don't think that's how probability works, unfortunately. But 24 for Max, and he's going to have a tall order ahead of him if he wants to get world record average in this round. But still miles ahead of the pack.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the guys in the hunt, Jacob Noakes, looks like he made a pretty critical error there during his edge pairing, and he's going to end up with a 29. You know, for the rest of us, a 29 is fantastic, but unfortunately, he's in the hunt to get another medal, and that's not really going to do it for him. That time is actually going to count because he got a 31 in the previous attempt. So, yeah, I mean, for him, it's kind of like the mean of 3, and one of the solves of his mean of 3 is a 29 now, so some uphill battle for Jacob Noakes.
Kevin Hayes now counting a 30.6 as he got a 32 on the 3rd. Emily with a 32 on the 3rd as well, counting a 29.4. Dan with a 29, and Paul Marvey, his 4th time, has just gone in with a 25.6. So on good pace, sub 25 averages on the cards. He has locked second place now, almost guaranteed. So he'll be happy with that. And hopefully he can control his nerves, because a 24.9 would, I believe, get him a sub 25 average, which is an incredible milestone to beat. And that's much faster than I can do on a 4x4, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, some good solving coming out. I mean, his trip, it seems like, is going to be worth his while. One more solve to go. And of course, that's the solve that he needs to solve well on in order to clinch PR average. So all the nerves are on that one.
Here is Max Park. Just got a 24 with double parity on his last one. So he's still got potential for a decent average, but it's kind of going to decide it now whether he's got good potential or not. A bad solve will put him in the 22 average range. A good solve would give him the chance for maybe a low 19 average. Let's see what he can do here. Pacing pretty good on the flip, about 6 or 7 seconds, I believe. And now on to 3x3 stage. This is looking good. There is OLL parity though, unfortunately. And PLL parity. Oh, that is unfortunate. 21 with double parity though. That's incredible pace. Sub 20 average is still possible, but he will need to count a low 18.
Good comeback from Jacob here. His the average of his counting times right now, 27:57. So he's gonna need a little bit more. Actually, no, he can't even catch. No, he can't catch Paul. Best possible for him is 25:98. Worst for Paul is 25:78. So that's what it looks like at the moment. I think Paul is basically guaranteed to end up on the podium, as far as I can tell. It looks like Dan still has a chance to get past Jacob. It would need to be Dan gets BPA and Jacob gets WPA for that. Anne cannot catch him. Emily cannot catch him. And I think that's going to be the order. So there's only 4 people in the mix for podium. Max is locked in first. No surprise there. Paul has locked in second. And it's a battle for third between Jacob Noakes and Dan Pastushkov.
Yeah, I think it's going to be unlikely that Jacob Noakes gets WPA and Dan gets BPA, because Dan would have to get another 25 and Jacob would have to get worse than a 31. So in my eyes, this podium is already locked, but never say never. Dan could clutch it up with an incredible final solve. But I believe in my boy Jacob. I think he's going to finish up with a pretty solid average.
And of course, you know, it's just because the podium is all set doesn't mean that there's nothing to fight for. There are certainly PR singles to be set as well. Unfortunately for Paul, there's not going to be a record here. A 33-second solve. That's worst possible average, and he's knocked himself out of a personal record average. Very sad to see.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Obviously, the nerves hitting him on the final solve, knowing he had potential to beat his PR and break the sub 25 barrier. 4x4, one of his main events alongside Big Cubes. But still, that's a second place average for Paul, guaranteed.
Yep, and yeah, here, where we're really watching for here is that Jacob doesn't get worst possible average. I can see Dan right off to my side here. He's collecting himself. I don't know if he almost certainly does not know that he needs BPA gives him a chance. But of course, Jacob can close that door right now. Just needs to clean this up here. Doesn't seem to be on the best of pace though. And the parity gods, will they listen to him? On the PLL, no, this is going to be
That's WPA.
All right. Mr. Mills, it all comes down to Dan Pastushkov. I'm watching him on the side here as you're watching Max Park.
Alright, here is Max. Final solve, sub 20 BPA, but he would need a low 18 to get that sub 20, but that's a quick flip. Onto edge pairing now, hopefully 3x3 stage soon. 3x3 stage already, no OLL parity, PLL parity, no. 18.4, that's going to be a low 20 average, 20.03. Almost managed to clutch the sub 20, got blessed by the parity gods when it mattered on the final solve, but not quite sub 20 average. But still, that's an incredible competition performance for Max Park just for 4x4. 19.89 in first round and 20.03 in the second round. That's an average sub 20 over 2 rounds. I don't know if we've ever seen that before in a WCA competition.
So yeah, there you go. I mean, you mentioned it, Millsy. Max is like probably the most consistent 4x4 solver in the modern era, and he's just proved his. What do we say here? He's earned his Wheaties. Is that a phrase that you Brits say also?
He's earned his what?
His Wheaties. It's like I don't know. It's like, I think that's the phrase. I don't know. English isn't my first language, so I just pick these things up from random people. I pick these up from like random sports broadcasts, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he's earned his stripes. There we go. That's definitely his name.
Okay,
Oh, he eats his Wheaties. No, that's what it is. When someone eats their Wheaties, that means that like they're like good or whatever. They're like strong. It's like a football thing. Anyway, I'm off track. I'm losing it. Unfortunately, another guy who has lost it is Dan Pastushkov. He lost the chance for the third place medal. He ended up getting a 31, he got a 30, which is unfortunate for him. He gets a 30 flat average to round out, I think, his competition, or at least this 4x4 final for him. 30 flat, and the top three: Jacob Noakes, 28.78; Paul Mavi, 25.78, so close to PR; and Max Park, 20.03, getting that sub 20 across 2 rounds today. 3 out of 10 in the morning and 5 out of 10 parodies. And you're right, the parodies showed up exactly in the right spots for him in order to get a good average.
Yep, OLL parity on that first one cost him a much better time. Double parity on that 21, I believe, but then no parities on the 17 or 18. Double parities on the 24. So, I mean, the parities, they kind of tell a tale with these times as well. So decent times when you've got 1 parity, bad times when you've got 2, great times when you've got none. So pretty consistent solving with only the parities saying whether it's a good or bad solve. So incredible from Max Park, and incredible 2 back-to-back rounds for him for 4x4, really showing that he is still the fastest 4x4 solver in the world, despite not having world record single and not currently being the world champion. Although that was a big upset at Worlds earlier this year.
Yeah, certainly something to talk about on the millisecond or on +3, huh?
Maybe, but I don't know. I think people only listen to the millisecond nowadays.
Oh, what? You guys think you're falling off, but no, millisecond, great podcast. You should listen to that one. Hey, you know what else you should listen to? A couple of ads. No, just kidding. We're gonna run a couple ads, and then we're gonna go into 2x2. It's great we got Chris Mills on the mic because he can actually like look at some of these scrambles and give us some actual information. So stay tuned, everyone. We're gonna get some great top tier analysis and some top tier solving from Super Duper San Diego 2026 after a couple messages. Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade, and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back, everyone. Man, that stinger that Preetham made, he literally made it like yesterday. It looks fantastic. Don't let anyone else tell you that it doesn't look great. Preetham, the man doing the prod. Lucas, also on the prod. Some great stuff. These are some great guys. Anyway, welcome back. It's Super Duper San Diego 2026. Manu Singhal, Chris Mills on the mic as we are about to get started with the 2x2 final. It's going to be fast. It's going to be hectic, but we got some great commentators here. Well, we got one great commentator and one other person. I'll let you decide who is who. Dominic Koji is the man to watch, getting a 1.46 average in round 1. He was the only person to get sub 2 in the entire competition so far. So some good solving coming out from him. He is in the front right now. Kate Graham 203 average in the previous round. This is the 3rd round. It'll be exciting to see. It's for all the marbles here. We'll see.
Yeah, I was just looking at the results from the previous round, looking at who was fast for this competition for 2x2, and all I can say, Dominic Shoji, he is an incredible 2x2 solver. I think he is hands down gonna win this thing, and it's gonna be a all-out brawl for second and third. Christian Athwani, did he end up coming to this competition? I feel like I heard someone saying he wasn't. Yeah, so he seed for 2x2 coming into this competition, but couldn't make it. So Kate Graham, currently the favorite to get second. Let's see if she can prove that she deserves to get second, and so far 2:07, that could be good enough, the kind of pace you need for second, but that was a very locky first solve, so maybe a good scramble that she couldn't quite capitalize on.
Yeah, I'm trying to see when Dom is going to get his cube. Okay, I don't think he's done his first solve yet. I think he's just holding his like practice cube in his hand. So yeah, once we see his, I'm really interested to see if we can get any sort of scramble analysis from Rescramble Mills himself here.
Yeah, we'll try, but I had a competition this weekend and I got a 4 average in the first round of 2x2 and didn't even make finals. So I don't know how good my 2x2 skills actually are, but here we go. Dominic Shoji is about to have a look at this first scramble. 1.20 official average. Incredible stuff. Let's see what we can see on this scramble. A 2-move blue face, but he doesn't look like he is going for that. He went for yellow and a good start.
That's gonna be
155. Oh, that is a +2.
Yeah, that is so tough. We saw Sri Jacharla off to the side, yet at 1.6, and I'm like, okay, I think Dom beat that time. He got the fastest time so far, but just the last turn overturned it just a smidge, and that's going to be a +2 second penalty, basically equivalent to a DNF in this event. Very, very unlucky.
Yeah, I'm not sure what case it would have gotten if you went for the blue first side. It was 2 moves to an EG2 side. I personally don't know EG2, so maybe Dominic doesn't as well. That's why he didn't go for it, but went for white instead. Kate really messing up this solve. We can't really see what happened because of her tripod in front of it, but a 5.6 is going to count that 207, which accounting 207 is not too bad in this field of 2x2 competitors.
Couple other results from around the Price Center. August Bernard, 1.73 on the first one. Isaac Mojo just came in with a 1.91. Angel Munoz from across the border in Mexico, 2.12. As we get some more times just filtering in here. Like I said, this is going to be fast, so buckle up, everyone.
Yep, Dominic Shoji is in a tough spot now. Obviously the favorite for this competition by about half a second if we're basing it off PR average and basing it off round 2. So the all-out favorite, but he +2'd the first solve. He would have had the fastest out of the entire field, but the +2 shooting him way down the rankings, and he's currently sitting in 13th right now, just after the first solve. So he really can't make any mistakes. Maybe you could count a mid-2 if we got a couple mid-1s. That would still give him the win, but a lot of pressure on him now. A bit of a newer competitor. I don't know much about him. I don't know how long he's been around for. But I've not seen his face much before. Yes, started competing in 2023, so obviously hasn't really had the opportunity to learn how to manage and control nerves in a situation like this. So this is a lot of pressure, and I think he wasn't ready.
Right. That's what it seems like to me as well. I think the judge lifted the cube cover a little early, so I think this is probably going to end up in an extra solve. Yeah, Jason Chang just coming over, and we'll get this resolved. Off stream, we saw Sri Jacharla, who was first after the first attempt, getting 2.35, so that's going to mean out to 1.98 so far. Kate Graham now, she is on her third attempt, a disastrous second solve for her, so she's going to need to claw things back a little bit.
Good solve. 148, a very simple solution. It's a simple layer into a nice CLL case. I'm sure we'll see a lot of competitors getting a similar time, if not faster, on this third scramble. Let's watch this back. Looks like she goes for red here. Just an R prime, U2, R prime for the first layer. R prime, U2, R prime, U prime into a pretty easy anti-soon CLL. But not a bad execution for Kate, and a 148, putting her in a good position to potentially take the win if we don't see Dominic claw it back. But with this extra, he is going to be most likely the last to solve, so a lot of pressure in his remaining times.
That's exactly right. He is going to be the last one to solve. Everyone else has at least 2 solves in. Dominic is the only one to have not done 2 solves. I think he's received his cube now, as Kate also receives her. But yeah, let's look. Yeah, okay, yeah, here we go. So here's Dom now. 355 again to start things off. Let's see if this one is any good. Ooh, 1.20 from Dominic Shoji.
There you go. That is his current PR average, 1.20. I believe that was on the extra scramble. So scramble most, if not all, competitors will not see. Here's Kate on her 4th. Oh, and she messed up the CLL. That's going to put her out the running for a podium. Accounting 5. She is going to drop down the rankings now. And the win is up for grabs for anybody. Jack Flynn Stewart is currently in 1st, but he is... Dominic has not done more than 2 solves. Jack has got a counting 2.3 and a 1.9 and finished his average with a 2.33 average off stream. So that is the average to beat right now, 2.33. Isaac Modro counting a 1 but has a 3.9 looming over him. Joel Kim, 3.2 so far. Sri Jachala, 1.6, 2.3, 3.1. This is really up in the air, Manu.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on at any given time. I think August was also in the running, but unfortunately getting a 6-second solve. He got WPA, unfortunately, so I think he's going to end up probably out of contention. There's just too many people who have 2 something right now, either low 2 or mid 2. And we know that this scramble is quite good because we saw Kate get a 1-4 on it. So Dominic now, let's see. It looked like he was starting from the same angle, but didn't quite exec it properly. A 2-3-5 for Dominic. That is a big missed opportunity.
Same solution as Kate, but a fumble with about 4 moves to go. A 2.3 is going to be counting, but in this field, 2.3 counting is not that bad, but he missed the opportunity to count a mid 1 that was on pace to be about 1.3 or 1.4. It was definitely turning faster than Kate did, and she got 149. So there's a missed opportunity there, as you say, but still pacing to take the win as long as he keeps it up.
Okay, all right. We need to get the Aura Farmers off the screen now. Like this is a PG channel, all right, everyone. Let's go back to some solving here. All right. Well, off stream, Joel Kim getting 225 on his 4th, so he is locked into a low 2 average. WPA will not beat Jack Stewart right now, but he needs to beat a 2.5 for that. So you know that's not done and dusted either. Isaac Modro, he's going to count 1.91 at the moment, but he's only 3 solves through as well. You have to wonder if there was like a mishap there that's going to slow him down. Shrita Charla, I believe, is about to do his final solve here. His average is kind of locked in, but it could kind of range anywhere. He could take 1st right now if he gets a 160 or better, but it could also end up as low as 2.6, which would plummet him down the rankings. And he didn't start the timer, so that's going to be DNF for Shri.
Not what you want to see in a situation like that. Knocking him off the podium most likely, because counting a 3, so a 265 average. And here is Dominic, has a 3 looming over him, doesn't want to count that. And he's not on this solve, at least a 154. That is going to be counting, giving him a BPA of 170. Worst possible of 248 though. So he's going to need a 3.11, which is very easy for him to slot into the 1st position so far. So almost the win is his. But we just saw Sri get a DNF on the last. So if Dominic did that, then he would lose the win, which is... I mean, his name was all over that certificate already. That 1st place, it was his to lose. And with that rough start of the 3, it was looking likely that he could. But now, pretty unlikely he doesn't take the win. But another +2 on the last solve, and that would give him a mid 3, which would not be good enough to take the win.
Right. Yeah. It looks like he is locked into podium though. There's only 2
2 to 3 places. No, there's 3 places he could wind up. He could either get first, as he is right now. He could end up in second, in between Jack and Joel. I find that unlikely. They're pretty close together. Or he could be third. So he's locked into a podium. Let's see if he can lock it first. And yeah, that'll do it.
And he does. 195 final solve and a 195 average, well recovered after that +2 start and the cube drop on the third, but showing us that he is the best cuber here in San Diego today for 2x2 and a well-deserved win for Dominic.
Yeah, I mean, good comeback also from round 1, which was yesterday. Again, no one got sub 1. Or sorry, no one got sub 2, excuse me. I guess the only one really who ended up being capable was Dom. But, you know, that might have, like, messed him up a little bit. But, I mean, a good comeback from him today in what's been a pretty cold day here in San Diego. This is supposed to be California. It's supposed to be sunny or whatever, but it is still the winter here. And while it's warmed up a little bit throughout the day, it's still a little bit cold. Even my hands are still a little colder than I would have liked them to be. So, and maybe that was affecting some of his turning too, right? Like that cube drop. You do have to wonder if he hadn't cube dropped there, he was on pace for like probably close to like 1.7, if not 1.5, right?
Yeah, for sure. Without a +2, without the cube drop, that average could have been so much better. We would have seen a counting 1.5, another 1.5. Yeah, maybe we would have seen a 1.5 average if he didn't have the +2 and the cube drop. And yeah, if he just didn't have the cube drop, his BPA would have been pretty great. Wouldn't have been on pace for any sort of PR average, but would have been a solid average for him. But either way, he's still going to get sub 2 and secure the win, and that's all that matters in a final like this.
Exactly. Great stuff from Dominic Shoji. By the way, he's also the current Western champion. He'll be defending his title at the Western Championship this year. That's going to be Memorial Day weekend. For Millsy, that's the end of May. Public holiday here in the United States. We are going to be having the WCA head-to-head format. It will be, I think as of now, the last one that is planned for the testing period. So we'll take all the things that we've learned across the various WCA head-to-heads. Millsy, I'm going to love to hear your report. You're now on WMCT as well. So your report from the insane competition that's going to happen in China, that one's also going to be a head-to-head competition. It's all very, very, very exciting. So yeah, so for those, we will live stream that also. So Western Championship, that'll be right here on this channel. You can tune in to watch that. Millsy, your thoughts on the head-to-head real quickly as we're transitioning into OH?
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. We've got the very first one at Melbourne Summer just in a couple of weeks. Timon will be there. Yiheng Wang will be there, who just lost his world record average recently, so has something to prove. Timon I've been talking to him, and he says he feels like he's got potential to beat Yiheng in that sort of format. Yiheng more experienced with this head-to-head, with more seasons of Monkey League under his belt, PSL, stuff like that. He feels confident to take Yiheng in that. And then, yeah, not long after that, we're going to see the competition in China. Timon will not be there, but Yiheng versus Xuan Yi, the grudge match. Xuan Yi's just taken that world record. That's going to be so exciting. I cannot wait to be there, hopefully be competing in that final, but that's unlikely. But if I'm not competing, I'll be there with a camera filming as much as I can. Oh, yeah, I'm so excited for all of it.
Yeah, it's going to be just incredible stuff. Like, you know, both Millsy and I, and, you know, Kevin also, he was on the stream earlier. Wow, we had a trio of WMCT members, not just at this competition, but like on the stream. That's incredible. Yeah, so we'll be analyzing all this stuff and hopefully making the head-to-heads better. And so when we get to the real big stuff, past the testing phase, we'll have hopefully a fantastic format for everyone at home to enjoy. It's going to be great. One of the events that is currently allowed for head-to-head is one-handed. One of the main events here at this competition, one of the few events that had 3 rounds. So we have some cool results. We saw some good stuff come out in round 2. Dylan Govic, I want to point out, getting a PR average in round 2. He was very happy about that when I chatted with him earlier. Second place, you might be like, oh, second place, that's lame, right? You're the first loser. Well, not when Max Park is at your competition, because there is only one person in the world who is better than Max Park, Luke Garrett, who is not here. So, you know, second place for Dylan, very, very good stuff from him. I'm very excited to see this field. So many Rue solvers. There are 4 Rue solvers on your screen right now.
Yeah, Rue has seemingly been taking over one-handed recently. World champion uses Rue. Former world record holders like Sean Patrick Villanueva, and so many other top solvers using Brew. But at the top two, it is still CFOP with Luke Garrett and Max Park. Although both of them did not do great at World Championship, although Max Park did manage to secure a second place. Max getting a 10 average in the first round is not great for him. He wasn't able to win Nationals recently. Luke Garrett took that. Let's see if he can kind of redeem himself here in this next round. A great start to this solve. Incredible turning, using the table a lot, getting an N perm, which isn't great, but a 9.8 with some great turning at the end of that solve, and that's going to put him far ahead of the field.
I mean, Max Park just showed why he is Max Park. He is the guy, as I've been mentioning. A very unique style to OH that I think has been copied by a lot of people at this point. Kevin jokes around about this. The cube is on the table for 50% of the solve, but hey, look, if it gets you WR2 average, it just works.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have two hands, why not use the table as your second hand? It's not bad at doing that. And if you've got a lot of rotations, then using the cube to kind of help you do those rotations without dropping it is really useful. That's the main reason we'll see CFOP users use the table. And then in Brew, we're doing that LSC, so the last step where they've got a lot of N moves. If you've got the cube in your hand and you're trying to do M moves, the right side, if you're using your left hand, will often try and turn with that M slice. So if you hold that on the table, push that against the table, as we'll probably see here on Govik solve, then you can kind of do that much faster. So here we go, that's CMLL, and then there you go, right side of the cube on the table, so we can do M moves much cleaner, although 13, not a great time for him.
No, unfortunately, his LSE was dots. Terrible case to get for Rue, because you can't use your other hand to do like your S moves. So unfortunately, you have to use the table to do that, which is not fantastic there for OH. So that's a tough start for him. The other brewers, let's take a quick roundup as Max gets warmed up. Kevin Tang Thartharkle, 12.73. He is a San Diego native as well. Jason Ostick, 15.31 and 12.30. He's currently paced in 5th place. You saw next to Dylan, there was Timothy Arthur, 17.74. He's a bit behind.
All right, Max Park, second solve, starting with a 9.8, has potential for much faster than that. He has a sub 8 official average in one-handed, which we watched live a few months ago. Not a great solve for him, but could still be sub 10, 9.4. He's happy with that. Got a pretty nice last layer cases, nice OLL, PLL to be able to turn his way to that sub 10 on this second solve. Here we go. This is the replay, rotation there. And then soon F sexy F prime OLL into a T perm. A lot of moves to do, but executed masterfully.
I mean, it's the execution that really separates Max from everyone else. I mean, and you know, to some extent, his solutions are simple enough to where he's not like going to be wasting like billions of moves on F2L. Nothing too insane. No ZBLS to mess with either. So you know, you don't need to spend extra moves there as well. So, I mean, yeah, just solid fundamentals from Max, which is just what we've come to know from him.
Second and third place is really up in the air right now. Matthew currently has a 11, 13, 13. Kevin has 12 and 11. Shane Grogan, 14 and a 12. Dylan with a 14 and a 13. This could really go any sort of way. It's looking like it's going to be about 12 or 13 seconds to get on the podium. Max Park, way ahead of the field, is going to need some sort of nightmare to not end up in first place at this point. And here is Dylan on the third solve, looking to redeem himself a bit after a slightly poor start for his standards.
Definitely a better start here. First two blocks done at around 6. That's a lot closer to the kind of pace you would want, but unfortunately not able to get it done on last 6 edges there. He's going to end up with a 12 Max once again for solve number 3, pacing quite well. Entering PLL at 6. Did I see that right? Can they get an 8
Yeah. Just, I think that was a rough PLL case. It was either, I think maybe a Y perm he got there or a V perm. But yeah, you are right. PLL very quickly. Here is last slot here. A very well executed OLL for a bad case. And yeah, it was a Y perm. Executing it in an interesting way. I don't think I've seen that execution before. And just clean timer stop to secure that sub 9 single, and that's putting him on about mid 9 pace after these first 3 solves.
Yep, counting 9.4 at the moment, and yeah, I mean, I think Max has basically rounded it out. I mean, he would have to double DNF basically, I feel, in order to knock himself out of the first place position. Jason Osti getting 11.92, that was a bit of a while ago, but he's currently counting 12.40, so he's sitting in a good spot. Tim Elenartara, you can see him right there, he's on the right side of your screen. He has 12.96 counting, he's currently sitting in 4th. Kevin looks like got a 14, so he's counting 12.73. So yeah, it's pretty tight here, Millsy. Like, it's looking like mid to high 12 is going to be that barrier to get in to get the medal.
Do we see, who do we see on stream to the right? My ball knowledge for California is not great.
No, you're all good. That's Timothy.
Okay. So yeah, he's been a poor start with the 17, but then back-to-back 12s. If he keeps that up, that'll be good pace. We've just seen a sub 10 PR single from Matthew off stream, 995. That gives him a pretty good BPA, and he's counting at 1106. He is the favorite to get in second right now.
Yeah, and it actually looks like Matthew has locked himself into sub 13 average. Unfortunately, the solve not really going anywhere for Dylan as he, there's CML, and now there's just wrapping this up, an 18-second solve. I got an 18, so that means that an 18 is a very not good. Capital N, capital G for these competitors.
Yeah, it is now looking like Matthew has secured a podium position, I would say. Second place, Jason actually has good potential to beat Matthew with a good last solve. Timothy has had 3 12s back to back to back. That's pretty good. It's looking like 12 seconds is what you need to get on the podium. Here's Max Park, incredible, onto PLL. Bit of a slow execution though, in a 9.4, getting a bad PLL case once again. He's had a bit of bad luck for PLLs throughout this round.
Yeah, just unfortunate, because, yeah, I mean, as you were chatting, I'm looking at this pace, I'm like, I think he got to PLL at 6 once again. He got to PLL at sub 6. But yeah, dude, just unfortunate, not able to get any good cases. And that's going to be a 9-4. What could have been, what couldn't have been, it doesn't really matter. Max has locked himself into sub 10 average. But the fight per second is real. Jason Ostieg, 10.37. So he's going to get, well, he can get anywhere between mid 11 and low 13.
Matthew just got a 10.1 on the last, which is counting, giving him an 11.5 average, which has secured him second place, guaranteed.
Yeah, no one can catch him. Kevin, well, maybe there's Kevin. Kevin might have a chance once his fourth solve comes in, but he's going to need something like really, really good. He'd probably need to count at 10 or something like that, which is exactly what Matthew did. That's what that 955, or his 995, excuse me, PR single allowed him to count 10-10, 11.55 average for him. He's sitting pretty at the moment.
Yeah, so that 10.1 that came right after that PR single would have been PR single before this round, before he got that 9.95. So getting 2 incredible times back to back. What a great way to finish a final and secure a second place.
Yeah, awesome. And, you know, we're talking PRs. Tim Elenartara, excuse me, 12.55 for his efforts. Great stuff for him. We saw Ann Lee also get PR on this exact scramble. He's a CFOP solver. So what can Max do here?
This scramble looks good. Really good on white. Although he's gone for yellow.
Interesting.
But it's still looking good. Incredible pace onto an A-perm.
7.7. Ooh, but yeah, I mean, soon into A-perm, I guess you tell me, Millsy, how good is soon into A-perm for OH? Because for 2H, that is a fantastic last layer.
Yeah, you're right. Soon is incredible. You love to see a Soon in one-handed, but an A-perm is a little bit tricky to execute. You've got an awkward rotation to do. You've got D2s and F2s and B2s, or however you execute it. So not the nicest PLL. It's a very easy one to mess up. Max Park did not mess up that execution. Wasn't flawless, but definitely good enough, and he secured BPA. Max Park with quite poor PLL execution actually in that round. We saw like an N perm and a couple of Y perms, which is unlucky. But even then, you would expect faster than like 3-second execution for those PLLs. So with some better execution, this would be a sub 9 average, and with a little bit more luck on those PLLs, that could have been a really good average, because those F2Ls were incredible for Max. On that 9.94 where he got to PLL at sub 6, his F2L was done at like mid to low 4.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. I mean, yeah, to me that's just ridiculous, right? Because again, the cube is on the table half of the time. Just amazing stuff from Max. I mean, it just goes to show that Max is, once again, even though he's getting surrounded by all sides across all of these events, he's still competitive, and he's still got what it takes. Unks still got it, as they say. Hey, shout out to Jason Ostick. He's a delegate for this competition, so he doesn't just get to sit back and practice all day. He's like out here running the competition itself, getting 11.69, nice, to get third place here, to beat Timothy, even though Timothy got PR. So great stuff from Jason. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it to go for Dylan, who's one of the main organizers for this competition. So he put in a ton of hours, still able to get his PR coming out of it though, which you just love to see. And of course, Matthew Arca, 9.95 PR single, which usurps what otherwise would have been PR single of 10.10 to get 11.55 silver medal for him. How about that? Great stories all around.
Yeah, it must have been a really nice last 2 scrambles. The last one I saw Max Park do, that was an incredible scramble. And then he had this block on white that he didn't even end up using. I couldn't see how good yellow was, but it must have been great because that F2L was incredible from him. But Matthew and Jason, both with incredible last 2 solves. PR single for Matthew, followed by what would have been PR single before that solve before. And then Jason finishing with a 10 and a 10. Everybody else wasn't looking too great on the first 3 solves, but really good last 2 solves from Jason, from Kevin, from Matthew, from Timothy as well, and quite a few PRs in this round as well. So very exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, SoCal here, specifically the city of San Diego, I might as well be called the city of Rue. There are so many brewers here, really, really popular here for, I don't really know why. I mean, Kevin is known as the guru, one of the, really the popularizers of the Rue method, so it's good to see him continue to make runs, continues to compete, and inspire others to pick up Rue. I know Dylan is like making like a Rue documentary or something like that. Whenever that comes out, I would love to see it. I mean, Rue is like taken over OH these days. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. The world champion uses Rue now, which is just amazing stuff. So yeah, again, and we have yet to see how OH is going to react in the new head-to-head environment too. That will be amazing. CFOP versus Rue, one OH solver versus another OH solver. CFOP isn't dead yet. It's just fantastic. Fantastic stuff all around. I cannot stop, just applauding everyone. Speedcubing is so awesome, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I love it. I mean, I've been doing it for almost half my life now, and you can't pull me away from speedcubing. I always come back. Maybe I'll take a break here and there, but then I'll be back on the cube, back at competitions. It's just so exciting. And we're about to see 3x3 finals at Super Duper San Diego, and honestly, this round is all about Max Park. If we look at 3x3 second round rankings, he is ahead of the field by over a second and a half. Max Park, 2-time world champion, multiple-time world record holder. He has a sub 5 average. He is, 5-time national champion or something crazy. That last round, not having a great finish, but still securing sub 6. And behind him, Jacob Noakes with 7.5. It's gonna take a massive upset to see anything but a Max Park win here. But how much can he win by, and can he take North American record back from Matty? That's what we're wanting to find out in this upcoming round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we're talking NAR, you have to feel like the days of the Max Park NAR are coming to a close, unfortunately. Max, after he got his 4.86, which was WR at the time, has not been able, I believe, to get another sub 5 average, even though he's been amazingly close a couple times. 503 here, 505 there, and just an amazingly consistent solver. The rest of the field, that is the rest of the world, is really just like barely caught up to him. And now, you know, the wave of new Chinese cubers has just completely taken speed cubing by storm, taking 1 and 2 and I believe 4th place at Worlds. Right, because Qishan got 4th, which is just amazing stuff. New world record average just came out as well. So yeah, I mean, but Max, despite all that, like you mentioned, yeah, 5th national champion. National championship he won just a couple months ago in November. He still got it, even though he doesn't have the NARs. He still has the hardware, and it's just his consistent solving that we've come to know and love, and that we're gonna get the pleasure to see here tonight.
Yeah, Max Park solves the 3x3 like nobody else. He has a really odd turning style. He doesn't do U2 double flicks, which is something as a coach I teach people when they average about 20, even if not 30 seconds. But for some reason, for him, I know he can do it. He just chooses to do U prime with the same finger, or UU with the same finger, because it works for him. And I feel like that's what Max Park solving is. It's just what works for him, and what works for him is just simple solutions at incredible turn speed with no pauses. You won't see any other top solvers getting the same solutions as Max Park most of the time, and maybe that's what's been holding him back from staying at the top, because he's not doing crazy X crosses or pseudo or learning ZB. But what he does well, and that's why he is almost definitely going to be winning this competition. But Jacob Noakes in front of you right now is probably one of his biggest competition, and this is a really good start from him. A 6.39, that is better than his current PR average of 6.66.
Yeah, I mean, good start. Seeing some good times around the board. Dylan Govic, who you just saw in OH Finals, posting a 6.93 on that scramble as well. Emil Lazari, you have Little Lime Cuber, one of SoCal's greats, or up-and-coming greats, I should say. Nah, I'll give it to him. He's a great. Allow it, as Chris Mills would say. 8.03 from him. Kevin Tardarko, 8.21. But yeah, Max Park still to go, and yeah, I'm just excited to see what Max is going to bring here. Real fast, before we get to some even more action, if you're sitting at home, you're watching this, and you're like, speed cubing is amazing, but man, there's no way I can be able to solve this fast enough to get involved. I'm afraid to inform you, actually I'm happy to inform you that you are wrong. If you can solve a 3x3 in less than 10 minutes, you are welcome here at any of our competitions across the West Coast. Go to westcoastcubing.com to find a competition near you. You can compete with Max Park. I am not joking. There are competitions right here in San Diego coming up in March, and another one in April as well. So yeah, if you're watching this, you're interested, get some coaching from someone like Chris Mills, and you could find yourself sitting in this seat in just a couple months, maybe to a year. I don't know. Maybe Millsy can give that guarantee or not. It's up to him. Anyway, whatever. Enough talking. Let's look at Max Park solving here.
Here we go, Max Park, first solve. There is a solved pair on yellow, which Max is staring at, trying to make work, and it looks like he's figured out how to, and here we go.
Yeah, very decent looking F2L. Looks like I can't really figure out what happened on that last pair. I'm gonna need to see a replay on that. 6.68, which I have to feel like is not great when you have a pair that's staring you right at the face.
Yeah, let's have a look. First pair was good. Second pair, giving himself diag here. Then double rotation for that last pair, even though it was oriented. This is not a great solution from Max. Not getting good last layer cases. The start was good. The inspection was good with that free pair, but he gave himself diag and he was punished for it with some hard cases, which he did not handle the best. And that puts Jacob in the lead going into the second solve.
Yeah, I mean, great position if you're Jacob. And this looks like a fantastic solve too. That's 5.49 from him. Oh no, he's just casual about it, right? Oh,
that was incredible. A masterful solve, and that's really putting Max Park on his toes, because this solve, counting as 6.3 already, putting him on PR watch just with 2 solves in. Incredible solving. A nice OLL there into a G-perm executed well, and kind of just a seamless mid-5 and a shrug. He is not bothered by it, trying to stay in the zone after putting himself in an incredible position to beat his PR and contend with Max Park.
I am going to sound the alarm just a little bit. So we got a wee little alarm going on because Ryan Roth set his PR on that scramble as well, 6.22. We see Michael Muthing get 6.77. Michael is like I want to say 7 to 8 second solver, so that's a good solve for him as well. So there's something in the scrambles here.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on Max Park as he will have a look at this second scramble shortly. We'll get some top-down angles to see how great this scramble really is. First one was not bad with that solved pair on yellow, but looked a little bit difficult to make work. Max Park did make it work, but then solved diag and got some unlucky cases. So here we go. Max Park, the obvious favorite, winning the last round by over 1.5 seconds. His PR average is over 1.5 seconds better than second seed coming into this competition. But Jacob Noakes, who was second seed, is absolutely flying in the first two solves of this finals.
All right, what is Max Park going to cook up here? A color neutral solver as well, so it's not guaranteed that he's going to look at the same thing, although I believe Jacob did white cross as well. Yeah, but Max is still looking around. Looks like he hasn't picked his orientation right yet. Finally settling on white. Ooh, and I think he messed up his cross.
He did, but he's flying through the rest of the solve. I think that was the same solution as Jacob Noakes in the end that left Fatsoon into a G-perm, but Max messing up his cross at the start. Maybe he saw some great times coming out, got nervous, tried to find something incredible, ended up going for a pretty standard white solution, which I'm almost certain was the same solution as Jacob, but with the cross mistake executed a second slower.
Yeah, a little bit of a drama going on here in San Diego. Let's see what Jacob can do. He's on good pace, but unfortunately, it looks like his F12 just took a little too long. Look ahead was not quite perfect there. 808 for him. So he's got two very good solves in the bank already, but one bad solve. So it's really going to come down to kind of like this mean of 2 here.
Michael, who you mentioned before, was about an 8-second solver. He's got a PR average of 772 right now. He is on pace for sub 7 in this round. He's got a 9, 6.7, 7.2, 6.4. His BPA is 681 for sub 7. He'll need around 698, I believe, to get a sub 7 average. He is off stream, so we won't be able to watch that. But that's an incredible pace. Could have an absolutely humongous PR. I think he might have already locked PR. Not quite.
No, not quite.
Yeah, not quite. But just a sub 7 needed to get a sub 7 average and put him in a good spot for a podium at this finals.
Yeah, Dominic Shoji also in the mix here. He can get a sub 8 average. He can get 7.57 average if he can beat a 706. A little bit of a tall order. But if he can do that, he's going to put himself in good contention. Ryan Roth is also in contention. He's only done 3 solves. I mean, Max, of course, in contention, but 6.664 has been a subpar start for him. He is behind Jacob Noakes right now. He's already counting a 6.39. So actually, no matter what Max does, he's still going to be counting a solve worse than Jacob Noakes right now.
Alright, here's Max, third solve. Quite a few solved pieces. Staring at blue. By the look, there is maybe a blue pair solved at the back there. Yeah, good start.
Oh, good solution. Good solution for
back.
Max.
5.17. It wasn't going to be solving in the 6-second range for long. We didn't expect it in the first place. But he did finish his last round with 2 6s. Started this round with 2 6s. But a really good F2L solution. Color neutral gives him the opportunity to select many more solutions than the rest of the field. Bit of a fumble on that AUF at the end there, but a 5.17. There we go. Max Park is cementing himself in a good position to win. And Jacob Noakes with 9 is going to be counting that 8.0. Oh no, that's so devastating after such a good start. You can see it on his face there. Let's watch this back now. Oh, I just couldn't see the pairs. Too many pauses, too many rotations. That is a bad last slot case. That is unfortunate for Jacob, and a pretty rough execution on that F-perm there. Still going to be in contention for a podium. Is not going to be challenging Max Park any longer. And Michael finished with a PR average, but did not get sub 7 at 7.17 is the current average to beat for the remaining competitors.
Yeah, good work from Michael Muthing. 7.17. Don't think it's gonna. Yeah, that won't contend with Max surely, but I mean, it's put him in a spot to grab a medal, which, you know, for everyone else, that's what everyone else is looking for, right? When Max is at your competition, the best you can hope for is second place.
Yeah, for sure. And Jacob, I don't know if he knew the times Max was getting, but he was in contention to challenge him for a little bit. but now Max is on to solve 4. Jacob has counted an 8. Max struggling to find a color to solve on here. Looks like he's settling on blue, but might not have planned too much.
Yeah, blue cross is the choice here. Actually looks incredibly fluid from last slot into OLL, into PLL, 5.40. That is much more like the Max Park we know and love, the national champion Max Park.
BPA of 5.68 for Max. Worst possible, 6.18. Nobody can contend with that. Can Jacob slot himself onto the podium even though he's counting an 8? Good solve. Ooh, rough lost layer.
Ooh, that's a plus
6.59. Is it?
Yeah,
No.
I think that's a +2.
Oh no, I think it's okay.
From here, it kind of looks like it's okay. From the front, I feel like I can see the corner magnet, right? I feel like the corner magnet is past the center point of the center. I think it's going to, I feel like it's going to end up at a +2. Currently entered at 6.59, so maybe it is okay after all. Obviously, the judge has a much better angle than we do. I mean, just being able to be right up and close. And actually, Alex Lehman, our live data enterer, also is like basically right there. He's entered it in as 6.59. So that's going to be it, actually. Jacob Noakes' 7.02 average is going to sneak into second place. I mean, he really needed that last solve to go in order to get second.
That's, yeah, I mean, really good last solve for Jacob. Getting an LZB case, which he did not know, meaning he got a Y-perm, so a bit of a rough last layer there. And counting 808 and a 702 average is pretty crazy. Just needed one of those bad solves to be a mid-6 to get himself a PR average, but that is going to put him in second, which is very impressive in this field of competition. Second to Max Park, that's basically first.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't really look like a WR scramble to me, so I think we are officially off WR watch soon into a G-perm, I think, from my angle, 5.37. So, yeah, 2 bad solves for Max, falling into 3 low fives, 575 average, and that will win him this competition, his first win of 2026.
Incredible way to come back for Max, starting with 2 mid-6s when Jacob Noakes is pacing faster than him. I don't know if Max Park knew that, but took the time to compose himself, and then Max Park was back. 5.1, 5.4, 5.3. What a way to finish with a 575 average. Kind of an average for Max Park, but incredible final 3 solves. Really clutch from him. And Max Park, there we go. That's why he's the multiple-time national champion. That's why he's 2-time world record holder, or 2-time world champion, multiple-time world record holder. It's because in the pressured situations like that, he can clutch up with incredible solving, and Max Park is your winner of Super Duper San Diego 2026.
I mean, you said it perfectly there, Millsy. Time and time again on this very live stream, we've seen Max contend with Jacob Noakes, with Jeremy Bulambot in Las Vegas, in this very room with his namesake Max Xiao. Time and time again, Max gets pushed to the limit sometimes, and he just opens up. I don't know what it is. It's for him, it doesn't even look like Ultra Instinct. He's just that guy, right? Like, it's the fundamentals that really just shine for Max here, and is just able to get it done at the end of the day. What incredible talent Max Park has, an amazing member of our community, of course struggling with autism and such, but still able to be on top, getting the gold here, the win, just fantastic stuff. And of the final event, it didn't disappoint as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, without a doubt, what a way to finish a competition. Max Park, of course he was going to win. For a second it looked like maybe he wouldn't, but for the doubters, he proved us all wrong. Jacob, incredible performance, really close to the +2 on the last. Such a shame he had that counting 8. I mean, it's so hard to keep your focus when you start so well. Jacob, PR average going into this round, 666, and then he started with a 6.3 and then a 5.4. Like, what's going through your mind after that is just, oh my god, I'm on incredible pace. I can't mess this up. I'm not given this opportunity very often. There were really good scrambles at the start of that average, and it's so hard to keep your composure going into those 3rd and 4th solves. I always see those as kind of the hardest solves of an average. If you start really well, you've just got to compose yourself and focus, and when I have averages with good potential, it's usually those 3rd and 4th solves where it can go wrong, and it often does go wrong. And for Jacob, it did go wrong there, unfortunately. And then you get a great solve on the last, but it doesn't even matter at that point. It's a little bit frustrating, but I'm sure Jacob will be happy to come away with a second place at a pretty competitive competition. And I mean, even though he was pacing ahead of Max Park at the start, he was gonna be a tall order for him to beat Max Park, and he knows that. So second place, it was always going to be that, if not worse. So congratulations to Jacob for that.
I mean, he put his name in the hat, right? And that's better than like a lot of other people can do. 12-second solver like me doesn't even make it into this final, right? So fantastic stuff from Jacob to give Max a run for it. I mean, through 3 solves, he was counting a better solve than Max, right? That's pretty huge props. So fantastic stuff to him. And also congrats to Michael Muthing, getting a personal record average 7.17 to end up in 3rd place. Very, very great stuff from him. Also is going to walk away with a Mega Minx win as well. So good competition for him. He's also San Diego local, right? So love to see our local keepers shine. Millsy, it's been a fantastic finals block. Thanks so much for jumping on the stream. I'm actually glad everyone memes about the Oz internet or whatever. Like, like Keaton went down during Nats Nats as well. But it's been stable. Hopefully not too laggy on your side. It's been a fantastic competition. Thank you for joining me, my friend.
No, thank you, Manu, for this opportunity. It's always great to have a yap with you on stream, and I look forward to doing some more of these at future competitions.
Awesome. Well, everyone, that is going to wrap things up here from Super Duper San Diego 2026. This is the West Coast Cubing channel. If you enjoyed live streams like this, we do live streams like, basically all the time. The next major one we have planned is actually going to be a WCA head-to-head competition. It will be in Davis, California, Duper Super Davis Spring. I didn't plan this, okay? I didn't plan for Super Duper to be one competition and the next one to be Duper Super. It just happened that way. But I guess it's poetic, whatever it is. If you want to watch that will be live streamed, and we will run the WCA head-to-head. That will be a testing competition for that as well. So if you want to check that out, subscribe here. I think the various WCC socials are in here. Sherry's been doing a fantastic job. Ruby's been putting some insane stories out there. So if you haven't already, before you go to bed tonight, take a look at Ruby's stories that she's put on the WCC channel. Anyway, that's it. I'm Yap God. I could literally talk forever, but we got to wrap this up because we got to get out of here. Anyway, so Chris Mills, this is Manu Singhal. Oh, also, by the way, production team, they're fantastic. Preetham's gonna pop in a little bit, and Lucas. Yeah, come in here, Lucas. We love Lucas. Love a little Lucas Aubin, local cubers from right here in the West Coast as well. So that's it. Cubers Live. We produced this for the West Coast Cubing, and we are out of here. See you, everyone. Have a good night, and happy cubing.
Happy cubing.
Oh, the fates of